Hey guys, it's me again, Mr. Paranormal M. Can't sleep again? Same here. Don't worry, I've got you. I got stung by a bee on my arm today, but luckily it didn't mess with my favorite thing, hanging out with you and talking spooky stuff. So, grab your headphones, get comfy, and let's talk about some weird, supernatural stories. Don't forget to subscribe, turn on notifications, and send me your own experiences too. I love reading them. Thanks so much for supporting me and the channel. I hope you like my voice because I really love doing this. Alright, good night, and let's get started. Okay, so this happened a few months ago, and I'm just going to tell it to you the way I lived it, as honestly as I can. That day started really normal. I went out to eat with my mom, Maria. We were at this little diner we go to sometimes, just sitting in a booth by the window. And like most times, she slipped into that familiar pattern, talking about people, worst-case scenarios, appearances, who's failing at what. I was trying so hard to think of good, light things to talk about, but every time I shared something, it felt like it just slid right past her. No real response, no curiosity, just this wall. That part isn't even the main story, but I remember feeling it very strongly that day. She started talking about my sister, let's call her Lily, in this really negative way. Twisting things, making herself look like the hero and everyone else look irresponsible or ungrateful. It was like everything she said had this subtle spin on it. None of it was an obvious lie I could call out, but the vibe was just off. Amplified. Almost like something was leaning on her words, pushing them further than usual. Eventually, she drove me home, dropped me off, and the night went on like normal. Then I went to sleep, and I woke up in this nightmare. In the dream, I was in an empty industrial part of a city at night. No people, just those tall metal buildings and flickering streetlights. I walked into this run-down warehouse, roof half collapsed, broken windows, dust in the air. And the second I stepped inside, I felt it. Something is wrong, deeply wrong. It wasn't just dream creepy. It was this heavy, urgent awareness, like my soul suddenly knew something. My mom is lost. I have to find her. That thought hit me like a siren. It wasn't optional. It was like someone pressing a red-hot spoon to my skin, this loud, constant alarm that wouldn't let up. Right as that feeling started, Lily and a few of her friends stepped out of a side room in the warehouse. They were laughing, swaying, moving in this weird, slow, snake-like way, almost like they were dancing to music I couldn't hear. They looked like my sister and her friends, but I knew they weren't. Something in me just knew. They were smiling, all casual, and they were like, "Stay with us, just hang out. Everything's fine, nobody's missing. Let's just have fun." Their voices were oddly melodic, like they were reciting lines on a stage. I told them, "No, I have to find Mom. She's missing. Something's wrong." And that feeling in my chest just kept screaming. It wasn't fear of the dark, it was this pull, this hunger to find her that drowned everything else out. I wasn't even scared of the warehouse itself. I was just desperate. The next part of the dream is fuzzy. I'm wandering down alleys and along loading docks, pushing open doors, peering into corners. Everything is dark, but I'm not panicking. I'm searching for what feels like hours. Then I loop back to the warehouse. I go inside again, and Lily and her friends are still in that room, drinking, still moving in that slow, winding way. But this time the urgency inside me is multiplied. It's like the hot spoon has been pressed harder into my skin. I start yelling, "Don't you feel that? Doesn't anyone feel that? Something is wrong. Mom is gone. Can't you feel it?" And they just smile at me, still swaying. In this strange, almost sing-song tone, they tell me again to calm down, that everything's fine, that I should relax and stay. In the dream, I'm still reacting as if my sister and her friends are really them. So I step between them and the windows and I shout, "Don't look out there! Don't look!" I'm guarding the glass with my arms spread out, and then I hear it. These guttural, inhuman screams echoing all around the outside of the warehouse. Not like crowds, but like one being, screaming from different angles. The sound bounces from spot to spot, right side, roof, far wall, like it's circling us. Same voice, many locations. It felt organized. Lily and her friends start moving closer, brushing my arms with those weird, snake-like movements. They're pleading, but not in a scared way. More like eager children. "Move your hands, let us see. Come on, move your hands." Like they wanted to see the horror. Like they loved it. That feeling inside me turned from urgency into this cold, sick unease. And right there, I woke up. I remember thinking, that felt demonic, not like a random weird dream. I prayed about it, sat with it for a bit, and then I tried to just continue my day like normal. Later, my mom called, asking if I wanted to hang out. I thought, okay, that's already interesting timing, but I said yes. She picked me up and we headed to a casino for a little day trip. We're on the highway, and suddenly she goes, "Oh my God, I have to tell you about this dream I had last night." The second she said dream, my stomach dropped. All the feelings from my nightmare rushed back. I tried to keep my voice calm and said, "Really? Me too. You go first." I wanted to see if there were any connections before I told her mine. She says she dreamed she was stuck somewhere, trapped. It was dark, and no one could find her. As she's talking, she points to one of those big orange highway barrels on the side of the road and goes, "It was like that. Like 3 of those stacked up, and I was in a black tube underground. And when I looked down, I could see big hooves walking up to check the tube, like something with goat legs was pacing around above me." She couldn't see the full creature, just the legs, but she knew it was evil. I was shocked. When she finished, I told her my dream about the warehouse, the blood, searching for her, the fake version of Lily, everything. And she just kind of shrugs and says, "That's so weird, because I fell asleep watching Dawn of the Dead last night. They were hiding out in this warehouse while zombies ripped people apart." So on one level, my brain could go, okay, maybe I unconsciously picked up that she watched a zombie movie in a warehouse, and my mind spun it into something else. That alone would have been strange, because I truly didn't know she'd watched it. But the parallels were a lot. And it doesn't stop there. For context, I've been studying spiritual stuff for a long time. I used to be really deep into occult and New Age things, like for almost 15 years. Over time, I came to believe Jesus Christ is real, is the Son of God, and that his name and his authority are actually what pushes back the darkness. I've seen prayers in his name stop things I can't explain in any other way. I've been talking to my mom about Jesus more and more, and honestly, I do worry about her sometimes, about some choices, some patterns. And I started to notice something. The more I brought him up, the more strange, unsettling spiritual stuff would happen around us. Almost like something wanted me to shut up and back off. Anyway, we get to the casino. My mom kind of brushes off the whole dream thing. She's like, "Yeah, that was weird," and then moves on. Meanwhile, I can't stop replaying it in my head. The warehouse, her dream of being trapped, the hooves, the movie she watched. On the way home, we stopped at a gas station. We're at the counter paying, and this man walks in. I've never seen him before. He's wearing a fishing hat, a plain t-shirt, and those rubber fishing boots that go up to mid-calf. like he's about to wade in a creek. My mom stiffens immediately and nudges me. Under her breath, she says, "There is something wrong with that guy. Something evil. I don't know why. Do you feel it?" I instantly start praying the name of Jesus in my heart, quietly. I just told her, "I'm praying now. Let's go." We left, and in the car she said he made her feel like something from the nightmare, like the presence in her recent dream. I took note of that, deeply. The thing is, this guy wasn't doing anything outwardly strange, just standing there in this fishing outfit. But both of us felt that same off, heavy vibe. That night was uneventful. I went home, slept, woke up. The next day, I went out for coffee with my boyfriend. Let's call him Evan. As we're driving down the road near my house, I get this weird, subtle nudge to look up. Walking along the sidewalk? The fishing hat guy. I didn't say anything at first. I just watched him as we drove past. Then Evan casually goes, "Oh, that guy, he's weird. He comes into our store all the time and says creepy stuff and laughs." Evan works at a tobacco shop in town, so he sees a lot of characters. I asked, "What kind of stuff does he say?" He told me the guy comes in, doesn't buy anything, just walks around and cackles, saying, "I've got some stuff to return," while looking around at everyone. There are signs everywhere in the store that say, "No returns." When he told me that, I just thought, that is such a classic villain line, like something out of a horror movie. I've got some stuff to return, and he thinks it's hilarious. At that point, I started to quietly piece things together. I was like, okay, if this is just a guy, he is very likely under the influence of something dark, whether he knows it or not, because his sudden appearance, right after these intense demonic-feeling dreams with my mom, right after the gas station encounter, was too precise to shrug off as nothing. I told Evan the whole story. My dream, my mom's dream, the warehouse, the hooves, the gas station, the fishing hat, all of it. He kind of brushed it off with, "Nah, he's just some dude on drugs." I get why that's an easier explanation, but my spirit wasn't buying it. Then came day 3. So now we're 2 days out from the original warehouse dream. It's the middle of the day, and I'm thinking about going to the dispensary, but I start feeling weird, lightheaded, off balance. As I'm walking down the hallway to grab my keys, I'm actually wobbling a little, like I'm a tiny bit drunk, but I'm not. Evan offers to drive me, and for some reason I get stubborn and prideful about it. I basically snap, "No, I've been doing this by myself forever. I'm fine." Looking back, I was being kind of a jerk, probably from built-up resentment and stress. Just being honest. I go out to my car, sit in the driver's seat, and this wave of dread washes over me. Not normal anxiety, not overthinking. This felt like a clear message. Do not go. I sat there arguing with myself. You're overreacting. You're being dramatic. Just go. Stop being weird. I didn't want to be ruled by fear, so I pushed through it. I started the car, drove to the stop sign at the end of my neighborhood, and turned right. The very moment I turned, maybe 10 yards ahead, walking straight toward my car on the sidewalk, was the fishing hat man. Again, it was subtle, but undeniably wrong. My whole spirit just went, absolutely not. I did a quick turn, circled around, and drove straight back home. I didn't go to the dispensary. I didn't pass him again. I was done. And then, I didn't see him for months, which is bizarre because Evan swore this guy came into their shop all the time. I drive through town constantly, and yet I had never seen him before those 3 days, and then not again after, for a long stretch. But that's not quite the end. The last time I saw him, it was almost like one final note at the end of this weird song. I met up with an old friend I hadn't seen in at least 10 years. We'll call him Jonah. We got coffee, caught up, talked about life. Out of nowhere, he brought up dreams and spiritual stuff, good and evil, weird experiences he'd had. So I told him about the fishing hat guy. As I shared, I could see him getting visibly uncomfortable, like his body recognized something about it. On the drive back to my place, we're chatting, and suddenly Jonah goes, "Oh my God, it's him." I look up, and there he is again. The same man in the fishing hat, walking along the road that leads to my neighborhood. Just there. Again. No chance for me to point him out first. Jonah saw him on his own. And that was the last time. I haven't seen him since. I don't tell this story to scare anyone or to make myself sound special. I honestly have nothing to gain from sharing it. I tell it because I really believe some of what we write off as just dreams or just weird coincidences may actually be part of something deeper. Spiritual warfare, for real. If you've had strange, layered experiences like this, dreams lining up with real life, repeated symbols or people that feel wrong in your spirit, I just want to gently encourage you. Protect yourself. For me, that meant turning away from the occult and New Age things I was heavily into for nearly 15 years, and turning toward Jesus. I've learned, slowly and stubbornly, that Jesus Christ really is the Son of God, and his name actually carries authority over darkness. When I pray in his name, when I speak his name over fear or over something that feels evil, things change. I've seen it. So if any of this hits something in you, if you felt that same hot spoon of warning in your spirit, please don't ignore it. Talk to Jesus. Ask him for protection. Read about him. Use his name when you feel that heaviness or terror pressing in. Because evil is real. But so is he. So, I'm 23 now, but this all kind of starts when I was a little kid. When I was about 7 or 8, my aunt, her name's Carla, went to see this psychic in town. You know, one of those cozy little places with the beaded curtain and too much incense. She got the whole session recorded. Back then it was on this little silver USB drive, and she gave it to me because I was obsessed with mysterious things, even as a kid. Of course, I lost it. I was a child with the attention span of a goldfish, so that tracks. But I do remember listening to it at least once, and I remember this very clearly. My aunt asked the psychic about me, like specifically me, and the psychic said I had psychic abilities, but I wouldn't really understand them until I was older and learned more about it. At the time, I was just like, whoa, I'm basically in a movie. Then I went back to cartoons and snacks and forgot about it. Fast forward to now, I actually brought it up with Aunt Carla recently, and she said she remembers that reading too. She said she still believes it's true, that there's something about me. She's very matter-of-fact about it, which makes it creepier, honestly. Here's the thing though, I don't blindly believe every psychic. I feel like a lot of it can be a money grab. Maybe some people are really gifted, I won't say they're not. But I do believe in spirits, or ghosts, or whatever you want to call them. Even as a kid, I used to get that feeling that someone was watching me. Not always in a bad way, but definitely in a "you are not alone right now" kind of way, even when I was totally alone. The house I grew up in was weird from day one. We moved in when I was about 6. My mom, her name's Elena, had the place blessed by a priest literally the first week. The reason? On the wall in the living room, there was this carved upside-down cross. Not like a crooked nail or something you could explain away. It was carved there, right in the center of the wall. She freaked out, obviously. She had it removed, patched over, painted, and then called a priest and a medium. The medium told her that the previous owners had died in a fire in that house. We didn't really know what to think at the time, so my mom just kind of nodded and made that worried mom face. Years later, maybe 5 years after we moved in, we redid the floors. When they pulled up the old flooring, the wood underneath was completely black, charred, like something had really burned badly in there. The main structure hadn't been replaced though, which made it even stranger. It was like the skeleton of the fire was still there under our feet. Anyway, growing up in that house, there were always corners that felt darker. Not just the light doesn't reach there dark, but heavy dark. I'd be totally fine, and then suddenly I'd be furious or crying for no reason. Just out of nowhere, like something had pushed a mood button in me. Around that time, I started having these recurring dreams, or what I'm pretty sure was sleep paralysis. In the dream, I was trapped in this big, unfamiliar house. A black figure, no face, just this tall, shadowy shape, would chase me from room to room. I'd run, desperate to find a way out. I always ended up at this hallway with a door at the end. I'd throw the door open, and the room would be full of spiders. Like, full. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, just crawling. But the only exit was through the window in that room. Every time I had that dream, it ended the same way. I'd wake up, but my body wouldn't move. I'd try to scream, and nothing would come out. Just silence. It felt like I was stuck between the dream and being awake. Later, my mom told me she also had recurring dreams about spiders when we lived there. Nothing else. No shadow figure, no house. Just spiders, over and over. It was so dark. You know how sometimes a corner just doesn't look like regular shadow? It looked like the light stopped right before it touched that space. I felt frozen. I wanted to get up and turn the lamp on, but I was honestly scared to move. It felt like something was standing in that corner, just quietly observing. The next morning, I told my aunt about it, kind of laughing it off, and she got upset. Not at me, but at what I was saying. She said she'd felt something off in that apartment too, but was trying to ignore it. After that, she saged the whole place, and I didn't feel that heaviness again when I visited. It was like the air lifted a little. Now, fast forward to more recently. Last October, I was diagnosed with ADHD. Suddenly, my whole life made a lot more sense. I started taking Adderall to help with my focus because it was really messing with my work and school. I also started a medication for prediabetes. I'm mentioning that because I know medication can come with side effects, and I've been wondering if that's part of what's happening to me now. A few months ago, I moved into a condo with my boyfriend. Let's call him Daniel. It's a nice place, nothing obviously creepy about it. But almost as soon as we settled in, my temper started getting bad. Like really bad. I'd snap over tiny things, get super emotional, cry over the smallest stuff. And that's not really me. At least, not how I used to be. I kept telling my aunt that something just felt wrong at the condo. Not like the firehouse exactly, but familiar in that I'm not alone right now way. She gave me a bundle of sage and told me to cleanse the place when I felt ready. And I just haven't. I don't know if it's because part of me wants to see if more happens, or if I'm scared that doing it will make things worse, or confirm that there actually is something here. We also have a puppy now. Her name is Luna. She's about 6 months old, and usually really happy and fearless. A couple of weeks ago, it was around 8 p.m., and I was sitting on the couch with her. She suddenly perked up and started whining at the window. At first I thought she heard a car or someone outside, but then she freaked out. She jumped over my legs, tried to wedge herself between me and the back of the couch, and kept whining like she wanted to disappear. I went to the window and looked outside. Nothing. No people, no animals, nothing that made sense for that reaction. And Luna has heard plenty of outside noises before without doing that. A couple days after that, I came home from work and went to let her out of the bedroom. The door would only open about 6 inches. Just enough for her to squeeze out, but not enough for me to get in. I pushed harder, thinking maybe something had fallen behind the door. It wouldn't budge. I kept forcing it, and it felt like I was shoving against something heavy. No movement. So I reach my hand through the gap to feel around behind the door. There's nothing there. No boxes, no laundry basket, nothing blocking it. And the moment my hand is in there, the door suddenly just swings open. Smooth. No resistance at all. Like it had never been stuck. I checked the floor, the bottom of the door, everything. No scrape marks. No sign that anything had caught or dragged. Maybe the floor is warped or something, but there was nothing to actually prove that. And then this morning happened. I slept a full 8 hours, but woke up feeling exhausted, like I hadn't rested at all. I went down to the parking garage to get my car. It's one of those big underground garages, over 100 cars, echoey, with those circular mirrors at the corners so you can see around them. I tell myself I imagined it. Start walking again. Glance at another mirror. And there it is again. A person-shaped movement behind me. Turn around. Nothing. Just rows of cars and silence. That's when my brain started really spiraling. Like, okay, am I losing it? Is this the Adderall? I even Googled the side effects. It can cause hallucinations in rare cases, apparently. So now I'm stuck in this weird place of, am I seeing ghosts? Or is my brain glitching? Part of me is terrified that I'm actually seeing something spiritual. Another part of me is terrified that I'm not, and it's all in my head. So that's where I'm at right now. I've got this history of weird, heavy houses, dreams, feelings. My aunt's psychic telling her I'd have abilities I wouldn't understand until I got older. And now my puppy is reacting to things I can't see. Doors are behaving like someone's holding them shut, and I'm seeing people in mirrors that aren't there when I turn around. I'm honestly starting to freak out a bit because I can't tell what's real. I don't know if I'm just sensitive to energy and spirits, or if my mind and meds are messing with me. I'm sorry, I know this is a long ramble. I just needed to get it all out. I'm hoping maybe someone out there has gone through something similar, whether it turned out to be spiritual, medical, or somewhere in between, and can tell me how they handled it. Because right now, I'm stuck between sage in one hand and a pill bottle in the other, trying to figure out what's actually haunting me. So, this has been happening to me since I was about 7. For almost 30 years now, I've had these reoccurring dreams about, I'll just call them demons, or really bad spirits, pretending to be people I love who have passed away. And before you think I'm totally off my rocker, let me give you a little background. Ever since I was a kid, I've been able to lucid dream, like full-on realize I'm dreaming, change the scenery, wake myself up, the whole thing. And twice when I was younger, once around 8 and once as a teenager, I'm pretty sure I astral projected. Both times I woke up, floating above my own body, just in my room, seeing myself sleeping. It only lasted a few seconds, but it felt way too real to be just a regular dream. On my mom's side, the women have always had something, a kind of sixth sense. My mom, my aunt, my grandmother, they all get these strange premonition dreams, or they'll just know things before they happen. Nobody's out here doing formal witchcraft or anything, but there's definitely a psychic streak in the family. So when I was about 7, my great-great-grandmother passed away. Her name was Elise. A few days after she died, I saw her in our hallway. Just once. I was wide awake, walking past my bedroom, and there she was, soft, kind of glowy, just watching me with this gentle little smile. I didn't feel scared at all. To this day, that's the only time I've ever seen something like that with my eyes open. Not long after, I had a dream that I'm convinced was really her visiting me. In the dream, we were sitting at the kitchen table from my childhood home, sunlight coming in through the window. She held my hand, and I could feel the warmth and the love so clearly. The whole thing was calm and peaceful, and specific in a way that normal dreams just aren't. I woke up feeling comforted, like she'd come to say goodbye. I've had a couple of dreams like that with my grandfather too. His name was Daniel. Same feeling. Warm, clear, very him. It didn't feel like symbolism or random brain noise. It felt like a visit. But then, things shifted. Sometime after that sweet dream about my great-great-grandmother, I had another one with her in it. Except this time, I knew right away it wasn't her. In that dream, I was a kid, standing in this weird, dark version of our living room. Everything looked almost right, but slightly off. The colors were dull, and the air felt heavy. Elise, well, what looked like Elise, walked toward me. At first, she seemed normal, but the energy around her was wrong. It was like my body knew before my mind did. She grabbed my wrist and said, "You have to come with me. Now. You have to go." Immediately, my whole body went into panic mode. I started screaming and pulling away. The warmth was gone. What I felt coming off her was pure malice, cold and hungry. Her face started changing, stretching in ways a face shouldn't. Her eyes went too dark, her mouth twisted, and she snarled at me. Not like an angry grandma, like an animal. She began dragging me, and I was fighting her with everything I had, screaming and crying, until I jolted awake, actually sobbing in my bed. That was the first time I realized, okay, something's messing with me. This isn't just weird dream stuff. Fast forward to when I was about 22. I had another dream where someone tried to come in as a loved one. This time it was my grandmother. Let's call her Nana Rose. In the dream, it was early morning. I was lying in bed in my adult apartment, the way my room actually looked at the time. The light coming in from the blinds was that soft, grayish morning light. The door opened, and Nana Rose walked in. She sat down on the edge of my bed. She leaned toward me and said slowly, "Let me in." Just those 3 words. Let me in. And right then, I knew. This was not my grandmother. I said, "No, you're not Nana." Her face twisted so fast it was like a glitch. 1 second it was her face. The next, it was this distorted snarl. She started screaming at me to let her in, over and over, like it was furious I'd called it out. I don't remember all the details after that, just that I kept saying no and refusing, and there was this tug-of-war feeling, like it was trying to get closer, trying to push into me somehow. Eventually, I woke up with my heart racing, but also kind of weirdly proud of myself because I hadn't given in. There have been several dreams like that between then and now. They all blur together a bit. It's always some loved one who's passed, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, showing up in a place that feels almost like real life. And as soon as they get close, I feel that awful energy. They act sweet for half a second, then it turns. There's always this pressure, this push to let them in, or go with them, or agree to something. Sometimes I wake up shaking. Sometimes I wake up just really annoyed. Which brings me to last night. Someone I care about passed away about 3 weeks ago. Let's call her Nina. In real life, her passing is still fresh, still painful, and I've been thinking about her a lot. In the dream, I was lying in my current bed, in my current room. Everything was extremely accurate, like down to where my phone charger usually is, and the way the curtain never quite closes all the way. I was on my side, facing the bedroom door. Then I felt the bed dip behind me, like someone had just sat down. I rolled over, and there was Nina, sitting on the edge of my bed, smiling. I said her name. "Nina?" She smiled wider, but it was the wrong kind of smile. Too fixed, too shiny, and that familiar, awful feeling swept over me. That thing in my gut that just knows, this is not her. But this time, instead of pure terror, I just got mad. I sat up, glared at her, and said something like, "You're not Nina. Stop it. I'm done with this. You don't get to use her face." The image of her flickered a little, like a bad video connection. Then it laughed. Not Nina's laugh, this low, mocking sound that almost echoed. Again, that pressure to let it in came back. It didn't say the exact phrase this time, but I could feel the intention. Like it wanted access, into me, into my space, into something. I just kept repeating, "Go away. You're not welcome here. Leave." At one point, it told me its name. I don't remember all of it now, but I remember it started with an R and sounded old, like something out of a mythology book. The moment it said it, I had this instinctive sense that I shouldn't repeat it. So I didn't. Eventually, in the dream, I got out of bed, walked right past it, and went into the hallway. It stayed sitting there, just watching me, still smiling that wrong smile. I walked into the living room where my mom was. She's very much alive, just to be clear. And I blurted out, "There is this fucking thing in my room pretending to be people I love. It won't stop." My mom, in the dream, looked at me like this was totally normal information. No shock, no confusion. Just this calm, steady look, like, "Yeah, I know." Not long after that, I woke up. So, that's where I'm at. I've had enough of these that I can't just shrug them off as weird dreams anymore. I'm not super religious, but I do believe that there are things out there, energies, entities, whatever you want to call them, that aren't exactly friendly. I don't know if these dreams are actual entities trying to mess with me, or if they're just my subconscious acting out my fears around loss and death and attachment. I do know that I've also had plenty of dreams with past loved ones that feel totally neutral or even silly, like my grandfather showing up just to comment on my terrible parking in a dream. Not everything feels like a visit, and not everything feels dark. Some are just dreams. But then there are these other ones, the ones that feel like something knocking on the door over and over, wearing the faces of people I miss. And every time now, I'm learning to say no. No, you can't come in. No, you're not who you say you are. No, you don't get to use their memory to get to me. Maybe it's demons. Maybe it's trauma. Maybe it's a mix of strange family intuition and a brain that likes to dramatize. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that the older I get, the less scared I am, and the more angry I feel when it happens. Like, if you're going to come for me, don't hide behind the people I love. So that's my little saga with dream entities wearing my loved ones' faces. I'm still trying to figure out what it means. But for now, every time they show up, I look them in the eye, whatever eye they're pretending to have, and I tell them, "You're not welcome here, and you don't get to use my love against me." So, okay, let me just take you back for a second. This was like 15 years ago. I was a teenager from the US on a school trip to Paris, and of course, one of the big stops was the Louvre. You know, we're in France, so we have to be cultured now kind of thing. I remember this one moment really clearly. My friend, let's call her Mia, and I were at one end of this long hallway. The hallway had these big, open archways all the way down, leading into different rooms. The only way in and out of that whole stretch, though, was at the two ends. You walked in at one end, walked through the rooms, and eventually popped out into a larger open area. So, layout-wise, it's important. Unless someone walked right past us, they weren't getting out. Anyway, Mia and I walk into one of the rooms off this hallway. There are paintings everywhere, people shuffling around, the usual museum quiet. And then I see him. There's this man standing a few feet away, dressed in what looked like period clothing. Don't ask me which period, history has never been my thing. But he looked like he'd stepped out of some painting about a war or a royal court. Long hair tied back neatly with a black ribbon or bow at the nape of his neck. Dark coat, kind of old-fashioned boots. The kind of outfit you absolutely do not see on a random Tuesday at a museum. He's just standing there, staring at this painting on the wall. I wish I could tell you which painting it was, some landscape or maybe a portrait, but I honestly don't remember. All I remember is him. The second I saw him, I got this weird feeling in my chest. Not fear exactly, just an alertness. Like my brain went, pay attention, this is important. So I kept watching him, and out of the corner of my eye, I realized Mia was watching him too. We didn't say anything to each other. We were both just kind of locked in on this guy. After a minute, he finally turned away from the painting and walked calmly through the opening into the next room. And without even talking about it, Mia and I kind of did that quick, awkward power walk after him. You know when you're trying not to look like you're following someone, but you absolutely are? That was us. We step into the next room, and he's gone. Like, gone. The room was not crowded. There were a few people scattered around, but definitely no man in period clothes with a black bow in his hair. We scanned the whole space, and there was nowhere he could have ducked behind. A bench, maybe a column, but nothing that would have hidden someone that completely. We look at each other, both thinking the same thing. Okay, maybe he moved fast. Maybe he went into the next room. So we keep going. We speed walk through that next room, and the next one. We're moving down this whole stretch of gallery, peeking left and right through each opening, checking the hallway itself, looking for this guy. Nothing. And again, the way this part of the museum was laid out, there was basically one route. To get out, he would have had to walk either directly past us or down that same long hallway and into the big main area at the end. We reach the end of the hallway, step out into the larger space, the big open area with high ceilings and more people milling around, and start scanning the crowd. Still no sign of him. No old-fashioned coat, no odd-looking boots, no long hair tied with a black bow. It's like he just never existed. At this point, my heart is racing a little, but I'm also trying to be logical about it. Maybe we just missed him somehow. Maybe there was a side exit we didn't notice. I'm already starting to second-guess myself, and I'm just standing there beside her, nodding, realizing that we hadn't actually talked to each other about what we saw before she started retelling it. We hadn't had time to compare notes, to influence each other's memories, any of that. But her version matched mine. Her mom, of course, gives us that "you two are being dramatic" look, and basically says we're imagining things. Teenagers, overactive imaginations, too much excitement, whatever. And that was it. That was my big ghost encounter. I was around 15 at the time. Part of me wants to say, I know what I saw. I saw a man, and then he vanished. But the logical side of my brain keeps chiming in like, come on, you probably missed a door. or he blended into the crowd, and your brain just filled in the gaps later to make a better story. You know, for the plot. Thing is, it doesn't feel like a made-up memory. It feels anchored. I can still picture the hallway, the lighting, the slight chill in the air, the way my stomach dropped when he wasn't in the next room. I remember the way Mia looked at me, wide-eyed, before we broke into that ridiculous fast walk down the hallway. And ever since then, I've occasionally gone down these rabbit holes online, looking up ghost stories about the Louvre. There are definitely some out there, but I've never found anything that matches this man. The way he was dressed, the black bow in his hair, the way he silently stared at that painting like nothing else existed. So, yeah, that's my story. My maybe ghost, maybe weird coincidence, maybe my brain being overdramatic museum encounter. I'm totally open to it being torn apart by logic. Honestly, that might be comforting. But there's still this little part of me that believes I really did see something, or someone, that didn't quite belong to our time. So, let me tell you about something that still gives me chills, in a good way. This all started a few years back. My grandfather, we all called him Granddad Eli, had this tiny Facebook account that my younger cousin Maya set up for him. He could barely work the TV remote, never mind a smartphone, but he was so excited about the idea of finding old friends on the internet, as he put it. He loved the idea that with just a few taps, he could see photos of relatives on the other side of the world. Most of the time, though, he'd just point at the screen and say, "Who's that again?" And we'd help him. He passed away in 2020. We knew it was coming, so we made sure someone was always with him. One of those nights, I was sleeping on a little mattress on the floor next to his bed. At some point in the early hours, he started shaking. I think it was a seizure. He made these soft, broken crying sounds, and my heart just dropped. I ran out and called the nurse as fast as I could. She came in, calm and professional, and gave him an injection in his left arm. I remember that moment in such sharp detail. He started howling in pain, this deep, raw sound that I still hear sometimes when I think about it. His eyes had been closed the whole time. Then, suddenly, he opened them, and he looked straight at us, at me and at Maya, and he smiled. Not a big grin or anything, just this gentle, peaceful smile. But it was so clear. He looked like someone who had finally set a heavy bag down after carrying it for too long. There was this calm in his face I'd never seen before. Then he closed his eyes again. The nurse gave a second injection in his right arm, and this time, he didn't cry out. Everything just quieted. After he passed, I stepped out of the room to call my cousin Lena to tell her. She couldn't be there with us. When she picked up, I hadn't even gotten the words out properly before she said, "You're not going to believe what just happened." She'd been sitting in her car in a parking lot, windows closed, engine off. Out of nowhere, a small, pale feather appeared on the center of her lap. No breeze, no open doors, no reason it should have been there. She just stared at it. And when I told her, "Granddad's gone," she started crying and said, "I think he just came to say goodbye." I like to believe that was his way of sending a bit of peace to the ones who couldn't be there in person. It felt like something he would do, quiet and subtle, but somehow unmistakable. Fast forward a couple of years. Lena was going through a really tough time. You know those seasons when everything feels wrong, and you're not sure if you've ruined your life or if you're just lost. She'd been talking to Granddad in her prayers, asking him, "Am I on the right path? Am I doing this right? Please, just give me a sign." One evening, I get a message from her on WhatsApp. "Did you do something with Granddad's Facebook?" I told her no, of course not. We hadn't touched that account in ages. She sends me a screenshot. It's a friend request from my grandfather's old Facebook account. She taps through to check. It's 100% his profile. Same old profile picture we'd taken of him in the garden, same spelling of his name, same list of a few relatives as friends. No changes, no new posts, nothing weird in his activity. Just this one friend request, to her. At this point, I start messaging the family group chat. "Hey, does anyone still have access to Granddad's Facebook? Did someone log in? Did anyone send Lena a request as a joke or something?" One by one, everyone replies. No, no, no. Nobody had the password. Nobody even remembered the email we used. We checked. No new posts on his profile. No messages sent to anyone. No other friend requests. To this day, we have absolutely no explanation for it. We never recovered a password, never saw any other activity. It was like his account just reached out once and then went back to sleep. And honestly, I'm still in awe. That's why I'm sharing this with you. I'm not here to convince you of anything in particular. Maybe you think it was a Facebook glitch, or some strange technical fluke, or even a hacker, though I really don't think it was. But however it happened, the timing, that's the part I can't shake. Lena was praying, desperate and lost, asking my grandfather if he could just let her know she wasn't alone. And then his name pops up on her phone, asking to be her friend again. She saw exactly what she needed to see, exactly when she needed to see it. For me, that's what matters. Whether it was something spiritual or something that could be explained with enough code and logic, it arrived as a sign to her. It brought her comfort. It reminded her that she was loved and that someone, somewhere, was still watching over her. And if you've lost someone and you're listening to this, I hope you can take a bit of peace from it too. Sometimes the way a sign arrives doesn't matter as much as the way it reaches your heart. So, I'm sitting here on the couch, still kind of buzzing, and I figured I might as well talk this out while the adrenaline is wearing off. About 20 minutes ago, I had my first real sleep paralysis episode. So, I'm having this totally normal dream, nothing dramatic. I think I was at a grocery store arguing with a self-checkout machine. And then, like someone flipped a switch, I wake up. Or at least, I thought I woke up. I'm lying on my side in bed. My partner, Leo, is behind me, one arm draped over my waist. The room is dark but familiar. Our bedroom, or at least, I'm pretty sure it's our bedroom. My top arm is kind of hanging at this weird angle, like my elbow is bent and my hand is floating at about a 45-degree angle. I can feel it there, heavy and suspended, and I'm trying to remember if I'd shoved a pillow under it. I don't think I did. I go to move my arm. Nothing. Okay, maybe I'm just groggy. I try to roll over. Still nothing. I try to clear my throat and say, "Hey, Leo." And it's like the words get stuck somewhere between my brain and my mouth. No sound. My tongue might as well be made of stone. And that's when it hits me. This is sleep paralysis. As soon as I think that, my brain does that thing brains love to do. You know, it tries to make everything 10 times worse. It goes, "Oh, cool, we're doing sleep paralysis? How about a monster in the corner? Maybe something sitting on your chest?" I can feel that impulse, like a movie loading in the background. But another part of me is stubbornly going, "Nope, not real. We are not doing demons tonight." So I kind of mentally shove the idea away. Thankfully, nothing actually appears. No shadow person, no old hag, no glowing eyes. Just the dark room and this insane, suffocating stillness. The paralysis, though, that stays, and it is absolutely terrifying. The only things I can move, just barely, are my fingers and toes, so I start focusing on those. I'm kneading my fingers like I'm trying to squeeze life back into them, wiggling my toes as much as I can inside the blanket. It feels like trying to move underwater with concrete wrapped around me. I keep trying to call out to Leo. In my head, I'm screaming his name, but outside, I'm pretty sure it's just air. I'm straining with my whole body, like if I just try hard enough, I'll push a sound out. After what feels like several minutes, I manage this tiny, broken whisper. Honestly, more like air leaking out of a balloon than a real word. It's useless. He doesn't wake up. The panic starts spiking even more. My heart is racing, but my chest barely feels like it's moving. I keep working my fingers and toes, over and over, and finally my throat lets out this low, guttural sound. I'm trying to say, "Help, help, help," and it comes out like this repetitive, miserable moan. Definitely not the heroic cry for assistance I was hoping for. Still nothing from Leo. At this point, time is weird. It feels like I've been stuck there for ages, in this awful loop of try to move, fail. Try to speak, fail. Don't think about monsters, fail a little. Keep wiggling your toes. Somewhere in there, I managed to get the tiniest bit of control back in my arm. Just enough. So I focus everything on that one arm. It feels like lifting a car with a piece of spaghetti, but I drag it up in this big, clumsy arc, and I just let it fall. My hand smacks right into Leo's stomach. He jolts awake with this confused, "Oof, what the?" And as soon as he moves and speaks, it's like a spell snaps. Suddenly, I can breathe properly. I can move my legs, my arms, everything. The world rushes back in, loud and bright and solid, and I just start shuddering. He was honestly a saint about it. I smacked him awake in the middle of the night, and he just rubbed my back and said, "You're okay, I'm here." Instead of, "Why are you assaulting me in your sleep?" I definitely owe him a proper thank you when the sun's up, and I can form coherent sentences. Eventually, he drifts back to sleep. He has to work in the morning, and I'm left there, wide awake, heart still doing drum solos in my chest. Now, the funny part is, I know the science. I know that waking someone from deep, slow-wave sleep can be really hard. I know sleep paralysis tends to happen in that fuzzy zone between REM and slow-wave sleep, right where your brain is waking up, but your body hasn't caught up yet. I also know I already have a sleep quirk where, in that same stage, I sometimes lift my legs or hold them rigid in the air, like some kind of weird nighttime statue. It's just never happened with my arms before, and never with the full, awake but trapped in my body, bonus package. And here's the thing. All that rational explanation, all the "this is your brain misfiring" talk, it's comforting now, a little, as I tell you this. But in the moment, logic doesn't help. In the moment, it's just this raw, animal terror. I am awake, I am conscious, and I cannot move. It took me a solid hour to calm down afterward. My adrenaline was on a full tour of my nervous system, straight to my fingertips, my toes, everywhere. Even now I can feel that sort of shaky, hollow feeling you get after a big scare, where you know the crash is coming and you're going to be exhausted. Honestly, this was one of the most frightening things that's ever happened to me. No demon, no shadow figure, no supernatural anything. Just me, my own brain, my own body, and the horrible realization that I couldn't make it do what I wanted. If you're someone who goes through this regularly, you have my deepest, deepest sympathy. I've had exactly one episode, and I am really, sincerely hoping I never have to go through it again. So, this is a story I've never really told out loud before. When I was about 6 or 7, my family moved into this totally ordinary-looking rental in a little town in eastern New Mexico. We still call it the house on Willow Street, even now. It was one of those places where, on the outside, everything looks fine. Small yard, boring tan siding, quiet neighborhood. But inside, nobody was ever really okay. From the first few weeks, weird stuff kept happening. We'd hear footsteps when everyone was sitting in the living room. Cabinets would be half open. Things would be moved just enough to make you doubt yourself. My mom and dad, well, my dad Rob, argued constantly in that house. My older brother, Daniel, was always irritated. I was sick all the time. Just colds, stomach stuff, headaches, over and over. We only lived there for about a year before we moved on to base because of my dad's military posting, and every one of us was relieved to leave. My bedroom was down the hall, with this big window and a sliding closet door right across from my bed. I already had trouble sleeping as a kid, but in that house, it was like my body refused to relax. I'd just lie there, wired and uneasy for no obvious reason. One winter night, I remember snow was falling, the kind that drifts slowly and makes everything feel muffled. I was tossing and turning, and I rolled over so I could watch the snow through my window, because that usually calmed me down. As I'm staring at the glass, I noticed this thing. It looked like a brown leaf, just spinning in place in midair, perfectly horizontal, right in front of the window. Nothing above it. Nothing below it. No string, no spider web, no nothing. Just spinning. Slowly. My first thought was literally, that's weird. I wasn't scared yet, just confused. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I realized something was off in my closet. My closet door was open like it usually was. I turned my head, and I saw a figure standing there, just inside the closet, like it had always been there. The best way I can describe it is like one of those paintings of Jesus, tall, with what looked like a long robe and shoulder-length hair. But it wasn't a normal person. It was a black outline, almost like a shadow that had peeled itself off the wall. I couldn't see any facial features, no details on the clothes, just a clear shape of a man. And the eyes. The eyes were this bright, unnatural yellow-green, glowing in the dark, locked straight on me. I froze, completely. I remember every part of my brain scrambling to make it ordinary. It's a coat. It's a trick of the light. I'm just tired. It's a dream. But the longer I stared, the more I knew it wasn't any of those things. The outline didn't waver. The eyes didn't blink. It was just there, silently watching. I opened my mouth to yell for my mom or my dad, but right before I could, something in me just screamed, "Do not do that. That's a bad idea." It didn't sound like a voice from outside. It felt like this instinct, this warning in the very back of my mind. So I didn't call out. I don't know how long I lay there, just staring at it, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. It didn't move toward me. It didn't raise an arm. It didn't speak. It just stood in the closet, glowing eyes fixed on me like it was studying me. And then I did something that, to this day, makes no sense for me as a scared little kid. I slowly turned over in bed so my back was to the closet, facing the wall. Every part of me was screaming not to, but at the same time I had this weird, calm feeling that if I just ignored it, if I didn't acknowledge it, then it would leave me alone. Somehow I fell asleep. I still don't understand how, but I did. The next morning, the snow was still outside. My room looked totally normal, and the closet was just a closet again. The leaf that had been spinning in midair, gone. I looked on the windowsill, on the floor, in my bed, even inside the closet. Nothing. It was like it had never existed. Ever since that night, I cannot sleep with a closet door open. Doesn't matter where I am, my own place, a friend's house, a hotel, whatever. If there's a closet, that door is getting shut before I lie down. If I wake up in the middle of the night and realize a closet is open, my body goes straight into panic mode. Heart racing, skin cold, that same old dread flooding in, like I'm back in that bedroom again. And just to be clear, I wasn't a kid obsessed with horror. I hadn't been watching ghost movies or alien documentaries. I didn't listen to scary stories. There wasn't anything like that feeding my imagination at the time. That house scared me on its own. People sometimes ask if maybe I was just dreaming, but I know how hard it was for me to even fall asleep there. I was wide awake, uncomfortable, and restless before any of this happened. The memory feels like being awake, not like a dream that fades and blurs. Not long after we finally moved out of the house on Willow Street and onto base, my health did this dramatic turnaround. I stopped getting sick all the time. I felt lighter. The constant heaviness I'd felt there just lifted. My parents did end up divorcing later on, but I'm pretty sure that was its own separate mess, not a ghost's fault. I never saw anything like that figure again. No glowing eyes in closets, no spinning leaves, nothing. Just that one night. Sometimes I wonder what exactly it was. I mean, yeah, it was New Mexico. People always joke about aliens. But whatever that thing was, it didn't feel extraterrestrial to me. It felt old, ancient, like it belonged to some completely different time. I never got the sense it was trying to hurt me. It felt more like it was observing me, curious in a way that was still terrifying. There's one more piece of this that I always hesitate to mention, but I feel like it might matter. The year before we moved into that house, I had this friend, let's call her Kayla, who got really obsessed with trying to summon the devil using a mirror. She'd read about it somewhere and was always trying to get me to do it with her. I was freaked out and never participated. I wanted no part of that. I wouldn't even be in the room when she did it. I've always wondered, though, if she actually managed to stir something up. And if, even though I refused to join, maybe something noticed me anyway. Maybe it followed me. Or maybe the house on Willow Street already had its own resident, and all of that was just an awful coincidence. I don't know. What I do know is this. That night in my bedroom felt real. The way my chest locks up around open closets now feels real. I can still see that outline in the doorway of the closet, and those glowing yellow-green eyes, as clearly as if it's burned into the back of my mind. So yeah, that's my story. So, let me take you back a few winters ago. I was renting this old, slightly crooked cottage out on the Kintyre Peninsula in western Scotland. It sat on its own at the end of a single-track road, maybe 15 miles from the nearest town. The place had originally been built for estate workers, shepherds, and farmhands, a couple of generations back, and you could feel that history in the stone walls. It was beautiful, but it was isolated. On a windy night, you really knew you were alone. One night in early December, I went to bed as usual. I remember lying on my back, half asleep, watching my breath fog slightly in the cold room. And then, from somewhere above and to my right, I started to hear music. Not just any music. It was the bright, joyful sound of a brass band, clear as day. Trumpets, trombones, that sort of jaunty rhythm you'd expect from a parade or a school concert. Only this was close. Too close. It was as if they were marching somewhere just above my head, in the darkness. As I was trying to make sense of it, I suddenly felt the covers on my right side lift, as if someone were gently peeling them back. A cold draft slid in, and then an icy presence, like a halo of cold, drifted in toward my shoulder. Every instinct in me was screaming, "Move, get up, run." But I couldn't move at all. I was completely pinned. That's when the panic really hit. My heart was racing, my throat was dry, and it felt like my body just refused to respond. As that fear peaked, I became fully awake, wide awake, and that's when I saw it. In the far corner of the room, above a little chest of drawers, there was this egg-shaped form. Not solid, not like in a movie, more the color of mist, a sort of pale, cloudy oval, just hanging there, not doing anything dramatic, just present. I lay there staring at it, frozen, until at some point I must have just dropped off to sleep out of sheer exhaustion. The next night, though, I decided I wasn't going to lie there in terror waiting for it to happen again. So before I went to bed, I stood in that same bedroom, facing the corner where I'd seen the misty shape, and I actually spoke out loud. I said, "Listen, I don't mind if you're here. If you want to share the bed, I'll just take the other side. Just maybe don't scare me half to death this time, all right?" I felt ridiculous, talking to an empty corner, but I also felt strangely sincere, like I was talking to an actual person. That night, there was no icy halo, no covers lifting, no misty shape in the corner. But each time I was just about to fall asleep, I was jolted awake by loud noise from the attic above my head. Heavy, dragging sounds, like someone was pulling trunks or furniture across the floor up there. Long, scraping movements, then silence. Just as I'd start drifting off again, bang, more dragging. By morning, I was exhausted. The next day, my new neighbor dropped by to introduce herself. Her name was Moira, a cheerful woman in her 50s with that warm, practical Scottish manner. When she asked if she could bring her dog in, I said yes immediately. I was very curious how an animal might react in the house. Her dog was a young black Labrador, all wagging tail and enthusiasm. As soon as I opened the door, he bounded inside, gave me a quick sniff of approval, and then bolted straight down the hallway toward the bathroom, as if he already knew the layout. And then he just stopped. He froze in the bathroom doorway, stared up at the point where the wall met the ceiling, exactly where the attic space would be, and his whole body language changed. His tail dropped, he whimpered once, low and uncertain, and then he turned and ran straight back out the front door, pulling Moira with him. She laughed it off. I didn't. Lena listened quietly, and then said, very matter-of-factly, "Look, I think some ghosts are just people who died without fulfilling what their heart really wanted. They sort of hang around. You did the right thing talking to it, acknowledging it. That can make it easier for them to move on." That idea stayed with me more than I expected. I also asked the owner of the cottage, a woman named Margaret, if she knew of anyone who had died in the house. She frowned and said she honestly didn't know. People had come and gone over the years, and the history was a bit patchy. Nothing dramatic she was aware of, though. That night, I was heading to the bathroom in my dressing gown. The house was dark and quiet, just the wind outside and the faint creaks of old timber settling. As I stepped into the hallway and looked up toward that same patch of ceiling that had spooked the dog, the air there felt different, thicker, heavy almost, like the atmosphere had a weight to it in that one place. On impulse, without really planning to, I stopped, looked up, and spoke. I said, "Hey, you know, it's okay. You don't have to stay here. It's all right for you to leave now. You're allowed." The moment the words left my mouth, I felt something. It was like a fine sprinkling of energy fell gently over me, but not onto my skin, more onto the outline of me, just outside my physical body. Almost as if someone had traced me in a soft, tingling shimmer. It lasted only a second or two, but it was unmistakable. And then I suddenly felt very emotional. Not terrified, just moved. I found myself right on the verge of tears without really knowing why. From that night on, the house was different. The dragging sounds in the attic stopped. The oppressive feeling in that corner of the bedroom went away. I still had the occasional creak or groan that any old cottage has, but the presence, that sense of someone else being there, lifted. The place felt lighter, calmer, peaceful. Life settled back into its quiet rhythm. A couple of months later, I got a notice from the postal service that I had a recorded delivery parcel waiting at the office in town. So I drove into town on one of those rare, bright winter days, collected the envelope, a manila one with US postage on it, and wandered out into the street. There was a little sun trap on the corner by the post office, and I decided to stand there to open it. The envelope felt like it had documents inside, papers, nothing else. I was just slipping my thumb under the flap when, from my right, I heard it again. That same joyful, brassy music. This time, it wasn't in a dark bedroom. It was a real school brass band marching up the street in front of me. Kids in uniforms, cheeks puffed out, trumpets gleaming, drums keeping time. They were playing a lively tune, exactly the kind of thing I'd heard in the cottage that first night. The sound washed over me almost identically. I just stood there, envelope in hand, watching them pass, feeling this strange sense of déjà vu and completion, like two moments in time had neatly folded onto each other. When the band turned the corner and the music faded, I finally opened the envelope. Inside were divorce papers from a woman I'd married years before, a woman named Claire, whom I'd already been separated from for quite some time. The legal ending of a chapter that had, in my heart, ended long before. And standing there in that patch of winter sun, with the echo of the brass band still ringing in my ears, I had this quiet, unmistakable feeling. Something, someone, had finally been able to move on. And, in a way, so had I. So, let me just talk to you like I would a friend on the couch, okay? When I was around, I don't know, maybe 13 or 14, I went through this really strange period in my life. At the time, it just felt normal weird, like one of those things you just live with and don't question. Only now, looking back, I kind of wonder if there was something else going on. Back then, I was really struggling. I didn't have some big dramatic event happen, but my mental health was just bad, really bad. I was dealing with heavy depression, and there was self-harm in the mix. It went on for over a year, maybe closer to a year and a half. I didn't really talk about it, so I just sort of lived inside my own head a lot. And during that time, I kept smelling this smell. It would show up literally anywhere. At home, at school, walking in the grocery store with my mom, sitting on the bus, just out of nowhere. Then it would disappear a few seconds later. The best way I could describe it was this intense burnt vegetable smell. For me, it was like if you forgot a tray of Brussels sprouts in the oven for half an hour too long, until they're black and crispy and bitter. Sometimes it even reminded me of burnt cabbage or burnt coffee grounds mixed in. It was sharp and smoky, but not like a house on fire smell, just burnt sprouts. I remember one time I was sitting on the floor in the living room with my cousin Mia, and I wrinkled my nose and went, "Ugh, do you smell that? Someone totally cremated the Brussels sprouts." She just stared at me and was like, "What are you talking about?" There was nothing. No food cooking, no weird candle, nothing. She sniffed the air and just looked really confused. Meanwhile, for me, it was so strong I almost felt sick. It started happening so often, multiple times a day, that I began to think something in my nose was messed up, like rotting or infected or something. I even checked in the mirror a few times because I was convinced something was wrong up there. But the smell itself didn't smell like decay. It was specifically that burnt, bitter, charred Brussels sprout thing. This went on for close to a year, on and off. Around the same time, I started waking up in the middle of the night. Not just once in a while, but pretty much every night. And it was always around the same time, about 3 a.m. I'd roll over, check my cheap little digital clock, and it would say something like 3:01, or 3:13, or 3:30, or 3:33, always in that 3 o'clock zone. It got to the point where I would wake up and know before I even looked that it was going to be sometime around 3. I told myself it was probably because I was depressed and sleeping restlessly. You know, overthinking, scrolling on my phone too late, that kind of thing. So I just brushed it off. But it was eerily consistent. Now, I've always had really vivid dreams, even as a kid. And sometimes when I wake up suddenly from a dream, I'll see things in my room for a few seconds, like my brain hasn't fully switched over yet. There were a few times I woke up and saw animals that weren't there. Once I remember seeing a small deer standing next to my desk, just kind of looking at me. Another time I saw what looked like birds running up my wall like squirrels. They'd be there for a moment, and then my vision would clear and they'd vanish. The scariest one, though, was when I woke up and saw this marionette, like a puppet, with those thin, dangling limbs, just standing near the corner of my room. I blinked a few times, and it slowly faded away. I never screamed or anything. I had kind of trained myself to just shut my eyes and wait for it to pass. But then, there was her. I started having recurring dreams about a girl I had never seen before in my life. Dark hair, palish skin, eyes that felt way too aware, if that makes sense. I woke up shaking and crying, and I remember lying there in the dark, trying to convince myself it was just a dream. But she showed up again. In the next dream, she was wearing this strange gown that looked like it was made from straw or dried reeds, almost like something from a harvest ritual. She was standing in a field, not moving, just watching me. I couldn't get close to her, but I couldn't wake up either. It had that heavy, trapped feeling dreams sometimes have. The third time, she wasn't in my dream world anymore. She was at my window. In the dream, I was in my actual bedroom, everything exactly where it was in real life. I turned my head toward the window, and there she was, outside, staring in at me through the glass. Same face, same dark hair, straw-like gown. No banging, no screaming, just watching. I woke up from that one and refused to look at my window for a solid minute. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, heart pounding, telling myself, "Don't look, don't look, don't look." And yes, when I finally did look at the clock, of course, it was a little after 3 a.m. The last thing I remember from that period, and this is the one that makes me wonder if it was really just in my head, happened with my sister. We were sharing a room at the time, both asleep. And then, out of nowhere, we bolted upright at the exact same time, because we both heard someone scream in our ears. Not like a distant scream from outside. I mean right there, like someone was leaning over the bed between us and yelling. It was so loud and so close that my ears actually rang afterward. My sister and I just stared at each other, wide-eyed, like, "Did you hear that too?" And she nodded. Neither of us wanted to get out of bed to check anything. We just lay there, frozen, until we eventually forced ourselves back to sleep. None of these things, on their own, felt like proof of anything. At the time, I bundled everything up under, "I'm depressed, I have weird dreams, my brain is being dramatic." But talking about it years later with my roommate, Nora, all these little memories started piling up. The burnt Brussels sprout smell that no one else noticed. Waking up around 3 a.m. every single night. The girl in my dreams, with the straw dress and that unnerving, calm stare. The scream that both me and my sister heard at the same time. And now I catch myself wondering, was that just mental health stuff and an overactive imagination? Or was there something else hanging around me during that time? I don't really have a neat conclusion here. I'm not claiming I was definitely haunted or anything. I just know that when I put all the pieces together, it feels strange that I didn't question it more back then. Anyway, that's the story. If you've ever had anything similar happen, smells no one else can smell, the same time on the clock every night, recurring dreams of the same person, you're definitely not alone. So, let me take you back for a second. When I was a kid, my mom used to pile me and my little brother into this old blue station wagon and drive us out to my grandparents' place in rural Tennessee a couple times a month. It was about a 3.5-hour drive if traffic was kind, mostly highway. But the last stretch was all back roads, just fields, woods, and the occasional rusted mailbox leaning like it was tired. This one night, we'd left later than usual. I remember I'd fallen asleep against the window and woke up to the sound of rain, that soft but steady drumming on the roof. The wipers were doing that squeaky, complaining swipe across the windshield, and outside it was just black. No streetlights, no other cars, just our headlights cutting this narrow tunnel through the dark. We were on this long, empty stretch, Route 17, I think, when the car suddenly slowed. I felt my mom, Elena, ease off the gas, and I sat up to see what she was looking at. That's when I saw her. There was someone standing on the shoulder of the road, just barely within the beam of the headlights. Looked like a woman, barefoot, wearing this thin, almost old-fashioned white dress that stuck to her legs in the rain. Her head was tilted down, hair hanging forward so you couldn't see her face. And the thing that really got me, even as a kid, was how still she was. No shivering, no shifting her weight, just standing there in the rain like it didn't bother her at all. My mom slowed almost to a crawl. I remember her glancing at me, then back at the woman, clearly trying to decide what to do. Finally, she cracked her window just an inch, just enough for her voice to carry, and called out, "Ma'am, you okay?" The woman didn't answer, didn't even look up. For a second, I thought maybe she hadn't heard us. But then, very slowly, she lifted her arm and pointed straight down the road. That was it. No words, no eye contact, just that slow, deliberate gesture. My mom frowned, kind of muttered, "That's weird," under her breath, but she rolled the window back up and kept creeping forward, real cautious now. We went maybe another 100 feet, maybe a little more, and then her whole body jerked as she slammed the brakes. Right there in the glare of the headlights was this massive oak tree, completely down, sprawled across both lanes. Big branches everywhere, slick with rain. If we'd kept going at normal speed, there was no way we would have stopped in time. We would have hit it, no question. My heart was pounding, and I remember my mom's hands were shaking on the steering wheel. She just kept saying, "Oh my God, under her breath. After a few seconds, she put the car in park, took this deep breath, and said, "We need to thank her." So she turned around to look back, and there was no one there. The shoulder of the road was empty, no figure, no movement, just rain and darkness and the weird, hollow sound of it all. My mom backed the car up a little, trying to shine the headlights around. Nothing. She even rolled the window down again and called out, "Hello? Ma'am?" But there was no answer. No sound except the rain. What really sent a chill through me was when she pulled over and checked the mud and gravel on the side of the road. I watched her through the windshield, her hair getting soaked, scanning the ground with the little flashlight she kept in the glove compartment. There were no footprints, just tire tracks and rain. Eventually, she climbed back in, dripping wet, and just sat there for a moment, breathing hard. Then she put the car in reverse, turned us around as carefully as she could, and we took a completely different route to my grandparents' place. My mom told them what happened, about the woman, about the tree, about how close we'd come to plowing right into it. You could see my grandparents exchange this look, like they knew something but didn't want to say it in front of us kids. After we got settled in, my mom used their old landline to call the county sheriff's office and report the fallen tree, just so nobody else would come flying down that road and hit it. She talked to a deputy, Deputy Collins. I remember the name because she said it out loud. And after she explained where the tree was, there was this little pause on the line. Then he kind of sighed and said, real casual, but with this undertone, "Yeah, that's a bad stretch out there. You're not the first folks to see a woman on that road." My mom just went quiet. Later, after my brother was asleep, I asked her, "Do you think she was, a ghost?" She didn't answer right away. She just pulled the blanket up around my shoulders, brushed my hair back, and said, "I don't know what she was, but whoever or whatever she was, she helped us. That's enough for me." And even now, all these years later, I can still see her in my mind as clear as the night it happened. Barefoot, in the rain, dress clinging to her legs, standing perfectly still on the side of Route 17, just waiting for someone who needed to be warned. Hello everyone, it's me again, Mr. Paranormal M. It's finally time to sit down with the mic and tell some paranormal stories to help you sleep better. This is always my favorite moment of the whole day. I really love this job because I feel much closer to everyone. And of course, thank you for always listening and supporting me. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to receive the fastest notifications about the latest videos. And don't hesitate to send me your stories. Now put on your headphones and let's get started. Okay, so, as most people around me have figured out by now, I've had a lot of experiences with ghosts and the paranormal. This isn't a once-in-a-while thing for me. I have spirits that basically live alongside us and check in every day, the way neighbors do. The ones I see most often are my good friend Riley, his twin brother Logan, and my husband's little shadow, Maya. Those three are kind of my regulars. They drift in and out of rooms, hang around when we're talking, and sometimes they're closer than the living people in my life. They've been with us long enough that I worry about them the way I worry about family. There are a few others who stay mostly in the house. There's Eli, who usually hides behind my mother-in-law's favorite chair. I'll see him crouched there, playing jacks on the floor, completely absorbed in his game, like a kid who never grew out of it. Then there's an indigenous teen who spends a lot of time by my mother-in-law's bedroom window, pacing back and forth. He has this protective energy, like he's on guard duty, because there's another spirit outside that same window that constantly tries to get in. You can feel the tension sometimes, like a quiet standoff. And then we've got the non-ghosts, the other entities. Two of them stay with us pretty regularly, Zeke and Lena. Zeke is technically a succubus, and Lena is an incubus. Don't ask me why the labels don't line up with what people usually expect. Trust me, I've given up trying to make it make sense. I let them pick what I'd call them, and those are the names they chose. That's kind of the theme in my life. I meet very odd beings, and half the time, I just roll with it. We also get visitors who drop in from time to time, like my stepdad and my husband's grandmother. They don't hang around constantly, but they come through enough that I can tell when they're near. The room feels a little fuller, a little warmer. And then there are the animals. A couple of dogs, more cats than I can honestly count. And yes, even fish. The dog spirits are the easiest for me to recognize. The three that show up the most are my husband's dog Muffin, my girl Kaya, and one other that just kind of tags along with whoever has food. Muffin was a boxer beagle mix, and she was one of the sweetest dogs I've ever known. Just pure wiggly love with paws. Kaya was my baby. She was supposed to be a pit bull and Rottweiler St. Bernard mix, but she grew into this long-haired, wild-looking dog who didn't quite fit any of those breeds. My family is pretty convinced her dad was part coyote, or maybe even wolf. It would explain her build and her coloring, and the way she'd stare off into the woods like she remembered something we couldn't see. The cats? There are honestly too many to keep track of. My family has had cats for as long as I can remember, so there's kind of a revolving door of cat spirits. The one who stands out the most is my son's cat, Midnight. Yes, he named her. He called her Mimi when he was being sweet. She was pitch black with a tiny white streak on her chin, like she'd dipped her face in milk. Every so often she'll pop back in, and because my current dog is about the size of a large cat, we'll catch a glimpse of Midnight and think it's Pumpkin, our little dog, slipping around the corner. Then Pumpkin comes trotting in from the opposite direction, and we just look at each other like, okay, that was definitely the cat. Something a lot of psychics or mediums won't always say out loud is that we are constantly surrounded by spirits, ghosts, non-human entities, and even what I'd call demons, though not in the strict Christian sense. They're around us in everyday life, way more than most people realize. And here's another thing that ghost shows and dramatic stories usually leave out. Not all entities are evil. They're not all out to hurt you or ruin your life. Most of them are just trying to navigate whatever living their death looks like for them. They have routines, attachments, habits, just like we do. So if you ever move into a new place and feel a presence, or you're out somewhere and you sense a spirit nearby, Try not to jump straight to fear. For the most part, they're not there to harm you. They're just there, existing, curious, maybe a little confused, sometimes protective. If you can remember that not everything unseen is out to get you. It makes sharing this world, and whatever overlaps with it, a lot less terrifying and a lot more human. You know, every time we drive along the river near the Astoria-Megler Bridge, I can't help looking up toward that old fort on the Washington side. Fort Columbia. If you're heading out toward Long Beach, you actually pass right underneath it. Most people just keep going. But that place, it has its hooks in me. The fort's been there since the turn of the 1900s, built back when everyone was terrified of enemy ships sliding up the Columbia River. These days, it's a quiet little state park and historical site. Picnic tables, interpretive signs, the usual nothing to see here vibe. But there is so much more going on than the brochures let on. I went there for the first time years ago when my partner, back then he was just my boyfriend, Leo, and I came up to visit his family in Washington. He knew I was a history nerd, so he suggested we check the fort out. Honestly, he probably thought I'd just get excited about cannons and old brickwork. And I did. At first. See, I don't usually read up on haunted stories before I visit a place. I like to go in clean, if that makes sense. I want to feel it for myself before other people's experiences get in my head. So I had no idea what people said about Fort Columbia. I just knew it was old, and old places remember things. From the parade ground, you can see the bridge stretching across the water, and on a clear day, you can even make out the Astoria column way off in the distance. It's beautiful in that quiet, melancholy way. Like the whole place is permanently stuck between then and now. The first time we walked up toward the barracks, I felt it immediately. You know that feeling when you walk into a crowded room and everyone stops talking and looks at you? That's what it was like, except the barracks were empty. I hadn't even gone all the way inside yet. I was just standing there in the doorway, and suddenly I could feel men watching me. Dozens of them. Not hostile, just curious, a little wary. It wasn't just from the barracks either. Across the way, near what used to be the officers' quarters, I caught this distinct sense of a woman and at least 2 children. I never saw them clearly, but it felt like a mother trying to keep her kids still while they peeked out from behind her skirts to look at the strange visitor wandering around their fort. All of that, honestly, I could handle. I've felt spirits before. That kind of background hum is almost normal to me in old places. But the bunker? The artillery bunker is different. The minute we stepped down into it, the air changed. It felt heavier, like something was pressing against my chest. There were soldiers down there too, spirits moving around, doing their jobs, checking equipment that hasn't existed for decades. Most of them didn't care that we were there. They just brushed past like we were ghosts to them. And then there was the other thing. I call it the shadow because I still have no better name for it. It isn't just a dark shape in the corner. It's like the absence of light and sound and warmth all at once. Even when I couldn't see it fully, I could feel it. The way you can tell someone is staring at you from behind without hearing or seeing anything. On that first visit, I tried to ignore it, pretend it was my imagination. But that only works for so long. We were walking through the bunker, my hand trailing along the cold concrete wall. And every few steps I kept catching it out of the corner of my eye, always slightly off to my left. Always just far enough away that if I turned my head quickly, it would slip out of focus. The fear hit me hard. And I've dealt with dark things before. Entities that didn't feel human. Places that hold on to anger. But this was new. This was deeper. Older. Wrong in a way I still can't quite put into words. Eventually, I saw it more clearly. I've encountered things without faces before, but this one felt like it wanted me to know it was aware of me. Not curious, not indifferent, focused. I froze. My whole body went cold. Hands, feet, even my scalp. I remember thinking, oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad. That's when Leo moved. He didn't see what I saw, not fully, but he could tell something was wrong. He stepped in front of me, just instinctively, putting himself between me and that thing. For a few seconds, it was like the air thinned out around us, like the bunker itself was holding its breath. And then, just like that, it was gone. Or at least, it felt like it retreated. We left shortly after that. I didn't say much until we were back in the car, and even then I could tell Leo was watching me out of the corner of his eye, like he was waiting for me to say, "Just kidding, I'm fine." I wasn't fine. The weird thing is, I knew I'd go back, and I have. We've been to the fort several times since then. Every time we go, Leo, now my husband, stays close to me in the bunker, almost like it's become our unspoken rule. He'll crack a joke, take a picture of the view, act casual, but the second we head down into that concrete tunnel, his hand finds mine or settles on my back, steady and grounding. The soldiers are still there. The women and children are still there. The fort is still as beautiful and heartbroken as ever. And the shadow is still there too. Sometimes I forget about it until we're halfway down the steps, and then that familiar pressure settles back over my shoulders. I don't always see it, but I can feel when it's paying attention. It's like the temperature drops just a few degrees, and the sounds from outside get muffled. Like we've stepped out of the world and into someone else's memory. Since that first trip, I finally let myself listen to some of the stories people tell about Fort Columbia. Legends about soldiers who died there, families who lived on base, rumors about people sneaking in at night to mess with seances and Ouija boards and whatever else TikTok tells them is a good idea. Some of it might be true. Some of it is definitely exaggerated. But here's the part that bothers me. None of those stories explain this thing. Not the faceless shadow. Not the way its presence feels so out of place. Like it doesn't quite belong to the fort, but it's attached to it anyway. I've heard whispers that people come out there after dark, breaking into buildings, trying to stir things up for a scare. Maybe they woke something up they didn't understand. Maybe they opened a door and never really closed it. I don't know. What I do know is this. If I'm scared of it, and I work with this kind of energy more than most people, I can't imagine what that shadow feels like to someone who has abilities they don't even know they have. Someone who's sensitive but hasn't learned how to protect themselves yet. Someone who just thought they were going on a cute little historical day trip. I keep telling myself I need to go back with a clearer intention, not just to visit, but to really sit with it, to try to understand what it is, or at least what it wants, to see if it's something bound to that place, or something that wandered in looking for a foothold. Part of me is terrified, and part of me feels like the fort is asking me to, like it's tired of holding this thing alone. It's the night of April 26th, and I'm feeling miserable, with one of those annoying little colds that isn't bad enough to justify dramatic whining, but just bad enough to make you sneeze every 4 minutes. My husband, Daniel, is technically retired now, but he's still a champion insomniac, so to spare him my sniffling and coughing, I took myself downstairs to sleep on the couch and scroll on my phone for a while. At some point, I dozed off, phone in hand. When I blinked awake, I checked the time. 1:37 a.m. exactly. No reason. I just remember seeing the numbers and thinking, ugh, really? I decided I was up for a bit, so I opened the biography I'd been reading, one of those old Hollywood stories full of scandals and studio gossip, and started another chapter. I got completely sucked in. You know how it is when the rest of the house is quiet and the phone glow makes this little bubble of light around you? It was just me, the couch, and this dead movie star's bad decisions. And then, out of nowhere, it sounded like a tiny tornado exploded in the foyer. I mean that literally. 1 second, silence. The next, this whirring, churning rush of air, like someone had turned on an industrial fan inside a closet. It was loud. The weird part was, it made absolutely no sense. The weather outside was perfectly calm. No rain, no thunder. Just a still, ordinary night. And even if it had been storming, our front door and windows are old but solid. We don't get drafts like that. There was just no way for wind to be doing whatever that was. Our foyer is this small square space, maybe 8 by 8, right where everything meets. The stairs going up, a swinging door into the old butler's pantry and kitchen, and the big archway that opens into the living room where I was sitting. The tornado, or whatever it was, seemed to be stuck there at first, swirling in that little crossroads of the house. I sat up and looked. Nothing. No curtains moving. No papers flying. The usual mess on the foyer table. Mail, a scarf, a couple of receipts I keep meaning to throw away, was just sitting there behaving itself. Not even a flutter. That's when the spooked feeling kicked in. I put my phone down and just listened. The sound changed. The wind pushed through the oak swing door to the pantry with this heavy wham, as if someone had shoved the door open hard. Then it rushed through the pantry and into the kitchen, and I heard a sharp thwack against our old wooden kitchen table. It genuinely sounded like something invisible had body slammed it. I froze. Then it moved again, across to the far side of the kitchen, toward the east wall. There was another hit, this time against one of the upper cabinets, hard enough that I heard the dishes inside rattle from where I was in the living room. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't the house settling. It was forceful, deliberate sounding. And then came the part that really got under my skin. After the banging, there was this short series of clicks and pops. Not like the house creaking or pipes knocking, different. It was irregular too, like a pattern trying to form and almost making it, but not quite. The closest way I can describe it is that it felt like an attempt at speech. Not in any language, obviously, but there was something strangely intentional about it. Finally, I heard what sounded like heavy, slow footsteps. Thump, 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 crossing toward the back door. Then, silence. Just the ordinary quiet of our sleeping house. I tried, very bravely I might add, to be rational about it. Old house, weird acoustics. Maybe the furnace did something odd. Maybe a branch fell just right. My brain started grabbing for any explanation it could find. I picked up my phone and tried to go back to reading, but my eyes were just sliding over the words. My heart wouldn't settle. Finally, I thought, you know what? I don't have to be brave. I can just go upstairs. So I did. I crept up the stairs, half expecting to hear that strange wind start up again behind me. But the house was quiet. When I peeked into the bedroom, Daniel looked like he was actually asleep, for once. I figured if he'd heard anything, he would have been up pacing, or at least sitting in bed blinking at the ceiling. Since he seemed peaceful, I didn't say a word. I just slipped under the covers, tried not to cough in his direction, and eventually drifted off. Morning came, and with it, that maybe I dreamed it feeling. My cold had mostly cleared up, which helped me convince myself that I'd probably been a little feverish, a little fuzzy-headed, maybe half dreaming. It all sounded more dramatic in my memory than it had really been, right? That's what I told myself while I made coffee. Then Daniel shuffled into the kitchen, hair sticking up, and squinted at me. "What on earth was going on down here last night?" he asked. "You were stomping around the kitchen, banging cabinets. Did you have a full-blown snack attack or what?" I just stared at him, because I hadn't been in the kitchen. I hadn't even gotten off the couch until I came upstairs. And that's when my little, maybe I imagined it theory quietly packed its bags and left. All right, let me tell you a story I heard that still gives me chills when I think about it. So, do you believe in life after death? In spirits that kind of overlap with our world, like two TV channels playing at the same time. You can't always see the other one, but sometimes the signal crosses. This story came from a car battery shop owner in Pathum Thani, Thailand. And unlike most ghost stories that happen at 3 a.m. in the dark, this one took place in bright, normal, weekday morning sunlight. The shop owner's name is Noon. She runs a little battery shop with her husband, Art. Their place is one of those local shops where everyone in the area knows, yeah, you can just show up early, they'll already be awake. That day, around 7 a.m., the shutters weren't fully open yet, but Noon and Art were already moving things around, getting ready. As they're sweeping and setting up, a car slowly pulls up to the front. Noon recognizes it right away. Regular customer. Same stickers on the back window, same slight dent on the bumper. The driver, a middle-aged uncle type, gets out and walks over to Art. "Art, can you help me change the battery on another car at my house? This one's fine, but the other one won't start." They chat a bit, just normal talk. While they're talking, the back door of the car opens. Out steps this little girl, around 8 or 9, wearing bright yellow pajamas with big cartoon ducks all over them. Her hair is in slightly messy pigtails, and she's got that just woke up face. She walks straight past everyone and goes to play with Noon's golden retriever, Lucky, who's tied near the front of the shop. Lucky is usually picky about strangers, but with this girl, He's wagging his tail like crazy, licking her hands, rolling over for belly rubs. Noon looks at them and smiles. She calls out, "Nong kao mai len kung nai mai, dio ron na loop." "Sweetie, wanna come play inside? It'll get hot out here." The girl just smiles shyly and says, "Mai pen rai ka, nu yu trong ni dai." "It's okay, I can stay here." A few minutes later, the dad finishes talking to Art and says, "Okay, follow me to my house in like 10 minutes, all right? I'll go send my daughter to school first." He closes the door, and the little girl hops back into the car with him. The car pulls away like normal. So Noon sits on the back of their motorbike, holding a brand new battery on her lap, while Art drives. It's not far, about 5 minutes away. They ride into this older, gated community. Nothing fancy, just an older neighborhood where the security guard is half asleep. You know the type. The front gate is already open, no checking IDs or anything, so they just drive in. They find the house easily. 2-story place, white walls, bit faded but still clearly lived in. When they pull up, the gate is open. The lights inside are on. They can hear a TV running from the living room. From the kitchen, there's the sound of pans clinking and someone cooking. They even catch the smell of fried eggs and garlic. Classic Thai breakfast vibes. Everything feels completely normal. Lively, even. The customer walks out of the front door, same guy from earlier, and greets them like nothing strange has ever happened in his life. He leads them to a white sedan parked in the driveway and asks Art to replace the battery. While Art is working, Noon stands nearby, just making small talk with the owner, like locals do. She says, "Your daughter is really cute. Those duck pajamas are adorable." He pauses. "My daughter?" Noon nods. "Yeah, the girl who played with my dog this morning. She came out of your car." He frowns a bit and says, "I went to your shop alone." Now Noon is the one looking confused. "No, she was with you. Fair skin, around 8 or 9 years old, wearing yellow duck pajamas, long hair, pigtails." The man goes quiet for a moment. Then he calls his wife out from inside and asks Noon to tell her what she saw. The wife listens, and as Noon describes the girl's face and height, the woman suddenly starts tearing up. Then she just breaks down crying. Through her sobs, she says she had a miscarriage about 8 years ago. They always imagined that if the baby had lived, she'd be around that age by now. In Thai belief, Noon explains, when someone dies before their destined time, their spirit doesn't cross over right away. It stays in our world and continues to age year by year, like it's still living the life it was supposed to have. Only when it reaches the age it was meant to live can it finally move on. So in that moment, the mom is convinced. The girl Noon saw might have been the child she never got to meet. Now, Art hears all this but doesn't really believe it. He's more focused on the battery, tightening screws and checking the terminals. The dad, maybe trying to prove that there's a logical explanation, calls his actual daughter downstairs. "Luke, loma noi de mai?" "Sweetie, can you come down for a second?" A girl comes down the stairs, maybe 6 years old, darker skin from playing sports, short hair, wearing a school uniform. She looks nothing like the girl Noon saw. At this point, Noon is just confused. Did she imagine everything? Art finishes installing the battery. The owner tells them, "Wait here. I'll go inside and get the money." So they wait. 5 minutes pass. Then 10. Then 15. Noon starts feeling uneasy. The TV is still on. They can still hear faint sounds inside the house, but no one comes out. She and Art keep exchanging glances like, "What's taking so long?" And then Noon sees it. From where she's standing, she can see the bottom part of the staircase through the open door. Slowly, she notices a small pair of feet coming down each step. Bare feet. As the figure comes into view, she sees yellow duck pajamas. It's the same girl from the shop. The little girl steps into the doorway, looks straight at them, and cheerfully calls out, "Ow, young mới set igluk, huh?" "Oh, you haven't finished changing the battery yet?" Noon, stunned, manages to answer, "Riep roi lo ka, ra kun pa ongen mahai." "We're done already, just waiting for your dad to bring the money." The girl nods. "Dio nu bei bok pa hai na ka?" "I'll go tell my dad." Then she turns around and walks back inside. Noon and Art just stand there, frozen. Art suddenly says, very firmly, "Bye, glapran kan lui." "Let's go. We're going back to the shop." Noon starts to protest. "But the money." "Bye ton ni lui." Now. There's something in his voice that makes her listen. She climbs back onto the bike. As they pull out of the driveway, Noon, still confused, instinctively turns her head to look back. Art snaps, louder this time. "Ya han bei mong." Don't look back. But you know how it is. When someone tells you not to look, you want to look even more. So she does. And what she sees nearly makes her lose her grip on the battery. The lively neighborhood from earlier is gone. The house they were just at, the open gate, the warm lights, the sound of TV, the smell of breakfast, replaced by a locked, rusting gate, windows coated in thick dust, dead leaves piled up in corners, vines crawling up the walls of every house. The entire street looks like it's been abandoned for years. No lights, no sound, no people. Just an empty, forgotten street. They ride back to the shop in silence. As soon as they arrive, Noon calls one of her close friends who knows that area well. She asks, "Hey, what's going on with that old gated neighborhood near? We were just there." Her friend responds, "That place? That street's been empty for a long time already. No one lives there anymore. Why?" That night, Noon and Art talk about it over and over again. Art, being practical, says one thing though. Ghost or not, I'm not giving away a brand new battery. When they return to the entrance of the neighborhood, the main gate is now closed, and there's a big sign hanging there. Ham Khao. Do not enter. That sign definitely wasn't there in the morning. They look at each other. Art shrugs, the way Thai uncles do when they've already decided. He squeezes the motorbike through a side gap and drives in anyway. They ride slowly down the same street. In daylight, it's even clearer. The whole area is abandoned. Houses are dusty, gardens overgrown. No curtains, no movement, no signs of life. When they reach the same house, the gate is locked with a chain. The driveway is covered in weeds. There's no white sedan, no sound, no TV, just silence. Art climbs over the gate while Noon waits outside, peeking through the bars. A minute later, he calls out, "Noon, look over there." She stands on her tiptoes and sees it. Lying on the ground near where the car used to be, half buried in tall grass, is a battery box. In it is the same new battery she'd been holding earlier. Art swears he installed that battery into the white car that morning. But now, the car is gone, and the battery is back on the ground like it was never used. He grabs it, climbs back over, and they head home without saying much. Later, after asking around even more, they learn the full story. There used to be a family in that house. A mom, dad, and a young daughter. One morning, on the way to take their daughter to school, they were in a car accident. All three of them died. Not long after, neighbors started reporting strange things. Lights turning on by themselves. TV sounds at odd hours. The faint noise of people talking or cooking. Like the family was still there, living out their usual routine. One by one, the people living nearby got scared and moved away. Houses went up for sale. Eventually, that whole stretch of the neighborhood was abandoned. Somewhere in that timeline, whether before the accident or after, the father had brought a car to Noon and Art's shop to change a battery. And now, it's like he came back for another one. So was that customer in the morning really human? Was that little girl really the child that never got to be born? Were they somehow stuck in a loop, still doing everyday things like sending kids to school and changing car batteries? Noon told me, "I don't think they even know they're dead. It's like they're just continuing." And then she laughed a little and said, "Well, at least we know one thing. If even ghosts come back for a battery change, our shop service must be really good." I don't mean it in a heavy way, more like, do you ever feel that some people don't quite leave, even when their bodies do? That maybe they're just next door, in a place we can't see yet. My name's Noy, and I run a small car battery shop with my husband, Tung, out in Pathamtani. It's a simple place, metal shutters, the smell of rubber and engine oil, and a lazy brown Thai bang cow dog named Milo who thinks he owns the street. This happened a few years ago, and it still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. That morning, it was around 6:30 a.m. The shop wasn't officially open yet, but the locals know that if the front lights are on, they can knock. Tun was in the back making coffee, and I was sweeping the floor, half awake. A silver SUV pulled up in front of the shop. I recognized it right away. We'd seen that car plenty of times before, regular customer. The driver's door opened, and a man stepped out, neatly dressed, like he was on his way to work. He greeted me politely, and then walked over to Tun. He said he needed a new battery, not for this car, but for another one parked at his house. He asked if we could bring the battery over and change it there, because he needed to drop his daughter at school soon. While they were talking, the back door of the SUV opened. Out stepped this little girl, maybe around 9 or 10 years old, wearing light blue cartoon pajamas with big yellow ducks on them. Her hair was tied into two small pigtails. She didn't say anything, just walked straight past me to where Milo was dozing by the doorway. Milo is usually picky about strangers, but with her, he wagged his tail and rolled over like they were old friends. I smiled and said, "Nong, you can come play with him inside if you want. The floor's cleaner in here." She glanced at me, smiled a little, and said, "It's okay, I like it here," without even looking up from scratching Milo's neck. A few minutes later, the man turned to us and said, "All right, follow me to the house in about 10 minutes. I'll just take my daughter to school first." The girl stood up, gave Milo one last pat, and climbed back into the SUV. The man nodded at me, got in, and they drove off like everything was perfectly normal. Tun loaded a new battery into the box and tied it to the back of our motorbike. I climbed on behind him and held the battery steady on my lap. The ride to the customer's place was short, maybe 7 minutes at most. It was an old housing estate, the kind with fading signs and a security booth that looked more decorative than functional. The front gate was wide open. There was a guard inside the booth, but he didn't even look up when we passed. Just sat there, radio playing softly. We followed the directions the man had given us and stopped in front of his house. The lights inside were on. I could hear a TV playing some morning show. There were sounds from the kitchen, plates clinking, someone moving around, the faint smell of garlic being fried for breakfast. It felt like any other Thai family morning. The front door opened, and the same man stepped out, now without his car keys in hand. He greeted us again and led Tun toward a white sedan parked in the driveway. While Tun started swapping out the old battery, I stood closer to the doorway, chatting politely like we usually do with customers. I said, "Your daughter is so cute, by the way. She really likes dogs, huh?" He frowned a little. "My daughter?" "Yes," I said, a bit confused. "The girl in duck print pajamas who played with my dog at the shop just now." He stared at me for a moment, like he was trying to decide if I was joking. "I went to your shop alone," he said slowly. I laughed awkwardly. "No, really. She came out of your car. Light blue pajamas, yellow ducks, pigtails. Fair skin. She looked about 10. He went very still. "My daughter is 7, he said. "She has darker skin. She's in athletics. She's always out in the sun. And she wore her school uniform this morning." She came out, wiping her hands on a dishcloth, and he asked me to repeat what I'd seen. So I did. The car, the pajamas, the way she played with Milo. As I described the girl, fair skin, about 10, duck pajamas, I saw the wife's eyes start to fill with tears. Then she started crying. Not loud, just this deep, quiet kind of crying that makes your chest hurt when you hear it. She told me that about 10 years ago, she'd had a miscarriage. They had been expecting a daughter. In Thai belief, when someone dies before their destined time, their spirit doesn't move on right away. It stays in our world, growing older as the years pass, until it reaches the age it was meant to live. Only then can it finally leave. So to her, what I described sounded exactly like the daughter she never got to meet. Tun, of course, is the practical type. While all this was happening, he was still focused on the battery. I could tell from his face he didn't really believe any of it. The husband must have noticed, because he said, "Wait here. I'll call my daughter down so you can see for yourself." A moment later, a girl came down the stairs. She was wearing a school uniform, skin tanned from playing sports, hair in a messy ponytail. She smiled politely at us, but she looked nothing like the girl in the pajamas. Tun shot me a look like, "See? You must have been mistaken." I didn't argue. I wasn't sure what to think myself. After Tun finished changing the battery, the husband told us to wait while he went inside to get the money. So we waited by the bike. No big deal. Happens all the time. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Then 15. You know when a normal wait starts to feel wrong? Like time is stretching a bit too much? Tun and I looked at each other. He shrugged, but I could see he was getting uncomfortable too. The house was still, but the TV was no longer audible. I couldn't hear the kitchen sounds anymore. It was just quiet. Then, from inside the house, I heard the soft thump, thump, thump of small footsteps on wooden stairs. A pair of small feet appeared at the top of the staircase, and then she stepped into view. The same girl. Same light blue pajamas with yellow ducks, same pigtails, same calm face. She walked down the stairs like she'd done it every morning of her life. She slid open the front door and looked straight at us. "Oh, you haven't finished changing the battery yet?" she called out, sounding surprised. My heart dropped into my stomach. "The battery's done already," I managed to say. "We're just waiting for your dad to bring the money." She tilted her head, as if thinking, then said, "I'll tell him," and turned around, walking back into the house. The door closed behind her. I just stood there, frozen. Tun inhaled sharply and said, very quietly, but firmly, "Noi, let's go." I blinked at him. "What about the money?" "We'll figure it out later," he said. Then more urgently, "Now, Noi." There was something in his voice that made me obey without another word. I climbed onto the bike, and he started the engine. As we rolled away, curiosity clawed at me. I wanted just one more look, just to see the house, the windows, anything to prove that what I'd seen was real. I turned my head. "Noi, don't look back," Tun snapped. But of course I did. And what I saw still makes my hands shake when I talk about it. The lively street we'd driven into less than an hour ago. Warm lights, faint TV sounds, the smell of cooking was gone. Every house on that stretch looked abandoned. Windows dark, paint peeling, balconies choked with vines, dry brown leaves piled up along the sides of the road. You know how dust looks when it's been collecting for years? Like a dull gray film over everything? It was like that. The house we had just been standing in front of looked empty. Like no one had lived there in a very long time. I whipped my head back around and grabbed onto Tun more tightly. Neither of us said a word the whole ride back. She went quiet for a second, then said, "Noi, that street's been empty for a while now. No one lives there. Didn't you know?" I didn't sleep well that night. Now, you'd think the story ends there, right? But my husband, practical, stubborn Tone, was not about to give away a brand new battery for free. Ghosts or no ghosts. Around 11 a.m., when the sun was higher and the world felt normal again, he said, "Let's go get the battery. I want to see that place one more time. Properly." Honestly, I didn't want to go, but I also didn't want him to go alone, so we rode back. This time, When we reached the entrance of the housing estate, the front gate was closed. There was a big, newly painted sign hanging there. "Do not enter." I swear to you, that sign was not there earlier that morning. The guard from before was nowhere to be seen. Tone stared at the gate for a moment, then looked at me. I could tell what he was thinking. I sighed and said, "Just be quick." He pushed the gate open enough for the bike to slip through, and we rode back to the same street. In the late morning sun, there was no way to pretend anymore. The whole place was clearly abandoned. Empty houses, overgrown yards, rusted gates. No sounds, no movement. Just the buzz of insects. When we got to the house, the gate was locked with a heavy chain. The yard inside was wild with weeds and tall grass. The windows were dusty and dark. No lights, no TV, no smell of breakfast, just silence. Tone climbed over the gate while I stayed outside, gripping the bars. He disappeared around the side of the house for a moment. Then I heard him call my name. I stood on my toes, peeking over the gate. There, in the middle of the overgrown grass near the driveway, was our battery box, half buried in green. The flaps were still open. The new battery was back inside, like someone had carefully placed it there. The white sedan we'd worked on earlier, completely gone. Not even tire marks. "But you installed it already," I said, my voice shaking. "I did," Tone replied. "I tightened it myself." He didn't waste another second. He grabbed the battery, hoisted it up, climbed back over the gate, and we left that place without looking back. Later, after asking around more carefully, we heard the rest of the story. There had been a family living in that house years ago, a father, mother, and a little girl. One morning, while driving their daughter to school, they got into a serious accident. None of them survived. Not long after the funeral, neighbors started noticing strange things. Lights turning on in the house at night, the TV flickering, the sound of people talking, of cutlery clinking, of a child laughing. Curtains moving when no one lived there anymore. Some neighbors tried to ignore it, others couldn't. One by one, people on that stretch of road put their houses up for sale. Eventually, the whole area became known as a place people avoided. I had heard rumors, but I never connected them to that particular house. Until that day. So, was the man who came to our shop that morning really alive? Was the girl in the duck pajamas just my imagination? I don't have a clear answer for you. But I remember how Milo's tail wagged when she played with him. I remember the weight of the battery on my legs as we rode into that estate. I remember the smell of garlic from their kitchen, and the way the wife cried when I described the girl I saw. And I remember that when I looked back at that street, it was nothing but dust, dead leaves, and empty houses. I'll tell you this, though. Ever since that day, when I open the shop in the early morning and I hear little footsteps, or feel like someone small is standing just out of sight by the doorway, I always look down first. Just in case there's a girl in blue duck pajamas, waiting to play with Milo again. You know, every time I tell this story, I still get goosebumps. I heard it from a senior of mine back in college. Let's call her Mai. She used to work as a babysitter in Bangkok during the Asian financial crisis, around 1998. Her family's small garment shop had gone under almost overnight, so she was desperate for any job she could find. That's how she ended up working for this well-off Malaysian family, living in a quiet seaside neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. Just 3 of them in the house: the mom, the dad, and their little girl, a 3-year-old named Aaliyah. Aaliyah, from the first day, was this tiny, clingy kid, super attached to her mom, always jumpy at small sounds, scared of strangers. But the house itself, honestly, Mai said it felt normal, calm even. 2 floors, lots of windows, a view of the water. She'd go in the morning, play with Aaliyah, feed her, clean up a bit, then clock out around 5 in the afternoon. Routine, quiet, nothing strange. For about a month. One day, the mom told Mai, "I'll be home late today. Can you stay a bit longer?" Extra pay, of course. And since Mai needed the money, she said yes right away. That evening, as the sun was going down, Aaliyah started getting really cranky. Whiny, clingy, just not herself. Mai assumes she was hungry or sleepy, so she went to the kitchen to warm some milk. She's there stirring the pot, half tired, half zoning out, when suddenly, Aaliyah screams. Like, full-on terrified scream. Mai drops everything and runs back to the living room. And Aaliyah is gone. Now, imagine that. You're responsible for someone else's child, and she disappears in the span of a minute. Mai said her heart just dropped, but she tried to stay logical. Aaliyah's only 3. She can't have gone far. So Mai starts searching the ground floor, calling her name, checking under tables, in the bathroom, everywhere. And then she hears it. Soft giggling from upstairs. She said it was that kind of giggle that kids do when they're playing with someone they really like. Except there was no one else in the house. Mai runs up the stairs, follows the sound, and it leads her to the master bedroom. The door is slightly open. She pushes it gently, and there, on the bed, is Aaliyah, sitting cross-legged, laughing, and poking at a doll. Mai feels this wave of relief. She's just glad the kid is okay. But as she walks closer, something about the doll hits her as wrong. It's about the size of a Barbie, but it doesn't look like any doll you'd see in a toy store. The skin looks too real. The hair is long and dark, like actual human hair. And then she notices the doll has fingernails and toenails. Not painted on plastic ones, actual little nails protruding out of its tiny fingers and toes. And when the light hits its face, she sees sharp, tiny fangs in its mouth. Mai told me, the moment I saw that thing, my stomach turned. It didn't feel like a toy. It felt like something that was watching. But at that moment, the doll was the least of her worries. She just wanted Aaliyah away from it. So she reaches out to pick Aaliyah up, and the kid suddenly screams. Blood starts dripping from one of Aaliyah's fingers. She's wailing now, holding her hand, and Mai is panicking, trying to see where the cut is, trying to calm her down. To make things worse, the house phone rings. It's the mom. She hears Aaliyah crying in the background and immediately asks, "What happened? What's wrong?" Mai, still in shock, can only say, "She's bleeding. Her finger is bleeding." The parents rush home soon after. Mai explains everything that happened and hands the doll over to the mom, thinking maybe it belongs to them. She goes pale, then furious. She turns to her husband and starts yelling at him. He snaps back, and suddenly they're both shouting at each other in a mix of Malay and Indonesian that Mai can't fully follow. She can tell one thing, though. Whatever that doll is, the mom did not want it near her daughter. Later, Mai would realize that night was when the hauntings really began. After that, the atmosphere in the house changed. Mai said she never felt alone, even when it was just her and Aaliyah. She'd be playing with the kid on the floor and feel this pressure, like someone was standing behind her, watching. Sometimes, out of the corner of her eye, she'd see a tall, shadowy figure at the end of the hallway. But when she turned to look directly, nothing was there. In the kitchen, while washing dishes, she'd hear faint whispers, soft, rhythmic, like someone reciting prayers in a language she didn't understand. There were no phones on, no radio, no TV. Just her and a 3-year-old. But the voices kept coming and going. This went on for months. By the 5th or 6th month, Mai had had enough. She needed the money, but she was worn down, exhausted from being scared all the time. She finally opened up to a close friend about it and told her, "I'm going to quit. I can't do this anymore." Her friend, trying to be supportive, said, "Okay, let me come over once. I'll keep you company, then you decide." A few days later, on a day when both parents were supposed to be out, Mai's friend came by. Mai opened the gate and greeted her, all relieved to finally have someone there with her. The first thing her friend says is, "Oh, I thought you said no one was home." Mai frowns. "Yeah, they're not. Just me and Aaliyah." Her friend looks up at the house, confused, and asks, "Then, who's that woman on the 2nd floor?" "The one with long hair, standing near the window." Mai turns around immediately. The window is empty. She tells her friend to stop joking. It's not funny. Then she pulls her inside the house. As soon as her friend steps in, she covers her nose and winces. "What's that smell? It's like something dead." Mai smells nothing. To her, the house is just the same as always. No weird odor, nothing. She laughs it off nervously and says, "Seriously, I don't smell anything. Come sit in the living room. I'll get you something to snack on." So Mai goes to the kitchen for a few minutes, and then she hears a scream. Not from Aaliyah, from her friend. She drops what she's doing and runs to the living room, just in time to see her friend bolting straight out the front door and through the gate, like she's running for her life. Mai chases after her, shouting, "What happened? What's wrong?" Her friend, shaking and out of breath, yells into the phone when Mai calls her. "That woman I saw upstairs, she came down. She was naked, and she tried to stab me." Mai thinks she's lost it. "What are you talking about? I told you, no one is here." Her friend insists, voice cracking, "I'm not making this up. She ran at me, Mai. Hair down to her waist, eyes wide, like she wanted to kill me. After that, Mai said, it stopped being just weird or uncomfortable. It became terrifying. But still, she kept quiet. Who could she tell? Who would believe her? She tried to keep going, pretending everything was normal, until the incident that finally made her walk away. It was an ordinary afternoon. The mom was out, and Mai was doing her usual babysitting with Aaliyah. The dad, who was usually more like a ghost than any actual spirit, always working, barely talking to his daughter, was home that day. But that day, out of nowhere, he picks up Aaliyah and carries her upstairs. Mai finds it strange, but she doesn't say anything. She's in the living room tidying up when suddenly she hears Aaliyah scream again. This time, it's different. Louder. More desperate. Mai runs upstairs and finds Aaliyah standing there, both hands covered in blood. Not just one little cut on a finger, both hands, palms and fingers, bleeding. Drops of blood on the floorboards. The dad is standing a few steps away, just staring at his daughter. Not rushing to help, not comforting her, just watching. Mai rushes in, grabs Aaliyah, and tries to stop the bleeding. She's shaking, trying to figure out what happened, what cut her this badly. She calls the mom immediately. When the mom gets home, she and the dad go into their room to talk, and Mai overhears bits of it. The dad says it was an accident, that Aaliyah was playing with a knife and hurt herself. The mom doesn't buy it. You can hear it in her voice, the disbelief, the anger. They start arguing again, and Mai realizes something. Whatever is wrong in this house, it's not just the haunted part. It's the people. That night, she tells the mom she wants to quit. The mom breaks down crying. She begs Mai to listen to her first, says she needs to tell someone what's really going on, because she can't talk to anyone else. The family has a reputation. Her husband is a respected businessman, and no one would understand. So, she confides in Mai. She tells her that her husband is deeply involved in black magic and witchcraft. Not just a bit superstitious, full-on rituals, amulets, offerings. And that strange doll Mai saw? It's called a jenglot. The mom explains that people believe a jenglot has a spirit or ghost bound to it. It's treated like a charm or an amulet, supposedly bringing power, protection, or success. But it doesn't come for free. To take care of a jenglot, you have to feed it blood. And the bigger your wish, the bigger the sacrifice. Her husband, she says, believes that the purer the blood, the more powerful the result. Children's blood, especially from his own child, he sees as the ultimate offering for his business deals and ambitions. Mai feels sick hearing this. Suddenly, so many things click into place. Aaliyah's constant fear. The way she only truly relaxed around her mom. The random injuries, always brushed off as accidents. Her friends seeing the woman with long hair, reeking of decay, charging at her. The whispers. The shadows. The mom says she found out about the jenglot and the rituals long ago, but she's trapped by culture, by family pressure, by fear of what her husband might do if she exposed him. She stays for her daughter, hoping she can protect her at least a little. Mai listens, heart pounding, hands cold, and that's when she makes her decision. She hugs the mom, apologizes, and tells her she really, truly cannot stay any longer. The spirits, the blood, the lies. It's It's too much. She says goodbye to Aaliyah, who clings to her one last time, confused but strangely quiet. Mai walks out of that house and never goes back. When she finished telling me this story, she went silent for a while. Then she said, "I still think about that little girl. I wonder if she's okay. I wonder if she ever got away from all that." And honestly, same. Because at the end of the day, all the ghosts and creepy dolls and black magic aside, the scariest part of this story isn't the Jeng lot. It's a father who could hurt his own child and call it sacrifice. She was only 3. Some people should never be allowed to have that kind of power over a helpless kid. You know, it's funny. When people ask me about the worst place I ever pulled a shift, they expect a war story. Explosions, firefights, something like that. But the place that really stuck to me, got inside my head, was quiet. We called it Post 9. It was way up north, farther than any map made it feel. Just a little listening station buried in snow and bad decisions. Nothing around us but wind, drifts, and this kind of silence that didn't feel empty. It felt heavy, like it pressed against your skin. Nights there didn't really end. The sky just went from black to a slightly different black. The fluorescent lights in the barracks buzzed non-stop, one long, nervous note, and the walls always felt damp and cold, like they were sweating from the inside. My bunk was against the far wall, right under a cracked strip of paint. I remember that detail for some reason, that crack. I used to stare at it when I couldn't sleep. Anyway, one night, the wall above my head starts making this sound. At first I think, pipes. Old bass, shoddy repairs. Everything rattles when the wind decides to howl. Maybe mice, maybe the woods settling in the cold. You can explain away anything at the start, you know? But this wasn't just creaking or tapping. It was shaping itself into something. Into my name. I'm lying there, eyes closed, almost asleep, and I hear it, right over my head, this breathy little murmur, pulling my name out of the plaster. I froze. I remember feeling my heartbeat in my teeth. I waited, holding my breath so I didn't make a sound, but it didn't come again. Just the buzz of the light and the wind outside. Next night, though, it comes back. Clearer. Closer. This time it doesn't just say my name. After it whispers that, it says, "Open it." I sit up so fast I almost fall out of the bunk. I can see my breath in the air, like steam from a kettle. Everything is quiet, but that kind of quiet that feels like someone's listening. So I whisper back, because of course I do. I say, "Who's there?" Nothing. Just the light flickering a little, doing that nervous blink it used to do when the generator was thinking about quitting. And then I hear, "I'm inside." So soft I almost think I imagined it. But I didn't. I knew I didn't. It had weight. You ever notice that? Some sounds have weight. They push the air a little different, like you can feel them on your ear, not just hear them. I told myself it was isolation. Too Too many nights without real sleep. You start to hear patterns in the static, voices in the fans. That's normal, right? But I pressed my palm flat against the wall above my head, and I swear to you, there was something behind it. Not moving much, just breathing. By the third night, I'd talked myself into and out of believing it maybe 100 times. I told myself I wouldn't do anything stupid. I'd ignore it, put in earplugs, pray the generator would die so the whole place would go dark and force everyone to move. But that whisper kept coming. Little things. My name. Open it. Sometimes just this slow, drawn-out breathing, like someone on the other side was trying not to cough. So that night, I snapped. I waited until my bunkmate, Malik, solid guy, never asked too many questions, was out on watch. Base was dead quiet, just me, the humming light, and the sound in the wall. I grabbed my multi-tool, little thing with a short blade, and I started cutting into the paneling above my bed. I made this narrow opening and reached my hand in. It was colder inside the wall than it was in the room. Still air, dry, completely empty. No pipes, no nest, no hidden crawl space. Just hollow space between boards. I remember feeling this mix of relief and embarrassment, I guess. Like I'd just proved to myself how badly I'd been spooked. And then, from behind me, right by the door, a voice said, "Too late. I'm not inside anymore." I went cold all over, not just scared, emptied out. I turned around so fast I banged my shoulder on the bunk. No one was there. The barracks were empty. Every bed in perfect military order, lockers shut. The light flickered once, then again, then steadied like nothing had happened. I dropped the multi-tool. My hands were shaking so hard I couldn't even pick it back up. And then, right beside my ear, as close as if someone was leaning over my shoulder, I heard a whisper. Same words as before, same tone. But this time, it was my voice. Go back to sleep. I don't remember lying down. I don't remember closing my eyes. It's like that part got cut out of the film. When I woke up, everything was normal. The wall above my bunk, perfect, not a scratch, no cut, no crack bigger than the one I'd stared at 1,000 nights before. My multi-tool was gone, but my hands were raw. Little cuts across my palms and fingers like I'd been digging through something sharp. Dried blood under my nails. Malik came in from his shift, walked past my bunk and just stopped. Looked at me. His face was pale in that washed-out light, and his eyes had this far-away, hollow look, like he'd seen something he was still trying to pretend he hadn't. He didn't ask what happened. He didn't need to. Because in that moment, just from the way he looked at me, I knew. He'd heard it too. Maybe not my voice, maybe not from my wall, but something had spoken to him as well. After that, the whisper stopped calling my name. It didn't tell me to open anything. It didn't breathe in the wall above my head. In some ways, that was worse. Because instead of hearing it, I started feeling it. You know when you're falling asleep and your body jerks because your brain thinks you tripped? It was like that, but inside. Every time I breathed in, there was this drag. Like something was adjusting itself under my ribs, making room. When I closed my eyes, I could feel a stare. Not from the corner of the room or from the doorway, but from right behind my own face. like something had climbed out of that wall and just stepped into me. And then, a few weeks later, a new kid got assigned to our barracks. Fresh uniform, boots still too stiff. That hopeful look in his eyes you only see on the first week. He took the bunk 2 down from mine. Didn't complain about the cold. Said the silence was peaceful. Yeah. First or second night, I'm lying there, pretending to be asleep, and I hear him whispering to the wall by his bed. Just a soft, uncertain, almost embarrassed whisper. "Hey, you there?" And from the way the air shifted, from the way he stopped breathing for a second, I knew it had answered. I never heard what it said to him. Didn't need to. See, I think that's how it works, how it spreads. One by one. It talks to you long enough that you open something. Wall, door, yourself. Doesn't really matter. It gets in. And once it's in, it uses you to reach the next guy. And the next. And the next. Post 9 stopped feeling like a place to me after that. It felt like a mouth. A big, quiet mouth, buried in the snow, just waiting for the next man to lie down and put his head near the wall. Every person who sleeps there for long enough, we all end up speaking for it, one way or another. If you hear a voice in the wall calling you, don't listen. If it asks you to answer, don't. And whatever you do, don't cut into the wall. So, hey, I've never really told this whole story out loud like this before. I shared bits of it with my Aunt Rosa and my cousin Mia a long time ago. But lately it's been on my mind, and I kind of feel like maybe it's time to actually talk about it. This happened when I was about 14 years old. I was walking home from my friend Lena's house. She lived maybe 1.5 miles away from me, on the outskirts of our little town. Not quite full countryside, but still pretty quiet. I'd walked that route a bunch of times, even at night. Nothing weird ever happened. It was the kind of area where you know every bump in the road, every fence post, every porch light. That night, it was late, around 12:30 a.m. or so. I had one earbud in, music playing low, just kind of zoned out and walking like I usually did. And then, out of nowhere, this awful feeling hit me. It was like my body realized something was wrong before my brain did. My chest tightened, my skin went cold, and I suddenly felt like I wasn't alone anymore. Not in a, maybe someone's around way, but in a, something is watching you way. My feet actually stopped moving on their own. I pulled my earbud out and just stood there on the side of the road, listening. It was so quiet. No cars, no dogs barking, just my own breathing. I looked out to the side of the road, over this stretch of empty field that I'd passed 100 times. And that's when I saw it. There was this shape, a shadow figure standing out in the field. Not near a tree, not by a fence, just there, by itself. When I noticed it, it was already facing my direction, like it had been watching me the entire time. When its head turned a little, like it was really locking eyes with me, my whole body went numb. It was tall and dark and wrong. That's the only way I can explain it. Almost like those internet stories about Slender Man, but not exactly. It didn't have a clear face. It was more like a human-shaped hole cut out of the world. Like all the light around it just disappeared. I don't know how long I stared at it, but at some point it tilted its head, just a tiny bit, and then it started running straight at me. I have never felt fear like that in my life. Every instinct in me just screamed, "Run." So I did. I turned and ran as fast as I could, full sprint down that road. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, louder than my own footsteps. I didn't dare look back, not even once. I was convinced that if I looked, it would be right behind me. By the time I reached my house, I was completely out of breath. Shaking so badly, my hands could barely get the key in the door. I slammed it behind me, locked everything, and just stood there in the hallway, trying not to cry. That night, I couldn't sleep. At all. I turned on my bedroom light, then my lamp, then even the little fairy lights I had on my wall. Like layers of safety that didn't really do anything. I sat on my bed with my back against the wall, knees up, just waiting for the sun to come up. At some point, though, my body must have given in, because I did fall asleep. And that's when the dream started. In the dream, everything felt normal at first. I was hanging out in the park with some friends from school, just talking and messing around. Then these two kids, a boy and a girl, maybe 8 or 9, walked up to us. They looked a little shy, and the boy said, "Can you help us? Our grandma fell, and we can't lift her." We went inside, and everything felt heavy. The air, the silence, all of it. The kids walked me into a living room where this figure was sitting in a chair facing away from us. I assumed that was their grandma. I said, "Hi, are you okay?" and took a step forward. The two kids moved to either side of me. When I glanced at them, they were smiling in this way that didn't match their eyes at all. Then their grandma started to move. She stood up slowly, her back still to me, and as she turned around, she wasn't a grandma at all. She was that same shadow figure from the field. Same height, same emptiness, same feeling like the world around her was being swallowed. I remember this horrible wave of recognition hitting me. Oh my God, it followed me. I turned and ran. The house suddenly felt like a maze, hallways stretching too long, doors that didn't lead anywhere. I was sprinting, heart racing, and somewhere in the middle of that panic I thought, wait, this is a dream. I just have to wake up. And I did. I snapped awake in my bed. Except, I couldn't move. I was on my back, eyes wide open, staring at my ceiling, and my whole body was frozen. I tried to lift my arm. Nothing. I tried to turn my head. Nothing. Then I realized I couldn't breathe properly either. It felt like something heavy was sitting on my chest, pressing down, squeezing the air out of me. Like hands around my throat that I couldn't see. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. It was pure terror. My lungs were burning, my mind was panicking, and I kept thinking, this is it. This is how I die. Then, Just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. I could move again, but the second I caught my breath, I was back in the dream, still running through that house. This happened twice. Wake up, can't move, can't breathe, something choking me. Then snap back into the dream. By the third time, when I finally woke up for real, I sat straight up in bed, gasping, sobbing, clutching my chest. My throat hurt like I'd been crying or screaming for hours. With my asthma on top of it, it felt so real, I honestly wasn't sure if I had actually been choking. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and texted my cousin Mia, even though it was the middle of the night. I just poured everything out in these long, panicky messages. The shadow in the field, the dream, the choking, all of it. She stayed up with me, messaging back and trying to calm me down. She even tried looking things up online, sleep paralysis, shadow people, whatever she could find. Back then, there wasn't as much info around, and nothing she found made me feel much better. But it helped just knowing someone was there with me. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But a few days later, little things started happening around the house. One night, I had a couple of friends over. We were watching a horror movie in my room, which is kind of ironic now. The lights were off, just the TV lighting up the room. We were all squished onto my bed under a blanket. Out of nowhere, my curtains started moving. Not like a little flutter either. They began swinging, like someone had grabbed them and yanked them side to side. I felt that same cold fear in my chest, the feeling of being watched. My friends noticed it too. One of them laughed nervously and said, "You probably left the window open." So I got up to check, hoping that was it, because that would have been simple, right? But the window was closed. Completely. Locked. I remember turning back to them and seeing all their faces change when they realized it wasn't just a draft. The joking stopped. The room got really quiet, except for the movie. Then, as we were all just staring at each other, something else happened. Suddenly, one of the letters, the O from home, dropped to the floor. Just that one. No others moved. We all jumped. A few seconds later, another letter fell. The M from the same word. It was like something was picking them off on purpose. My friends completely lost it at that point. They grabbed their stuff and were like, "Yeah, no, we're going home, right now." So they left, and I was just alone with whatever this was. After that, things get fuzzy. I honestly don't remember a lot from that time in my life. It's like my brain kind of blurred that whole period out. I know I went through a really rough patch, mentally and physically. I was exhausted all the time, anxious, dealing with a lot of heavy stuff I didn't fully understand back then. Sometimes I wonder if that thing, whatever it was, fed off of that. Off the fear, the stress, the sadness. It's a strange thought, but it's hard not to connect the two when I look back. I'd love to say it's definitely gone now, that I did something and it disappeared and everything's fine. But the truth is, I don't know. Most days, my life is normal. I sleep, I work, I laugh. I go about my day like everyone else. But every once in a while, especially when I'm alone at night, or I walk past an empty field, I'll get this tiny prickle on the back of my neck. That familiar feeling of being watched. Not always, just sometimes. And I still have never walked down that same road at night again. So yeah, that's my story. I don't know exactly what I saw, or what followed me into my dreams, or what knocked those letters off my wall. Maybe it was all in my head. A mix of fear and sleep paralysis and a rough time in my life. Maybe it was something else. All I know is it felt real. And a part of me still feels like, somewhere just out of sight, it's still there. So, this happened back in August of 2023, just outside a small town in rural Pennsylvania. My mom has these friends, a couple named Mark and Elisa, and they asked if I could house sit for them while they took a trip up to Vermont. I was 24 then, and honestly, a quiet week in a big old house sounded kind of perfect. Free place to stay, some alone time, 2 cats to hang out with. Easy, yes. Their place was one of those older homes that somehow feels bigger on the inside than it looks from the street. You know the kind I mean. Narrow hallways, creaky wooden stairs, and more tiny doors and weird little closets than any house really needs. It had this faint smell of old books and laundry detergent, which was actually kind of comforting at first. The first few days were totally normal. I fed the cats, watered the plants, went to work during the day, and at night, I'd curl up on the couch and just binge Netflix or fall down YouTube rabbit holes. The cats, Milo and Pepper, followed me around like little shadows, then disappeared to sleep in the master bedroom once they got bored of me. On the 4th night, I was up late in the living room, on my laptop. It was quiet, just that low hum old houses have. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Upstairs. Not just random creaking, like actual footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Crossing from one side of the upstairs hallway to the other. My first thought was, okay, one of the cats definitely got shut in a room. The house isn't huge, so that seemed logical. I paused my show, went upstairs, and pushed open the master bedroom door. Both cats were there, curled up at the foot of the bed, dead asleep. I stood there for a second, trying to listen for anything else, but it was just silence. I told myself, old house, wood settles, it's fine. But the thing is, it really hadn't sounded like that random, uneven creaking. It genuinely sounded like someone walking. The next night was worse. I'd gone to bed around midnight, and sometime later, I checked the time afterward and it was around 3:20 a.m. I woke up to the sound of something dragging across the floor above me. It was that unmistakable sound of a chair being scraped across hardwood. Slow. Then a pause. Then another scrape. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was anything but what it sounded like. After a minute, I grabbed my phone and texted Mark and Elisa. Hey, random question. Does anyone else have a key to the house? Or do you have a neighbor who comes by sometimes? They replied pretty quickly for being on vacation. Nope, just you. Why? Everything okay? I told them I thought I heard something upstairs, but probably was just being paranoid. They sent back something like, "Old house, lots of noises. Don't worry," which helped a little, but not that much. Then came the night before they were supposed to come home. I was in bed, scrolling on my phone with the light off, just the screen glowing in the dark. The TV downstairs was on really low. I do that sometimes so the house doesn't feel so quiet. That's when I heard whispering. Not the TV, not the cats, not a podcast accidentally playing. Whispering. It was coming from the hallway, just outside my door. At first, I froze because my brain was trying to file it under TV noise. But the TV was below me, and way too quiet for that. This was close. It sounded like two people standing just outside my room, talking softly. There were two voices. One sounded male, a little deeper and rougher. The other sounded female, softer, higher. They weren't arguing or anything. It was more like the low murmur of people trying not to wake someone up. I couldn't make out any actual words, just that soft, breathy tone of intimate whispering. Finally, I thought, okay, I have to at least look. So I used my phone as a flashlight, slid out of bed, and went to the door. The second my hand touched the doorknob, the whispering cut off. Just gone. I opened the door into this heavy, unnatural silence. The hallway was dark and empty. I checked every room upstairs. The guest room, the office, the bathroom. I even opened those weird little closet doors that look like secret passages in an old movie. Nothing. No windows open. No cool breeze. No sign that anything had been moved. The cats were asleep again, curled up together in the master bedroom like they hadn't heard a thing. The next day, I was honestly counting the hours until Mark and Elisa got home. When they finally came in, I helped them bring in their bags, did the usual small talk about their trip, and then, kind of jokingly, I said, "So, does your house, make a lot of noise at night?" I tried to keep it light, like I was just teasing them. Elisa's smile dropped immediately. She went completely pale and glanced over at Mark. He just sighed, like he already knew where this was going. She asked, "What did you hear?" I told them, still half laughing to keep myself from sounding dramatic. The footsteps, the sound of the chair dragging, and then the whispering in the hallway. Two voices, a man and a woman. I even said, "I know it sounds ridiculous, but it honestly felt like somebody was standing right outside my door." Elisa's eyes got shiny, and she said, very quietly, "You heard them too?" That's when my stomach dropped. They told me that every single house sitter they'd had over the years had mentioned something. Hearing people talking upstairs, or someone pacing in the hallway at night. One person even left early because they were so freaked out. They'd had the place inspected for everything. Bad wiring, strange drafts, animals in the walls. Nothing. No structural issues, no raccoons, no loose pipes making weird sounds. Mark said he'd once tried to stay up all night in the hallway with the lights off, just sitting there, waiting to hear the voices. He heard footsteps a couple of times, but never saw anything. No shadows, no figures. Just that feeling of not being alone. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't really believe in ghosts before this. I still don't know exactly what I believe now. I've stayed in plenty of old houses, family cabins, older apartments, creaky rentals, and none of them ever felt like that house. There was this awareness to the sounds, if that makes sense. Like they weren't just random noises, they felt intentional. What sticks with me the most isn't even the footsteps or the dragging chair. It's those whispers. The way they sounded like they were right there, inches from the other side of my door, trying not to wake me. I couldn't tell you a single word they said. It was more the tone, the presence of it, like someone leaning in too close in the dark. So yeah, that's my house-sitting story. If you've ever experienced anything similar, especially in an older house, I'd honestly love to hear about it. Part of me really wants a logical explanation, like some super specific way sound travels in old homes that makes it seem like voices and footsteps. But another part of me is starting to accept that maybe there are some things we just don't have neat explanations for. Either way, I still think about that hallway sometimes, and I still sleep with my door all the way closed now. Hello everyone, Mr. Paranormal M is here. It's another favorite moment of the day, sitting down with the mic and imagining that you're next to me telling me fascinating paranormal stories. Don't forget to leave comments below the video. Thank you very much. And now, cover yourself with a blanket and listen to the stories that are for us today. By the way, I'm happy to know that I and these stories can soothe and help you. Subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and let's get started. Alright, so this is my parents' story, not mine, but I've heard it so many times it feels like I was there. Right after my parents, Lena and Marco, got married, they were just trying to start a simple life together. They weren't looking for anything fancy, just a place they could afford while my mom finished her teaching program and my dad worked at the factory. They found this little rental house on the edge of town. 3 rooms if you counted the tiny office, 1 bathroom, old wood floors that creaked in all the wrong places. It was close to my dad's job and cheap, so they took it. For about a month, everything was normal. Small, a little drafty, but normal. Then my dad's grandmother, my great-grandma Ruth, brought over a gift. She'd found this old, wind-up clown music box at a thrift store. You know the kind. Porcelain face, painted smile, little ruffled collar. When you wound it up, the clown turned slowly in a circle and played this tinny lullaby that sounded like it came straight out of a horror movie. My mom has always hated clowns, like close her eyes during circus commercials kind of hate. She thought it was super creepy, but she didn't want to hurt Ruth's feelings. So she thanked her, smiled, and set the clown up on a shelf in the kitchen, next to the salt and pepper shakers. For a few days, it just sat there. Then one afternoon, my mom walked past it, and it just started playing on its own. No one had touched it. She hadn't bumped the shelf. The key wasn't wound. It just started turning, and playing that little song. She tried to shrug it off. It's old, maybe it's loose, whatever. But it kept happening. She'd be washing dishes, and it would start spinning behind her. She'd walk into the kitchen at night to get water, and it would suddenly play one slow, warped lap of the tune. Sometimes she'd wake up at 3 a.m. and hear that faint melody drifting down the hallway from the kitchen. Finally, she'd had enough. One day while my dad was at work, she took the clown down, wrapped it in a grocery bag, marched it out to the outdoor garbage bin, tossed it in, and slammed the lid. She actually apologized out loud to Great-Grandma Ruth, and then told herself that was that. A few days later, after trash day had already come and gone, she went into the kitchen to make coffee. And there it was. The clown was sitting back on the same shelf, in the exact same spot, like it had never left. She said her whole body went cold. She called my dad's mom, my grandma Elena, and asked her to come over. When Elena arrived, my mom pointed straight at the shelf and said, "Please tell me you put that there." Elena shook her head no, walked over, and picked it up. The second she lifted it, the clown's head started spinning around rapidly, but the body didn't move. No music, just the head turning, faster and faster, like it was on a separate motor. My grandma is very religious. She froze for a second, then clutched it by the base, started praying out loud, and told my mom, "I'm getting this out of here." She drove it straight to the dump herself and threw it into one of the big industrial containers. They never saw it again. But after that, the whole house felt wrong, like something had been stirred up. Not long after, my mom was outside alone, unloading groceries from the car. It was late afternoon, almost sunset, that weird golden light. As she closed the trunk, she noticed a man standing by the big oak tree at the edge of the yard. He was tall, really tall, in this long dark coat and an old-fashioned black hat, like the kind you'd see in old photos. He was just standing there, about 10 or 15 feet away, staring straight at her. She said his face wasn't exactly in shadow, but she couldn't make out his expression. It was like her eyes just wouldn't focus on it. She didn't look back. She bolted for the front door, fumbled with her keys, threw herself inside, slammed the door, and locked it. When she finally got the nerve to peek through the front window, he was gone. She told my dad when he got home. He tried to calm her down. He told her it was probably just some creep cutting through the neighborhood, maybe high, maybe drunk. "He's not coming back," he said. "Just some weirdo." She wanted to believe him. A little while later, her niece and nephew, Nora and Eli, came to stay the night. My dad was out night fishing with a friend, so it was just my mom and the kids. In the middle of the night, maybe around 2, they came running into her room, sobbing. Nora was shaking, and Eli kept saying, "Make him go away, Aunt Lena. Make him go away." My mom sat them down, tried to calm them, and asked what happened. They both said the same thing. A tall man wearing a black hat had been standing at the foot of the bed, just watching them. He didn't move. He didn't speak. And then, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. That wasn't the last time either. Every time they came over and stayed the night, they said they saw him again, standing in the hallway, in the doorway, next to the window. Eventually, they refused to sleep over at all. After that, things escalated. One evening, while my dad was out fishing again, my mom was in the living room, when she heard this violent crashing sound coming from the spare room, the one where they kept the pool table and a desk. She said it sounded like all the furniture in that room was being slammed into the walls, over and over. The kind of sound where you feel it in your chest. She froze for a moment, then grabbed the phone and called her mom, my Nana. Nana told her, "Get out of the house, right now. Take your keys and go sit in the car. Call Marco and tell him to come home." So that's what she did. She waited outside, shaking, watching the house, listening as the crashing went on, and then suddenly stopped. When my dad got home, he went straight inside with my mom behind him. They opened the door to the spare room. Everything was exactly where it had been. The pool cues were neatly racked. The chairs were lined up under the window. The desk chair was pushed in. Nothing was broken. Nothing was even slightly moved. After that night, my mom refused to stay in the house alone. If my dad was working late or fishing, she'd pack a bag and go to Nana's until he was back. She just didn't feel safe there, even in the daytime. But avoiding the house didn't stop what was happening. Not long after, this old woman started showing up. She'd appear in their front yard at night, always under the same big oak tree. My mom described her as small and hunched, with gray hair that looked like it hadn't been brushed in a long time. Her clothes were layered and dirty, and she would just stand there, sometimes rocking slightly, sometimes wringing her hands, mumbling to herself in a voice too low to understand. She came back again and again, several times a week. She never came up to the door. She just stood under that tree, mumbling into the dark. By around the 10th time, my dad snapped. One night he saw her out there and said, "That's it." He went outside and yelled, "Hey, you need to get off our property." She didn't react at first, just kept mumbling. Then she slowly lifted her head and looked at him. He said the way she looked at him made every hair on his body stand up. In this hoarse whisper, she said, "You can't take all of us away." That's all. Just that. He told her to leave or he'd call the police. She eventually turned and shuffled off down the road. They never saw her again, but that sentence stayed with both of them. You can't take all of us away. Like there was more than one, whatever it was, in that place. So they called one of the owners of the house to come check the wiring. The place had belonged to two brothers who'd inherited it after their father died there. One of the brothers agreed to come over and take a look. My mom didn't want to be alone with him, especially with everything going on, so she asked my Nana to stay with her that day. Nana knew the whole story by then. The clown, the man in the hat, the crashing, the woman under the tree. She showed up with a small bag and quietly went around hanging crosses on the walls. One in the hallway, one above the couch, one in the kitchen, and a small one right above the front door. A little while later, the brother pulled up. My mom opened the door and stepped aside, saying, "Come on in." He put one foot across the threshold, just one, and then suddenly jerked it back like he'd stepped onto something hot. His face went pale. He glanced quickly around the doorway, eyes flicking up to the cross over the door, then back at the inside of the house. He cleared his throat and said, "Actually, I'm gonna have someone else come take a look. I can't do it today. And he left. Just like that. Didn't even step properly inside. Later on, a neighbor filled them in on something they didn't know. The brother's father had been a tall, mean man who always wore a black hat. Everyone on the street had been afraid of him. He died in that house. That clicked a lot of things into place for my parents. By that point, they were done. My dad picked up 2 extra side jobs. My mom cut every expense she could. They were determined to get out of that house as soon as they possibly could. Little by little, they saved enough to move. And here's the strange part. Once they left, everything stopped. No more footsteps. No more clown music. No more man in the hat. No old woman muttering under the tree. Their new place felt normal, quiet, peaceful. Almost too quiet at first, but in a good way. About a year later, they were living across the street from my dad's parents. Life was finally calm. One night they were driving home from dinner and decided to take a shortcut through a part of town they didn't usually go through anymore. The car suddenly sputtered and died in the middle of the road. My dad swore under his breath, put the hazards on, and they both got out to see what was wrong. When they looked around, trying to get their bearings, my mom realized where they were. They had broken down right in front of their old rental house. Same broken shutter on the window, same leaning mailbox, same oak tree in the yard. The house looked darker somehow. Not abandoned exactly, but empty. Like it was holding its breath. My dad didn't waste any time. He got back in, did a quick jump start with the portable pack he kept in the trunk, and the car turned over like nothing had ever been wrong. As soon as it started, he drove away. They didn't even look back. That was about 25 years ago. No one in my family has had anything truly strange happen since then. The old house isn't listed anywhere now. We don't know if anyone lives there, if it's rented out quietly, or if it's just slowly falling apart behind overgrown bushes. I've never driven by it. I don't plan to. My parents still tell this story sometimes, usually when the power flickers or someone mentions haunted houses. They always end it the same way, with this weird mix of gratitude and fear. Grateful that whatever was there stayed there, and afraid of whoever decided to move in after them. You know, there's a place in Edinburgh I can't quite shake from my mind. Not up on the castle hill, not along the busy Royal Mile you've probably walked, but just beneath your feet. Right under those cobbles, wrapped in centuries of stone, there's a forgotten street called Mary King's Close. Most people pass by without a clue. They buy their shortbread, snap their photos, and never realize that below them lie rooms that were never truly emptied. If you and I were there right now, and I stopped you on the pavement and said, "Hey, do you know what's underneath you?" You'd probably laugh. But I'd point down and tell you, once, this was a living, breathing street. Back in 1645, when the plague tore through Edinburgh, this place was crammed with families. In a matter of months, thousands were gone. The city shut itself tight. Doors were marked with white crosses brushed on in lime. A warning, a sentence, and a farewell all at once. Imagine it. Your door painted in silence, then bolted shut. You hear the carts out in the street, the weeping next door, and then finally, nothing. When the cries stopped, what remained were bodies and an air so heavy with fear and grief it felt like a weight on your chest. The city buried its dead. Then it buried its memories. And eventually, it buried its own streets. Down in those sealed corridors, people say a child's voice still lingers. Not a scream, not a wail, just a soft, tired crying. They call her Elsie now. The story most people tell starts in the late 1980s, when a Japanese medium named Reiko Mori joined one of the underground tours. She wasn't expecting anything dramatic. It was just meant to be another stop on a long European trip. But when Reiko stepped into a small, low-ceilinged room off one of the narrow closes, she stopped cold. Something small, cold, desperate, brushed against her leg, like a child pressing close to an adult for comfort. In her mind, as clearly as if the girl were standing there, Reiko saw a little child in a simple dress, cheeks streaked with tears, holding out empty hands. "I lost my doll," the girl's voice said, over and over. "I lost my doll." Reiko left the tour in tears. She went back up to the surface, walked into a shop on the mile, and bought a tiny rag doll in a tartan dress. Then she came back down into that same little room, knelt on the cold stone floor, and gently placed the doll in the corner. People on the tour say the change was instant. The air that had felt tight and miserable suddenly seemed to ease, like a long-held breath finally being released. From that day on, the guides began calling it Elsie's room. Over the years, visitors started bringing their own gifts: dolls, soft toys, bracelets, tiny notes, sweets left carefully in the dust. Now that cramped stone chamber is piled high with bright plastic faces and cotton bears and little offerings from all over the world. They say it's to comfort her, a child who lived and suffered and died in the time of plague, still waiting for the toy that never came home. But here's the part that unsettles even the guides. In 2017, that first rag doll, the tartan one Reiko brought, vanished. Just gone. Some people shrugged and said, well, of course, it was stolen. Tourists. But others lowered their voices and whispered that Elsie finally took it back. Since then, visitors have reported odd things. A few swear they've seen the outline of a small figure at the end of the corridor, just on the edge of the emergency light. Others feel a sudden cold hand brush the back of their knee, as if a child is trying to get their attention. Some say that when the room is very quiet, they hear a tune being hummed, off-key, soft, and close to their ear, even though no one is standing beside them. Heavier, they say, like the room is awake. And Elsie, they say, is not alone down there. People believe the spirits of the plague workers, the foul clangers, still move through those stone passages. They were the ones sent to carry away the dead, the lowest of the low, paid little, respected less. At night, they'd drag sacks and roll barrels filled with bodies over the cobblestones, lime dust caking their clothes, the smell of death never leaving their lungs. Many of them died the same way as the people they tried to help, quickly, quietly, and without a name. Even now, guests in the nearby buildings sometimes ring reception to complain about old wooden carts rattling somewhere in the middle of the night. But there are no carts, no deliveries, just the remembered sound of wooden wheels echoing through stone. And every so often, someone finds a strange gray dust along the skirting boards or in the folds of a carpet. Dust that looks oddly like the lime once scattered over plague pits to hurry decay. Then there's the darkest rumor of all, live burial. Some say that at the height of the plague, the city simply walled off Mary King's Close, bricked it up, left the sick and the healthy sealed in together, trapped to die side by side so the infection wouldn't spread. Is it true? Well, historians roll their eyes. They'll tell you that records show food and coal were delivered to the people down there, that the idea of shutting them in and walking away is just a myth that's grown over time. But stories don't care about official reports. Sometimes, the tales people tell feel more powerful than the truth, because the thought of being buried alive, of pounding on a wall that no one will ever open, stays with you longer than any date in a textbook. Even today, locals say that on very still nights, they hear faint knocking inside the brickwork. Sometimes, when the har, that thick Scottish mist, rolls down into the closes, people see pale figures step out of it, eyes dazed, asking softly, "How do I get home?" And before anyone can answer, they're gone. If any ghost deserves to remain, though, it might be the plague doctor himself. You know the image, even if you've never been there. The long black cloak, the stiff hat, the leather gloves, and that bird-like mask with the curved beak, stuffed once with herbs and flowers to keep out the bad air. That shape has become a symbol of fear, hasn't it? You see it on posters and costumes now. But down in Mary King's Close, it feels different. Older. Heavier. Some visitors swear they've caught a dark, tall shadow in their photos. A figure shaped like that doctor, standing still at the far end of a passage they could have sworn was empty. The guides sometimes notice it too. A sense that someone is standing just behind the group, listening. Not hostile, just watching. A man who once went from house to heal, now pacing forever between rooms of people he couldn't save. When you strip away the jump scares and the ghost tour theatrics, that's what Mary King's Close really is. Not just a haunted street, but a place haunted by memory. Every echo of a footstep that isn't quite yours. Every breath of cold air on your cheek when no one is near. Every toy left on that stone floor. It's all a fragment of lives that played out beneath the city and ended there. History doesn't just disappear. It sinks, layer by layer, a little deeper under the stones. So if you ever find yourself in Edinburgh, walking along the Royal Mile at night, and you pass one of those narrow wynds leading down into shadow, pause, just for a moment. Stand still. Listen. If you hear the faint creak of a cart that isn't there, or the soft tap, tap, tap of knuckles on stone. Or feel something small tug gently at your sleeve. Don't panic. Just whisper hello. Because maybe, just maybe, Elsie has come to see if you've brought her a toy. Back then, they called it the Haunted Full House. Not because it was always sold out, but because people swore every seat was taken, just not by the living. The place was called Harbor View Theater. It stood on Lockhart Road in Wan Chai, where there's just an ordinary glass and concrete office block now. If you walk past number 39 today, you'd never guess that 50-odd years ago, it had a reputation as Hong Kong's most cursed cinema. Before the theater, that plot of land held a funeral home. Celestial Rest Funeral Hall. Incense, chanting, the clatter of joss sticks, families in white. For decades, it was a place soaked in grief. Then, in the mid-60s, the funeral hall moved out, and someone decided, you know what this site really needs? A luxury cinema. Harbor View opened in 1965 with a glamorous Italian film, Girl from Rio. Huge poster of a woman in sunglasses smiling over the harbor. Inside, it was state-of-the-art for its time. Over 1,200 seats, 70mm stereo projection, plush red carpets, and this very stern sign at the entrance that said, improper attire will not be admitted. No slippers, no singlets, no nonsense. But luxury doesn't mean safe. The first story people still talk about began, as these things often do, with a death. One humid evening in 1971, a young woman named May went to the movies with her friends. About halfway through the film, she excused herself to use the ladies' room. Nothing dramatic. She told her friends, "I'll be right back," and slipped out into the dim corridor. In the restroom, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. May finished, went to wash her hands, and as she turned off the tap, she glanced up at the mirror. There was a woman standing behind her. May hadn't heard the door open. The stranger had long, damp hair that clung to her cheeks, and her skin looked wrong, almost waxy. At first, May thought, oh, she must have come from the rain. But then her brain caught up with what her eyes were seeing. The woman had no face. Where the features should have been, eyes, nose, mouth, there was just smooth, pale skin, like a mannequin left too close to a flame. In the mirror, the faceless woman leaned slightly forward, as if trying to see May more clearly. May spun around. Nobody. Just empty air, a row of sinks, and the stall doors. Her heart started pounding. Slowly, trembling, she looked back at the mirror. The faceless figure was closer now. Much closer, as if she were pressing against the other side of the glass, about to push through. The waxy skin seemed to swell, the blank surface tilting toward May. That was when May started screaming. She bolted out of the restroom, barefoot, one shoe in her hand, and ran all the way to the lobby. Witnesses said she stumbled at the base of the staircase, clutching her chest, still screaming that there was someone in the mirror. An ambulance took her away. She died in hospital a few hours later. The doctors called it sudden cardiac arrest. Locals said she'd been scared to death. And that was the first chapter of Harborview Theater's haunted reputation. Now, by the 1970s, Wan Chai was full of cinemas competing for audiences. Neon signs, double features, midnight shows. It was noisy, colorful, alive. But the stories coming out of Harborview were different. They spread quietly at first, from ushers to cleaners, then out into the streets, into Dai Pai Dongs and barber shops. The most famous one was the story that gave the place its nickname, the Full House. One stormy Thursday night, the rain was coming down in sheets. You know the kind, when the streets turn into mirrors. Hardly anyone wanted to go out, so the box office at Harborview sold maybe 30 tickets, 40 tops. It was a miserable night for business. My friend's uncle, a man everyone called Ah Fai, was working as an usher then. He told this story so many times he could recite it in his sleep. Inside, the hall was hazy with cigarette smoke, that usual blue-gray fog that used to hang in old cinemas. The exit signs glowed a sickly green along the walls. Nothing unusual, except every seat was occupied. Row after row, from the front all the way up to the balcony. Every seat held a dark shape, not moving, not chatting, not crinkling snack wrappers, just sitting. At first he thought, oh, maybe we got more walk-in customers than I realized. But then he tried to count. You know how, sometimes, your brain refuses to accept what you're seeing? He told me it felt like his eyes kept sliding off those shapes, like oil on glass. He stepped a little further in, letting his eyes adjust. Under the faint light from the screen, the people seated there didn't look quite right. Too still. Too flat. As if the seats themselves were casting shadows in the shape of bodies. He turned, went back out to the box office, and asked the cashier, "Hey, how many tickets have we sold?" She glanced at the stub rack and said, 32. Why? He didn't answer. He just went back in, stood by the door until the film ended, heart in his throat, watching those unmoving silhouettes. When the credits finally rolled and the house lights came up, reality snapped into place. Only about 20 people stood up to leave. The rest of the seats? Empty. Nothing there. No one had slipped past him. He'd been standing at the only exit. He went home that night with a fever and didn't go back to work for a week. Not long after, he quit. From then on, staff joked nervously about Harborview's other audience. The ones who didn't buy tickets, yet somehow always made... There was another favorite among the staff. The one they told each other when they were having a smoke break. The borrowed light. This one happened to a projectionist everyone knew as Mr. Lau. He'd worked at Harborview long enough to think he'd seen everything. One quiet night after the last show, he stepped out onto the stairwell between the second floor and the roof. The air was cooler there, a little breeze slipping in from a tiny, grimy window. He leaned against the railing, lit a cigarette, and enjoyed those few minutes of silence. After a while, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He figured it was one of the younger ushers sneaking a smoke, so without turning around, he said, "You know the manager hates it when you come up here." A soft voice behind him replied, very politely, "Sorry to bother you. Could I borrow a light?" Lau rolled his eyes, flicked his lighter, and turned. The flame flared to life, casting that small circle of warm glow we all know. Within it stood a man he didn't recognize. Not one of the staff, not a regular patron. The stranger wore plain, slightly old-fashioned clothes, like something from 10, 20 years earlier. His skin was the color of someone who had been underwater too long, a flat, unhealthy gray. What made Lau's breath catch wasn't the clothes, though. It was the stranger's eyes, sunken, ringed with darkness, as if sleep had abandoned him years ago. The man leaned forward to light his cigarette. The flame passed so close to his face that Lau swore he should have felt the heat on the stranger's skin. But there was nothing. No warmth, no sweat, no breath. The cigarette caught. The stranger straightened, gave him a small nod, and said, "Thanks." Then, in the next blink, the stairwell was empty. No footsteps going up or down. No door opening. Just Lau alone, lighter still in his hand. The air around him suddenly cold. He later told people that the worst part wasn't the man disappearing. It was the smell that lingered. Not cigarette smoke. The faint, stiff smell of old incense and wilted funeral flowers. Those were just the big stories. There were dozens of smaller ones, told in snatches over mahjong tables and late-night suppers. One cleaner claimed that once, after a matinee, she found what looked like an old man curled up under the back row, eyes closed as if asleep. When she called to him, he didn't respond. She turned to fetch another staff member, and by the time they came back, there was nothing there. Just an imprint on the dusty floor where a body might have been. A ticket taker said she once accepted a ticket from a very polite, very pale woman in a cheongsam. The stub felt odd in her hand, heavier somehow. When she glanced down, it wasn't a printed ticket at all anymore, but a pair of tarnished coins with square holes in the center, the kind used as funeral offerings. When she looked up in shock, the woman had vanished into thin air, nowhere to be seen in the small, almost empty lobby. Someone else swore that in the men's room, the mirror would occasionally fog over even when it wasn't humid, and a single handprint would appear on the glass from the inside. By the early 70s, Harborview Theater was known all over Hong Kong as the most haunted cinema in the city, a crown no other cinema wanted. Depending on who you asked, the reason was different. Some people said rival cinemas made the rumors up to wreck business. Others pointed at the building's past, a former funeral hall, a place thick with yin energy, where the border between the living and the dead was already thin. A few feng shui masters shook their heads and muttered that no theater built on that kind of ground could ever prosper long term. Doomed from the start, they said. In the end, it wasn't a ghost that killed Harborview. It was money, but the stories didn't go anywhere. Today, office workers swipe their cards and hurry through corridors where ushers once heard whispers in the dark. There used to be a nightclub in the basement. Dim lights, heavy bass, cigarette haze. And some staff there claimed that, every so often, between the flashes of the strobe lights, they'd catch glimpses of extra silhouettes on the dance floor. People who didn't quite match the beat. People who vanished when the light came back on. By day, it's all business suits and takeaway lunches. By night, well, who's counting? Maybe what makes Harborview so fascinating isn't whether it was really haunted. Maybe it's what it mirrors back to us. In one address, you've got a whole slice of Hong Kong's soul. Traditional funeral rites and incense smoke. The golden age of cinema with its cigarette-filled halls. And then the sleek corporate towers of the present. Half a century of transformation piled on top of itself, like layers of film reels. We like to think we leave the past neatly behind when we build something new. But deep down, I think we know better. The reflection in the glass has always been us. Our fears, our superstitions, our memories of what used to stand where our offices now are. And just like in that auditorium on the stormy night, when the lights come up at the end of the film, maybe only a few seats appear occupied. But every city has its ghosts. So if you're ever walking down Lockhart Road late at night, and the street is quiet, and the office windows are dark, and you feel someone tap your shoulder, don't be too quick to turn around, because you might just hear a polite voice at your ear asking, "Mate, could I borrow a light?" So picture this. You're in the middle of Dundee. All the usual stuff is around you. The traffic, the shops, the coffee places that never seem to close. And right in the middle of all that noise, there's this old, walled cemetery that most people hurry past without really looking. That's the Hauff. It doesn't look huge at first glance, but it feels dense. Like the ground is heavy with stories. Cobblestones under your feet. Crooked old stones leaning every which way. Trees that look like they've been listening in on secrets for centuries. The place goes all the way back to the 1500s. The story goes that in 1564, Mary, Queen of Scots, gifted this bit of land to the people of Dundee. Before that, it was a garden belonging to a Greyfriars monastery. Imagine that. A peaceful garden becoming the main cemetery for an entire city. Over the years, it turned into the resting place for just about everyone. Merchants, shipbuilders, weavers, children, rich folks with grand carved stones, and poor families crowded together in unmarked patches of earth. The 9 trades of Dundee, all these powerful guilds, used to meet there too. They'd gather among the graves to make decisions that shaped the city, like it was the most normal thing in the world. By now, they say tens of thousands of people have been buried there. Some folks reckon over 70,000 souls. Sailors, immigrants, workers, and more than a few who met very bad ends. And the Hauff remembers them. During the worst of the disease years, things got grim. In the 1830s, when cholera swept through the city, Dundee was hit hard. Imagine bodies coming faster than anyone could bury them properly. In one corner of the house, they dug what people came to call the cholera pit, a mass grave where victims were laid to rest quickly, one after another. If you go there on a misty evening, and I have more than once, it feels different in that spot, colder somehow. People have claimed to hear low sounds under the earth, faint sobbing, or what they describe as almost like someone trying to speak through a wall. Others have taken videos or voice recordings, and only later, playing them back at home, heard odd thumps, little gasps, or a strange murmuring they swear wasn't there at the time. And then there were the resurrectionists. Back in the Victorian era, when medical schools needed bodies to dissect, and the law didn't exactly make that easy, men started digging up fresh graves to sell the corpses. The house was one of the places they targeted. Picture that for a second. Families doing their best to lay someone to rest. And in the dead of night, someone comes with shovels and hooks, hauling them back up for money. The city tried to stop it, of course. They put up watch houses and higher walls, ironwork on graves. But even now, people say the place carries this feeling of being disturbed. Not just by death, but by what came after death. And then there's the story everyone in Dundee seems to know. In one form or another, the witch. Her name in the version I first heard wasn't Grisel Jaffray, like some of the history books say. The old woman who told me the tale called her Elspeth Kinnaird. She said Elspeth was accused of witchcraft in the late 1600s. 1669 if you want to be precise. No real proof, just gossip, fear, and the kind of convenient accusations that got rid of anyone who didn't fit in. Elspeth was condemned and burned, and they say her remains now lie somewhere connected to the house. There's a small, worn stone pillar there that people point to as hers, even if the truth is a bit tangled by time. Folks leave coins on it these days. Tiny offerings, like they're trying to say, "We see you, we're sorry." But there's a warning that goes with it. He took the coin back in the end. Some people say if you touch that stone and close your eyes, you might hear a woman's voice right in your ear, whispering, "Give me back my name." Or, "Clear my name." Not a scream, not a wail, just this raw, tired plea. The house doesn't just have one ghost story, though. It's full of them. In the late 1800s, there's a report of a police officer on patrol at night. He's walking his beat, cutting through the cemetery, when he spots a dark figure drifting between the stones. Not walking, not stumbling, gliding. The officer called out, thinking it might be someone up to no good, but the figure didn't react. It turned, slowly, and then just disappeared into the shadows. That wasn't the first strange sighting, and it definitely wasn't the last. People still talk about phantom footsteps walking alongside them when the paths are otherwise empty. You stop. The steps stop. You walk again. They pick up too. just half a step behind. And then there are the chains. Some say you can hear them on still nights, the sound of something heavy being dragged lightly over stone, scraping along the old cobbles. There's this theory that it's the spirits of the resurrectionists, doomed to pace the graveyard they plundered, forever searching for bodies that aren't there anymore. In the 20th century, when Dundee started modernizing, the Howff went from being this mostly private, local place to somewhere tourists might wander into. People come for the history, for the pretty carvings on the stones, the dates worn thin by weather. But a lot of them, if they're honest, come hoping to feel something, to brush against the edge of whatever still lingers there. And here's the thing. Even if you don't see a ghost, the Howff gets under your skin. You stand in the middle of it, and you're surrounded by centuries of grief and love and fear and ordinary lives that ended in very ordinary ways. Disease, accidents, old age, violence, witch trials. It's all layered there, right under your feet. I think that's why the Howff still haunts Dundee. It's not just the mass grave from cholera, or the disturbed rest of those dug up for science. It's not only Elspeth Kinnaird and her supposed curse. It's the reminder that the city wasn't always coffee shops and student flats and bright glass buildings. There was a time when death felt closer, more visible. And this little patch of ground saw all of it. Walk through Dundee today and it's easy to forget. You see the buses go by. You hear music from bars. You watch people rushing to work. Life moves fast, and the past gets paved over with new roads and shiny windows. But then you turn a corner, and there are the gates of the Howff. Iron bars, old stone, and beyond them, a quiet that doesn't quite feel empty. You step inside, and the sounds of the city dull a little. You can still hear them, but it's like they're at a distance. And in that space, you start to notice other sounds. The wind through branches, the tap of your own footsteps, maybe a crow calling from a roof. And if you stand there long enough, you realize something. The dead aren't really gone here. They're part of the fabric of the place. Their stories are in every stone, every worn inscription, every unmarked patch of earth. The Howff is Dundee's memory of its own darkness. It's a place that says, we went through plagues and fires and trials and fear, and we left marks behind on these stones and on each other. So if you ever find yourself in Dundee and you're walking through the busy center and suddenly notice an old gate you've never paid attention to before, maybe this is your sign to step inside. Walk slowly. Read a few names. Listen properly. And as the fog starts to roll in and the light goes a little gray, You might just feel what so many others have felt before you, that in the house, the past doesn't stay buried. It waits quietly, and it watches you back. So, I was chatting with a couple of friends the other day about weird, supernatural stuff. Like you do when it's late and everyone's a bit overtired. I said I've never actually seen, a full-on ghostly figure standing at the end of my bed, or a 9-foot transparent person gliding down the street, or anything like that. But then I remembered this one thing that happened to me when I was a kid. About, 15, 16 years ago now? I must have been around 9. And it properly terrified me at the time. Anyway, let me take you back there for a second. When I was little, my family used to visit my grandparents all the time. They lived in this old, slightly crooked house out in the countryside. I had my mom and dad, my older brother, and my younger sister. Whenever we stayed the night, my sister, let's call her Mia, and I would share the bunk bed in the spare room. I always slept on the bottom bunk, Mia on the top, and my brother Ben had a little room just next door. On this particular night, everything started out completely normal. My mom, her name's Anna, came in to tuck us in and read a bedtime story. We were all piled onto the bottom bunk together with our soft toys, the duvet all scrunched up. That sort of cozy chaos that kids' rooms have at night. Mom pulled out this book called The Paper People. I don't even remember who it was by now. Just that the cover had these big-eyed paper figures holding hands. The story was about a little girl who makes a chain of paper people with her mom, and then they go on these strange, dreamy adventures together. It wasn't meant to be scary, but there was something about the pictures of those flat little faces that creeped me out. You know when something is supposed to be cute, but your brain goes, nope, this is unsettling actually. It was that. So, Mom finishes the story, kisses us goodnight, switches off the main light, leaves the little lamp glowing in the corner, and heads off down the hallway to her room. Mia fell asleep almost instantly. I, on the other hand, could not switch my mind off. I was lying there on the bottom bunk, staring up at the wooden slats underneath her mattress, tracing the little knots in the wood with my eyes. The house felt extra quiet in that way old houses do, like it's holding its breath. Now, outside our room, there was this long hallway. Thick old carpet, kind of a faded green, and it ran past a few doors. The bathroom, the room my brother was in, and then all the way down to my grandparents' bedroom at the very end. And this hallway, it was ridiculously creaky. Not the floorboards, the actual floor underneath the carpet. Anytime somebody walked along it, the whole thing complained. You could always tell where someone was by the sequence of creaks. So I'm lying there, half wishing I'd never let my mom read that weird paper people story, when I hear it. Creak, creak, footsteps. Slow, spaced out. Definitely coming from the hallway. At first I thought, oh, that's just Mom going to the bathroom. Or maybe my granddad getting a glass of water. Totally normal, right? But the thing is, the sound kept getting closer. Creak, closer. Creak, closer. You know that feeling when your body just floods with cold all at once? I got that. My heart started racing, and suddenly every shadow in that room felt too dark, like the corners had grown teeth. Finally, I couldn't stand it. I slid out of bed as quietly as I could, padded over to the bedroom door, and opened it just a crack. The very second I pulled it open, silence. Nothing. No footsteps, no creaks. Just still, heavy air, and the dim hallway light coming from the nightlight near the stairs. I panicked a bit, I'll be honest. I flung the door wide open and bolted down the hallway to my parents' room. And as I ran, of course, the carpet creaked like mad under my feet. So I knew I wasn't imagining what that sound normally felt like. I pushed open their door and peeked inside. My dad, Mark, was out cold, snoring softly. My mum was fast asleep beside him. And there, squashed between them like a little starfish, was my brother Ben, also completely dead to the world. No one creeping around, no one getting up, no one looking guilty of midnight haunting duties. I gently closed their door, suddenly very aware of every noise I made, and walked back more slowly this time. The hallway creaked under my steps just as loudly as before, which somehow made me feel both better and worse at the same time. When I got back to the spare room, I climbed the little bunk bed ladder to check on Mia. She was sprawled out on her stomach, hair everywhere, breathing steadily, totally oblivious. I climbed back down, slid under my blanket, and tried to convince myself everything was fine. And then I heard it again. Creak, creak, creak. Same rhythm, same slow approach. Like someone taking careful, deliberate steps along that hallway, right towards our room. This time, I lay there frozen for a few seconds, heart pounding in my ears. But curiosity won again. I got up, went to the door, and eased it open just enough to peek out. Instant silence. Nothing there. No shadow moving, no figure at the end of the hallway. Just the still corridor and that faded green carpet. I remember standing there, gripping the doorknob, absolutely convinced that at 9 years old, I was about to see something I really did not want to see. But there was nothing. Just me, the emptiness, and that weird, thick feeling in the air you sometimes get in old houses at night. I shut the door, went back to bed, and this time, I just stayed put. The footsteps started again, faint, then louder, then receding, then coming back. It went on like that for a while, and eventually I was so exhausted that my fear sort of dulled. I drifted off into this uneasy, light kind of sleep. The next morning over breakfast, I told everyone what had happened. I described the footsteps, how they stopped every time I opened the door, how no one was there. My dad laughed it off. My brother teased me a bit, and my granddad just shrugged and said he hadn't heard a thing. Later, when it was just me and my mom in the kitchen, I brought it up again because I was still really shaken. And she said something like, "You were probably just half dreaming and thinking about those paper people walking around. Your brain can play tricks on you." Which, honestly, was not the comforting explanation she thought it was. Because now, in my mind, I had paper people silently walking up and down the hallway while everyone slept. So here's where I've landed, years later. Was it just my brain, wound up by a creepy picture book and the natural creaks of an old house? Probably. Old houses are noisy, and kids' imaginations are wild. I know that. But that younger part of me, the part lying under the bunk, listening to invisible footsteps on that creaky green carpet, still wonders if my grandparents' house had something extra going on. A leftover presence, maybe, pacing the hall, minding its own business while I tried to sleep. I don't know for sure. Maybe it was just nerves and a spooky story at the wrong time. But even now, if you put me in a dimly lit, creaky hallway at night, yeah, I'm listening for those footsteps. So picture this. I've been living in this house for, what? A little over 8 years now. From the very first week, my bedroom just felt off. Not, I hate the paint color, off. But someone else is already living here, off. At first it was just my lamp. It would flicker, only in my room, nowhere else in the house. I told myself, okay, old wiring, no big deal. Skeptical but playful. I'm good at talking myself out of being scared. Then, stuff started falling. Pens would roll off my desk. Little trinkets would tumble off my bookshelf. At first, I blamed myself. I was like, okay, I'm clumsy. I knock things around. Maybe I shut the door too hard. I even tried to convince myself the walls were shaking things loose or something ridiculous like that. But one night, I decided to test it. I took a paperback, one I'd been reading, and I put it way back from the edge of my desk. Like, no chance it could just slip. I sat on my bed, facing the desk, just watching. The lamp started flickering again, and I swear to you, I watched that book slowly slide, inch by inch, right to the edge, and then drop onto the floor. No draft, no cat, no shaky floor. Just the book, moving by itself while the light flickered like a bad horror movie. That was the moment I was like, okay, I'm not alone in here. After that, I kind of made peace with it. What else was I supposed to do? Move out? So I decided if something was going to haunt my room, we were at least going to be on speaking terms. I named him Trevor. Trevor, in my head, is like this chaotic college bro who never graduated emotionally. Things would disappear and then show up in really obvious places. My phone would slide a little when I wasn't touching it. My closet door would be cracked open when I know I shut it. Nothing ever felt evil, just annoying. So I'd talk to him. Okay, Trevor, very funny, give it back. Or, dude, not tonight, I'm tired. We kind of settled into this weird roommate situation. Fast forward to, like, a month ago. I start seeing this girl, let's call her Mia, who is also super into paranormal stuff. So of course, I start telling her all about Trevor, my resident ghost jerk. I'm laughing and I keep saying things like, he's not evil, he's just a jerk. He's like a frat boy with too much time on his hands. He's not malevolent, just kind of an ass. And I said it a lot. Honestly, I was probably roasting him harder than usual because I had an audience. But somewhere in the back of my mind, I had this little thought. If he's really here, he can probably hear me. Cut to last night. I'm getting ready for bed. Same routine as always. I turn off the overhead light and just leave my little bedside lamp on. The lamp starts flickering a bit, nothing new. Usually that's when I say, "Good night, Trevor." And sometimes the light actually clicks off right after, like he's tucking me in or something. So this time, I go, "All right, Trev, good night," and wait. Nothing. The lamp just keeps flickering. I wait a few more seconds, roll my eyes, and just flip it off myself. No biggie. I crawl into bed, grab my phone, and start doom scrolling through TikTok like every other responsible adult at midnight. That's when it gets weird. Out of nowhere, I get really cold. And yeah, my room is usually the coldest because the vents are routed here, but the AC was off. It wasn't that normal, oh, the air just kicked on kind of cold. It was that deep, creeping, something standing too close cold. I feel this heaviness, so I lower my phone a little and glance over the top of it, toward my closet. The closet door is half open. Here's the weird part. I'm not frozen. I'm not paralyzed. I'm not stuck in that sleep paralysis thing. I can move. I can breathe. My heart is pounding, but I'm awake. I remember thinking really clearly, okay, so it's not the Hat Man. Great. So then what is it? The figure leans down, close to my face, and then I see it. A face. Eyes closed. No smile, no frown. Just this neutral, blank expression. Like someone just resting their face inches from mine. For a second, we're just there. Me staring up, and this thing with its eyes closed, leaning over me like it's listening for something. Instinct kicks in, and I grab my phone and slam the flashlight on, shining it right where his face should be. Nothing. No one. Just my room. Closet door half open. Bedside table. The usual stuff. The cold is still hanging in the air, but the figure is gone. I was so rattled, I ended up sleeping with the flashlight on. I almost never do that, but I just couldn't make myself turn it off. Every time I started to relax, I'd picture that blank face leaning over me again. And now I can't stop wondering, was that Trevor? Because here's the thing. For years, Trevor has only ever been a presence. Flickering lights, moving things, doors, little pranks. I've never actually seen him. Not like that. Not a full-on figure walking out of my closet and leaning over my bed. So was that him finally showing himself because I kept talking trash about him? Or was that something else? Something using the same space. Maybe using the same tricks. Pretending to be him. That's what really freaks me out. If it's Trevor, I can deal with that. He's a nuisance, but he's never hurt me. We have an understanding. But if it's something else, something that can mimic him, or something that just moved in and decided my room is its new hangout spot, that feels different. Heavier. Darker. And I don't know what it wants. I keep thinking about how to handle it. Sage, prayers, cleansing, salt, protection rituals. I've even thought, do I bind it to something and get it out? Do I try to banish it? But I'm also scared of making things worse by poking at it without really knowing what it is. So now I'm stuck in this weird place where I'm talking to an empty room like, hey, Trevor, if that was you, maybe don't do that again. And if it wasn't him, I'm just hoping whatever it is gets bored and leaves. But deep down, I can't shake this feeling. Something in my room has changed. And I honestly don't know if my old, annoying roommate ghost is still the only one living with me anymore. So I'm 31. I work in sales, and Las Vegas is part of my territory. I don't live there, but I'm out there a lot for work. The catch is, my company only reimburses me up to a certain hotel rate, so I'm always trying to find something that's decent but not crazy expensive. On this trip, I see that the Luxor is cheap, has good valet, and it's walking distance from my work event. Plus, I'd never stayed there before. You know that feeling where you're like, sure, it's a little sketchy, but maybe it has some old school charm. That was me. I literally thought, screw it, why not? I walk into the lobby and immediately feel this weird mix of unease and fascination. The Egyptian theme is so dated, it almost feels like a movie set, but the pyramid itself is ambitious. You can tell when it opened it was probably mind-blowing. So I'm standing there like, okay, this is tacky, but in kind of a lovable way. I get up to my room and just start laughing. Out loud. This is, no exaggeration, the worst hotel room I've ever stayed in. It was built in '93, but somehow it feels like 83 pretending to be the future. Everything feels tired. I always book 2 queens when I travel because hotels love to skimp on blankets. My usual move is take the extra blankets from the second bed, pile them onto the bed I'm actually sleeping in, and make myself a little nest. That's exactly what I did. Important detail, I did not move any pillows. I had enough on my bed already, and if I had added more, I'd be trying to sleep on top of a mountain of pillows. So, blankets moved, pillows untouched. That's locked in my brain. Next morning, I wake up early, do a little workout in my room, shower, start getting ready. Housekeeping knocks while I'm mid-getting dressed. I have to yell, "Occupied," like 3 times before they finally hear me. Mildly annoying, but whatever. When I leave for the day, I hang the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, and that sign does not come off for the rest of my stay. Right as I'm almost ready to head out, the fire alarm goes off. And I'm thinking, okay, that's new. Never had this happen at a hotel before. I step out into the hallway. It's that painfully bright, humming kind of lighting, and everyone's trickling out of their rooms half confused. Security tells us our bank of elevators is shut down, but the ones on the opposite side are still working, which basically means the alarm was triggered on our side. So now I'm walking down the fire stairs from the 12th floor with a bunch of other half-asleep people, trying not to trip. While I'm outside, I pull out my phone and Google Luxor fire alarm and see a bunch of posts saying the alarms go off a couple times a month. I'm like, okay, maybe that's just a Vegas thing? I shrug it off and blame it on cheap rooms attracting a lot of chaos. A few hours later, I come back to my room because I want to meditate and clear my head before this big work event. I walk in, beeline straight to the window to check the view, just absent-mindedly doing my routine. Then I turn around and look at the bed. All of the pillows from the second bed, the bed I didn't touch, are now stacked on my main bed. Not tossed, not crooked. Stacked, neatly, parallel. 3 high rows, like someone was intentionally arranging them. Nothing stolen. I don't notice anything else obviously moved. But I know, like deep bone-level know, that I did not do that. I don't need to be 100% sure about where I left my suitcase or my shoes, but the pillows? I remember very clearly deciding not to mess with them, but I'm there for an important event, and I'm determined not to spiral. I tell myself, you're fine. Focus on work. I dim the curtains, lie down on the bed, and start taking these slow, deep breaths, trying to meditate. About 20 minutes in, my manager, let's call her Priya, calls me. She says she needs me to cover a meeting for her, so I snap out of meditation mode, throw my clothes back on in a rush, and head out. I leave the room basically exactly as it is. Curtains closed, pillows still weird, "Do Not Disturb" sign still on the door. I don't get back until after the event, like 11 p.m. I'm tired. I just want to shower and pass out. I open the door, step inside, and something feels off. It's that instant, wait feeling before your brain catches up. The curtains are wide open. The room is bright from the strip lights, and my stomach just drops. I know I didn't open them. I closed them myself before I lay down earlier. And when I rushed out after Priya's call, I didn't go near them. I start trying to explain it away. I'm like, okay, maybe when I cranked the AC earlier, the draft caught the curtains. They're kind of angled. Maybe they just slid open on their own. Then I think, or maybe I opened them on autopilot at some point and just totally spaced. ADHD brain moment. I actually had to gaslight myself to get through that night. I kept replaying a fake memory of me opening the curtains over and over. I kept insisting to myself, you probably just forgot. You're tired. You travel all the time. This is nothing. But in the back of my mind, I kept seeing that dim room I left earlier, and that feeling just sat there. I decide I am absolutely not showering that night. I don't want to be naked and vulnerable if something is off. It sounds ridiculous when I say it, but in the moment, it made perfect sense. So I just wash my face, brush my teeth, and get into bed. The whole night, I hear bumping, tapping, little sounds here and there. I try to blame it on thin walls and wild neighbors, but every time I peek out, I never see anyone going into or out of the rooms near me. No doors slamming, no drunk people stumbling by, just noise. I end up praying quietly, just asking to be left alone, basically. Eventually, I fall asleep. In the morning, I wake up and immediately look at the curtains. They're shut. Perfectly shut. Not moving. No draft. No, oops, they slide on their own. It's like the room is deliberately trying to pretend nothing happened. Later, I hop on a call with my team and say something like, I'm excited to go home. Weird stuff keeps happening in this hotel. They ask what I mean, so I walk them through the pillows, the fire alarm, the curtains, all of it. One of my coworkers, a Vegas local, let's call him Alex, goes, "Oh, dude, the Luxor? Yeah, that place is supposed to be haunted. Super cursed. Everybody knows that." And I just sit there like, I'm sorry, what? After the call, while I'm checking out, I run into a security guard by the elevator. She seems nice, so I ask her, "Hey, random question. If the fire alarm goes off, does security ever go into rooms even if there's a do not disturb sign? Just to check things out?" She tells me, "Technically we can, but I don't remember us actually doing that." So I tell her about the pillows, then about the curtains. I'm clearly fishing for some kind of, "Oh yeah, that happens a lot." But she's giving me nothing. Total poker face. So finally I just ask, be honest with me. Is this place haunted? She says, "No, never heard that. Nobody's ever reported anything like that to me." And I'm thinking, really? Not one person. In this entire pyramid of weird vibes, she's not giving me even an inch. So I finally say, "Okay, be straight with me. Is this place haunted? Do other guests ever report weird stuff happening in their rooms?" She smiles politely and says, "No, never. I'm so sorry someone moved your things. You should file a report." At that point, I'm like, all right, whatever. Nothing's missing. I just want to leave. I thank her and head out. Outside, I pull out my phone again and search, is the Luxor Hotel haunted? I tell myself if nothing comes up, I'll just drop it. But oh my God, the results are like a wall of, yes, absolutely it's haunted. Article after article, videos, blogs, personal stories. It's apparently one of the most famous haunted hotels people talk about in Vegas. Some say in the whole country. Guests describe exactly the kind of stuff I experienced. Objects moving, weird noises, strange vibes, that feeling of being watched. Fourth result down, there's this 3-star review specifically mentioning the 12th floor being haunted. Guess where my room was? Yup, 12th floor, right by the elevators. Smack in the middle of the hallway, basically the most 12th floor room on the 12th floor. When I read that, I just sat there in my car going, Of course I did this to myself for a cheap nightly rate. Then I fall down a rabbit hole reading about the place. Stories about accidents during construction, people saying there are bodies buried under the property, supposed mafia connections, reports of suicides and deaths since it opened, guests finding out someone died in their room years ago, all of that. There are even people saying the shape of the pyramid and the big beam of light mess with the energy. I don't know how much of that is real, but after staying there, I'm not in a hurry to test it. All I know is, I went in just trying to save my company a few bucks and came out with my own little ghost story. I'm never staying there again. Like, I don't care how cheap it is, I'm good. And knowing they're planning to demolish it in a couple of years, honestly, good riddance. You know, this story isn't from my own lifetime, but it took place in my hometown, maybe 200-300 years ago. Where I'm from, we still talk about it as if it happened last winter. The river's still there, the meadow's still there, and the place still carries the name it got from that night. Back then, there were 2 friends, almost like brothers. Let's call them Jusa and Mikel. They were known along the river as the best fishermen in the area. Their lives were the water and the currents. They'd paddle for days at a time, sleep on the riverbanks, and come home with their boats heavy with fish to trade. They weren't selfish with what they knew either. Whenever they could, they took younger people along to teach them how to fish properly, how to read the river, how to gut a fish, how to listen to the weather. It wasn't just about the catch. It was about passing something on. One late summer, they decided they'd go upstream to a hidden meadow. Just a long bend in the river with soft grass and good fishing. A place our people still know. The plan was simple. Paddle up there, fish till evening, stay the night, and drift back home the next day. They thought, maybe some of the kids will want to come. Make it a little trip. As they were getting their gear together, nets, lines, a small pot, a bundle of dry wood, they looked around the riverbank, thinking who to invite. That's when they saw their childhood friend. We'll call her Elle. Elle was down by the water, standing knee-deep along the shore, checking on some reindeer pelts she'd put to soak. We reindeer people do that, you know. Put old pelts in the river so the fur loosens. Later, you scrape it off and dry the hide to make leather. It's hard work. Not pretty, but it's important work. Elle was a little younger than Jusa and Mikel, but the 3 of them had known each other since they were small. When Elle's family passed through with their herd, she and the boys would run all over town together, climbing rocks, splashing in the shallows, getting scolded for coming home late. Her family were reindeer herders, always on the move with the herd. They came through our town every year, usually around late summer. Jusa and Mikhail were different. Their families didn't have reindeer. They lived off the river. Fish, a bit of trading, a bit of whatever work they could get. Now, when they saw Elle that day, she was scraping the fur off one of the pelts, her hands steady, her shoulders tight. They hadn't seen much of her the last couple of years. Not the way it used to be. You see, as a child, she'd been full of life. Laughing, teasing, running everywhere like she never got tired. But something had happened a few years earlier. After that, people said, she'd gone quiet. Didn't smile much. She kept to herself, avoided big groups. So Jusa nudged Mikhail and said, "We should ask her along. Maybe it'll do her good to get away for a night." Just like when they were kids, fishing, stories by the fire, sleeping under the open sky. They walked up to her. The river was making that soft sound it makes when it's low and slow. And you could hear the scraping of her knife on the hide. They greeted her, joked a bit, talked about the herd, about how the fish were biting, about how the nights were finally getting darker again after the long light of summer. After a while, Jusa said, "We're going up to the meadow tomorrow. Just one night. You should come with us." Elle froze for a moment, knife still in her hand. You could see she didn't know what to say. Part of her wanted to go. You could see it in her eyes. And part of her was holding back. After a long silence, she just nodded and said softly, "All right, I'll come." They pushed off from the shore and paddled upstream. The river widened and narrowed, twisted and straightened, just like it still does. They reached the hidden meadow as the sky began to turn that deep blue that comes before real darkness. They fished there and had good luck. Enough fish for a proper meal. Fat trout and grayling. They roasted them over the fire, talking and laughing more than they had with Elle in a long time. For a little while, that old spark seemed to come back to her. She laughed at one of Mikkel's bad jokes and even rolled her eyes like she used to. By the time they'd eaten and cleaned up, it was late, and the sky was full of stars. But it wasn't pitch black. There was still enough light that you could see the outline of the trees and the moving river. They lay down on their pelts near the fire, wrapped in their blankets. The flames burned low. Little by little, they drifted off. Maybe 3, 4 hours later, no one really knows how long, they were snapped awake by a sound, a scream. Not a little cry, no. A long, sharp, terrible scream that cut through the night and went straight into their bones. They sat up, hearts pounding, and looked around. The fire had burned down to embers. The meadow was quiet. The river moved like it always did. They saw nothing. Then it screamed again, closer this time. Mikkel grabbed his knife. "Fox?" Jusa whispered, though he didn't sound convinced. Mikkel shook his head. "A fox doesn't sound like that," he muttered. "That sounded like a child." They both turned to Elle. She was sitting absolutely still, staring into the dark tree line. her face as pale as if all the blood had left it. Her hands were shaking. Then everything went quiet. No scream. No wind. Even the river seemed to hush itself. Trying to calm his own nerves, Jusa laughed weakly and said, "Come on. It's probably just a fox or an owl. What are the chances there's an apara out here, of all places?" And as soon as he spoke that word, it screamed again. So close now, it felt like it was right behind their ears. That was enough for Elle. She snatched up her pelt and ran straight for the boat, bare feet pounding the cold ground. She didn't say a word. She just ran. Jusa and Mikkel looked at each other once, grabbed their own pelts, and bolted after her. They shoved the boat into the river, slipped as the cold water hit their legs, and scrambled in. Mikkel jumped in last and pushed hard off the bottom. The current grabbed them, and they began to drift downstream, fast. The screaming didn't stop. As they moved along the river, the scream followed them through the trees, traveling along the bank, keeping pace. Sometimes it sounded ahead of them, sometimes behind. It wasn't always the same either. Sometimes it sounded like a child crying, sometimes like something caught between a sob and a howl. But it never touched the water. That's one thing we say about an apara. It won't go into the river. No matter how fast it can run, the water stops it. Still, that doesn't help much when it's following you from the shore. After a while, with the boat gliding quickly on the current, the three of them just sat there, listening to that horrible sound moving through the dark forest. Mikkel's arms were tired from paddling, and he was shaking with anger and fear. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He stood up a little in the boat, just enough to see over the side, and shouted toward the forest, "Show yourself!" And it did. A small figure stepped out of the bushes onto the riverbank. A little girl, maybe 5, maybe 6 years old, no more. Thin, with tangled hair, wearing something that looked like it had once been a dress, but now was just rags hanging off her shoulders. The screaming stopped. The boat drifted, the water whispering around it, and the three of them stared back at her. She didn't move closer, didn't step into the water, just watched. Mikkel's voice was shaking, but he called out to her. "Listen, we're sorry if we disturbed you. We haven't done anything to you. We're not the ones who left you out here to die. Go find the one who abandoned you. Go after them, not us." The little girl just kept staring, not blinking, not speaking. Her eyes didn't leave them for even a moment. Then, without warning, it happened. There was a sharp, sickening sound beside Mikkel, a cracking, like a breaking branch, only too close, too real. Elle's head snapped to the side in a way no living neck should ever move. Her body jerked, and before either of them could grab her properly, she toppled over the side of the boat and into the river. They plunged their arms into the water, pulling her up as fast as they could, but the moment she hit the river, she was gone. No breath, no movement. Her neck was twisted almost all the way around. When they looked back to the shore, the child was gone. The river carried them the rest of the way home in a silence that felt heavier than any scream. When they reached the village, they told Elle's family what had happened. The others listened with wide eyes and pale faces. But when they came to the part about the Eperos snapping Elle's neck after Mikkel shouted at it, there was a different kind of silence. One full of something like understanding and dread. Elle's mother finally spoke. She told them that a few years earlier, when they were by the coast, Elle had met a Norwegian man. He wanted her in the way some men want a woman for a night and nothing more. The Sami, back then, were often treated as less than human. So when Elle became pregnant, the man wanted nothing to do with her or the child. In those days, having a child outside of marriage brought heavy shame, not just on the woman, but on her parents, her siblings, everyone. Elle told her family she was with child, and together they decided that no one else could ever know. She hid her pregnancy as best she could, under loose clothes, under silence. When the child finally came, she didn't bring it into the village. Instead, she carried the newborn deep into the forest, far from any path, far from any home, and left it there. Left it alone. Left it to die. After that, Elle was never the same. That bright spark she'd had as a girl, gone. She avoided people, she avoided laughter. She carried that secret like a stone in her chest. So when the Eperos heard Mikkel shouting, "We're not the ones who left you," it knew exactly who had. It had run along the river, keeping to the shore, screaming and following them, not because of Jusa or Mikkel, but because of Elle. Because it had found its mother. Elle was buried not long after. In the place on the river where she died, where that unseen hand twisted her neck, is still known among us as Eperasfieldma, the Eperas's Bend. Now you might be wondering, what exactly is an Eperas? In the old days, when a baby was born sick, with a disability, or, like in this story, outside of marriage, some parents didn't have the heart to kill the child with their own hands, but they also didn't dare keep it. Out of fear or shame or both, they'd take the baby out into the wilderness. They'd leave it there, alone, to die slowly in the cold and the dark. And those children, they didn't always stay gone. What came back was called an Eperas. There's only one way to truly help an Eperas move on. You have to treat it like the child it once was. You have to baptize it, give it a name, acknowledge it. Only then can it find rest and leave this world behind. The child in this story never got that. No name, no proper farewell. Just the cold forest floor and a slow death. And later, a mother who tried to run from what she'd done. In the end, though, it wasn't Jusa or Mikkel it wanted. It was the one who had left it behind. So when people in my hometown paddle past Eparasfieldma, even today, they tend to grow quiet. Some make the sign of the cross, some whisper a prayer. Some just listen to the river and hope it's only the water they hear. Because nobody wants to hear a child's cry in the forest at night. Not there. Not anymore. Hey, little buddy. How's your day going? Whatever ups and downs you had today, let's put them aside for now and dive into the mysterious stories from all around the world that people have sent to Mr. M. Let's see what we've got tonight, okay? Don't forget to hit subscribe and tap the bell so you don't miss any new videos from Paranormal M. I love you guys. I live in an apartment block that went up sometime in the late 90s. It's nothing special, really. No famous stories, no rumors, nothing. We're still the first family to own this place. Well, technically my nan and granddad are. As far as I know, not even a goldfish has died in this flat. Even so, ever since I was a kid, I've always felt like there was something here. Just a little presence in the corner of the room, that kind of thing. But since I didn't grow up here full time, I ended up brushing it off as just a child's imagination. Until not too long ago, anyway. This happened about a year ago. I'd just come back from a late shift and went straight to the kitchen to throw something together for dinner. When I'm cooking, I usually put on a show or a podcast and wear headphones so I don't disturb anyone. That night, I was halfway through some story when I thought I heard a noise through the headphones. I paused the video and actually listened. Sure enough, there was knocking. Hard, heavy knocks coming from the front door. It was around 3 a.m. Bit of an odd hour to be asking for sugar. And they were hitting the door like they were trying to punch a hole through it. I should probably mention that our area is not exactly the nicest. We've got all sorts of people living nearby, new arrivals, folks with addictions, drunks hanging around the shops. Because of that, we mostly mind our own business. We don't really know them, and they don't really know us. So the chances of someone randomly coming to us for help at that time? Pretty slim. Still, I tried to convince myself it might be one of the neighbors. We did help out a guy once when he got locked out without his keys, but he'd passed away months before this happened. I walked a bit closer to the front door. If it was really someone who needed help, they'd be ringing the doorbell too, yeah? Most people would, but the bell never rang. The closer I got, the more frantic the knocking sounded, like whoever, or whatever it was getting impatient. And then, out of nowhere, I got this absolutely overwhelming feeling that it was my nan standing on the other side. I could picture her perfectly, hair all mussed, in her pale nightgown, blinking at the light in the hallway and waiting for me to open up. But I knew she was asleep in her room. She'd come home around 10:30 and gone straight to bed. I'd heard her. I stopped where I was. I didn't go any nearer. I didn't look through the peephole. I had this horrible certainty that if I looked, I'd see my nan. But it wouldn't really be her, if that makes sense. I turned around and went back to the kitchen, trying to talk myself down. I put my headphones back on, hit play, and pretended like nothing was happening. After a while, I realized I couldn't hear anything under the audio anymore. I paused it and slid the headphones off. Nothing. Just silence. No knocking, no shuffling, no one in the hall. I finished up in the kitchen and went to my room. That night, I avoided the front door completely. I didn't even want to walk past the bathroom, and it's right next to it. The knocking came back later on. Not that exact night, but over the next few weeks. It happened a few more times, always late, always the same heavy pounding. And every time I stopped being scared, like, really told myself I wasn't afraid, it went quiet straight away. The last time it happened, it only lasted a few seconds because I just sort of snapped and thought, I'm not scared of you. Nan reckoned it was probably that woman. The spirit of her, anyway. She told me that if I ever heard the knocking again, I should call out to her and tell her she didn't need to stay here anymore. But I never heard it again. A few years ago, I went to see a medium who claimed he could talk to people who had passed on. During our session, he told me my grandfather was there with us. He even said his full name, clear as day. The medium said my grandfather wanted me to go play bingo. something Grandpa had done all the time when he was alive, and that he would make it worth my while. I hadn't set foot in a bingo hall in forever, but the medium insisted my grandfather would send me a sign when it was time to go. One evening, I was in the kitchen washing dishes when I heard a local ad come on, this time from my phone, not the radio. A sponsored post popped up on Facebook about a big bingo night happening in my hometown, about an hour's drive away. As soon as I heard it, something inside me just clicked. I called out to my husband, "Let's drive down to my parents' place. You can hang out with the boys while I go play bingo." And off we went. That night at bingo, I ended up winning $260. When I got back to my parents' house, I burst through the door and announced my win. Everyone got excited and crowded around, wanting to see the money. Then it happened. A sudden, bone-deep chill ran straight through me, like someone had opened a walk-in freezer around just my body. I asked, "Did anyone else feel that?" It just got freezing in here. Nobody even looked up. No reaction at all. I raised my voice. "You guys, did you not feel how cold it just got?" Still nothing. It was like I wasn't even in the room. The cold wrapped tighter around me, and for a few seconds I honestly felt invisible. Then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. The room felt normal again. Everyone went back to chatting with me, like nothing weird had happened. I asked, "Did you hear me asking you about the cold?" And they all said the same thing. "No." "You didn't say anything." I was like, "What the?" I reached into my pocket to pull out the folded bills to prove my bingo win. I counted them out on the table. Right in the middle of the stack of 20s was a tiny wooden bridge from a fiddle. I froze. The bingo lady had counted the money out loud as she handed it to me, and I had double-checked it before shoving it into my pocket. There was definitely no little piece of wood, no fiddle bridge, nothing but cash. Here's where it gets really eerie. My grandfather was a well-known fiddle player in our town. Everyone knew him for that. My dad keeps Grandpa's 2 fiddles locked away in a cabinet, always telling us, and later my boys, never to touch them. I held up the bridge and showed everyone. My dad's face went completely pale. He walked straight to the cabinet, took out the fiddles, and checked them. One of them was missing its bridge. I still have no logical explanation for how that fiddle bridge ended up folded into my bingo winnings. All I know is this. During those strange, silent seconds when that freezing breeze wrapped around me, and nobody could hear my voice, my grandfather found a way to let me know. This was him. For the sake of the holiday spirit of this month, I figured I'd dust off one of the weirder heirlooms my family seems to pass down. Brushes with the occult. Paranormal activity runs in my bloodline the way eye color does in other people's families. Even though I have to admit, my own experiences are pretty mild compared to some of the nightmare fuel I've found rummaging through the deepest catacombs of Reddit. Believe me or don't, that's honestly fine. The ones who do, and the ones who've been through similar stuff will know exactly what I'm talking about. I'll start with my grandfather. Back in his youth, when he was working as a driver and courier along the Pacific coast of Mexico, he would take this long, lonely highway that stitched together his tiny town in the hills to a distant port city. We're talking hours of driving through nothing but scrubland and broken fences. At night, the road was almost pitch black, barely any lampposts, just the headlights and whatever the moon felt like giving. He claimed that out there, he'd see all sorts of things no one had any business seeing. Not the headless man or La Llorona like in the classic stories, but a woman in white, walking backwards along the side of the road, her hair covering her face, and a black dog that kept pace with his truck no matter how fast he was going. Sometimes, in the dead of night at home, he'd hear the old wooden wardrobe in the hallway creak open and shut, followed by the sound of bare feet running across the tiles. When he rushed out, nothing. Wardrobe closed, floor dry, everyone snoring. Other nights it was the radio, switching on by itself to static, the volume slowly rising like someone was leaning closer and closer to the dial. He'd walk into the room, and the thing would just cut off. Silence. He never got proof of any of it, and he's in Sheol now, so his stories are all I have to go on. My dad, though, he got the worst of it. His story begins in the sprawling, half-finished neighborhoods that grew like weeds around Mexico's biggest city. Back then, TV was about as common as an honest politician in government nowadays, so kids made their own entertainment. In his block, they went straight for the occult. They'd draw chalk circles on the floor, chant names they'd heard from older cousins, and play their own off-brand versions of Ouija with a glass cup and a piece of cardboard. They swore that once they managed to lift a whole kid off the ground using only their index fingers, all of them huddled around like it was a birthday party from hell. So one night, during one of these improvised rituals, my father, being young, cocky, and allergic to keeping his mouth shut, started talking trash. Not just about ghosts, but about the devil himself, herself, they-self. It wasn't even that creative, more arrogant than offensive. But apparently, that was enough to put a nice, bright target on his back. That same night, he says, something came to collect on his stupidity. He was lying in bed, half asleep, when he suddenly realized he couldn't move. He couldn't call out, couldn't twitch, nothing. But his eyes were wide open. Outside, the wind picked up, and the metal sheets on the roof began to roar. One of the windows kept rattling, like somebody was trying to force it open from the outside. The house, one of those self-built places my grandfather raised with his own hands, didn't have proper doors yet. Instead of a bedroom door, my dad had strings of beads and an old blanket tacked above the frame for privacy. He says he felt this crawling urge to look toward the doorway. He didn't move his head. He couldn't. But his eyes slid over. He was still pinned there, every muscle locked. Then he felt the mattress dip beside him, the way it does when someone heavy sits down. The bed springs groaned. Out of the corner of his vision, in the dark by his feet, something began to gather. A patch of darkness, darker than the room itself. A tall, narrow shape formed. It didn't have a clear face, just edges, a silhouette. But it definitely had a hat. And where its eye should have been, my dad swears he saw 2 burning points of red. Not bright, more like embers in a dying fire. The figure didn't move closer. It just sat there, half turned toward him, staring straight into his eyes. Seconds turned into what felt like hours. The roof howled, the window rattled, and still that shape didn't blink, didn't breathe, just watched. Then, as calmly as it had arrived, it stood up. The mattress rose back to its original position. The beads parted again, and the figure glided out. Same slow pace, like a priest leaving a sanctuary or some kind of grim procession. The blanket fell. The wind quieted. And suddenly, my father could move again. You'd think that would be a one-time punishment. It wasn't. This kept happening, sometimes a few times a week, for years. And it wasn't always identical. Sometimes the figure stood in the doorway instead of sitting. Sometimes it was just a hat and shoulders in the corner of the ceiling. It followed him from house to house, neighborhood to neighborhood, as he grew up, got married, and with a baby on the way. New walls, same visitor. Hatman didn't retire with my father either. I've caught a glimpse of something like him, but not the paralyzing, cinematic horror my dad went through. For me, it was quick and almost stupidly ordinary. I was going about my day, shuffling between my room and the kitchen, when I walked past a hallway mirror and saw, over my own reflection, a second outline. Taller than me. Hat, shoulders, no features. By the time I turned around expecting to see some prank, the hallway was empty. No one behind me. Just me and the stale smell of old air. I've always wondered if any of this is supposed to mean something. What's the point of psychologically tormenting a teenager who doesn't even have his life together yet? Is there a message? A warning? Or is it just cruelty for its own sake? One thing I've come to suspect from my own experiences is that the original gaslighters, the master architects of smoke and mirrors, have been hanging around humanity since we first started telling stories around fires. We sanitize them now, call them negative energy, entities, malignant forces, spirits. But there was likely a time when people carved their faces into stone and called them gods. I don't think of myself as someone who believes in ghosts. I always feel like I have to get that out of the way first, because what I'm about to tell you makes me sound like I should be burning sage and sleeping with a Bible under my pillow. Even now, though, years later, I can't quite shake the feeling that something was very wrong with the apartment we rented in a tiny town in southern Ohio. We moved there from upstate New York when I was a kid. Me, my older sister, my mom, and her boyfriend. The building sat on a corner lot, across from the railroad tracks. A tired, 3-story brick place with a faded sign for a barber shop that had closed long before we got there. We had the middle floor. Some guy my mom only ever referred to as the man upstairs lived above us. The shop on the ground floor was empty. The layout should have been our first hint that the place was strange. When you came in from the outside stairs, you didn't enter a normal hallway. You stepped into this long, narrow corridor, with doors on one side like compartments on a train, and bare plaster on the other. My sister's and my bedroom was at the very end. The living room came before that. To get to the kitchen, you had to walk through my mom's room, like it was just another section of hallway. Every door had these old glass knobs and transom windows over the top that could tilt open, like the house was built before anyone cared about privacy. The doors were the first thing that started acting up, or at least, that's when we began to notice. They didn't swing open like in a horror movie. The knobs would turn. You'd be sitting on the couch, nobody near the hallway, and you'd hear that tiny clink of glass. See the knob give a slow twist, and then the door would ease itself open a few inches. If you closed it firmly, it would do it again later. We told ourselves it was the building settling, or the train vibrations shaking things loose. The whole place trembled whenever a freight train rolled by, so it sounded reasonable enough. Then the transom windows started opening too. You'd shut them for the night, and in the morning, a couple would be tipped forward, letting in cold air. My mom swore she hadn't touched them. We started joking that the apartment was breathing. It didn't stay funny for very long. Almost every night, around the same time, we'd hear what we thought were footsteps, but not from the hallway. They came from above the ceiling, like somebody was walking slowly, heel to toe, across the length of the apartment. The man upstairs worked nights, so half the time his car wasn't even in the driveway when we heard it. I told myself it was pipes, or raccoons, or the sound of trains echoing in the bones of the building. Old places make noise. I've lived in enough of them to know. What I still don't have a good explanation for are the pennies. It started with one or two. You'd be brushing your teeth, look down, and there'd be a penny lying in the middle of the bathroom floor that you were sure wasn't there a minute ago. Or you'd sit down at the kitchen table and feel something under your bare foot. Another penny, face up, right under your heel. At first we thought my mom's boyfriend was messing with us. He liked practical jokes, and leaving change around where we'd notice would have been his kind of thing. He swore it wasn't him. We didn't believe him until it started happening to him too. The pattern got weirder. The pennies always showed up in straight lines. 4 or 5 of them in a row stretching across the counter. 3 in a perfect little path from the doorway to the couch. Once, my sister woke up with a neat line of them on the floor between her bed and the door, like a trail or a boundary. None of us kept that much change in our pockets, and when we checked the dates on them, most were old. 60s, 50s, even a couple from the 40s. That was when my mom decided she wanted to know more about the building. One Saturday, she marched us all down to the town hall, where the clerk dug out dusty property records and let her flip through them at a side table. No microfiche this time, just crumbly files and carbon copies. We found out the building used to be a boarding house for railroad workers. Before that, the lot had held a small wooden place that got damaged in a flood and torn down. There were no notes about deaths, no sensational stories buried in the paperwork. Nothing that explained why our apartment seemed to be spitting out spare change from the past. My mom came home with photocopies anyway. Like maybe if she stared at them long enough, they'd reveal some secret we'd missed. Years later, when I got curious, I tried plugging the address into Google Maps. The image that came up made my stomach drop. The brick building was still there, but it had been turned into apartments with vinyl siding slapped over the old storefront, and bright new windows where our wobbly ones used to be. Different paint, different railings, same bones. If you didn't know what you were looking at, it would seem like any other cheap rental in a small town. We lasted almost 2 years in that place. We might have stayed longer if not for the storm. It was late summer, the kind of Ohio thunderstorm that makes the whole sky go white. The power had already gone out once and flickered back to life. The 3 of us kids, Me, my sister, and the neighbor girl from upstairs had crashed early on a pile of blankets in our room after playing cards by flashlight. My mom and her boyfriend were still awake in their room, talking. What they told me later is this. First came the footsteps overhead, slow and steady, crossing from one end of the apartment to the other. Nothing new. Then they heard the hallway door click as the knob turned. They watched it swing open. The draft brushed past them, cool and damp, smelling faintly like pennies in old metal. A second later, from the living room, they heard the distinct clatter of our board game box being opened. Not the thunder, not the trains. A cardboard lid sliding, pieces rattling. The little plastic houses and metal tokens tapping against each other like someone's hand was buried in them. My mom's boyfriend thought it was us, of course. He stomped down the hallway, ready to yell at us for sneaking out of bed during a lightning storm. He reached our doorway and shined the flashlight in. We were all out cold, mouths open, limbs everywhere. That deep, boneless sleep kids have after a long day. The board game was exactly where we'd left it, stacked on a shelf in the living room closet, lid closed. He told me he felt something then, a sort of buzzing in his teeth like the air was humming. And for the first and only time in his life, he admitted he wanted to bolt out of the building and stand in the pouring rain just to get away from it. Instead, he dragged the game into our room and set it on the floor next to us, like maybe having it where he could see it would help. It didn't. He spent the rest of the night sitting upright on the edge of the mattress, flashlight in one hand and a baseball bat in the other, staring at the dark hallway and listening for footsteps that never quite came close enough. We moved out within a week. The official reason was that my mom found a cheaper place closer to her job, which was technically true. The real reason was that none of us wanted to keep waking up to pennies in tidy lines across the floor, or doors that opened themselves, or the sound of someone poking through our things when we weren't the ones doing it. Ever since I was a kid, I've felt deeply connected to people, animals, and even random little things. I've always been super sensitive. I care a lot, but I also get attached in this strange way. If I ever felt any kind of emotional pull towards something, I just couldn't get rid of it. I still have boxes of tiny trinkets I've collected over the years, and I arrange them carefully around my room, like they all have their own little stories and don't want to be forgotten. When I was younger, I didn't just have imaginary friends. I had one presence that felt almost as real as any person. I could see it in my mind so clearly and talk to it like it was actually there. Throughout my life, I've had weird, unexplainable things happen. I'm only 23, but I've already seen things that don't make sense. I've seen figures that looked faded, like they belonged to another time, or people who I knew weren't alive anymore. For some reason, I was never really afraid of them. And just to be clear, I've never been diagnosed with psychosis, hallucinations, or any mental illness that could explain all this. About 2 years ago, I really dove into the whole spiritual and paranormal side of things. I started meditating and trying to reach out to spirit guides. Sometimes I'll free write or doodle when I feel a certain energy around me, just letting my hand move and seeing what shows up. I don't even know if any of it is real, but ever since I started doing that, everything has felt heavier, darker. I don't feel like the same person anymore. When I'm alone, especially late at night or going up the stairs, it's not just the usual someone might be watching me feeling. It's like something is right behind me, matching my steps. I tried that visualization technique where you imagine a bright shield or bubble of light surrounding you. At first, it actually made me feel safer, but lately, it feels like something is pressing against it, like it's starting to crack. I've felt invisible hands on me when no one was there. I've found scratches on my back and arms that I can't explain. I've woken up with bruises in odd places. I even went to the doctor, and they told me it might be from moving or hitting something in my sleep. But that just doesn't sit right with me. Recently, I've been waking up drenched in sweat, heart racing, like I've been running from something in my dreams. One night I woke up, and there were several figures standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me. They didn't look like regular people. They looked faded and damaged, like they'd been pulled out of a ruined painting. Their skin was grayish and wrong. One looked like an older man in an old-fashioned military coat. Another was a young girl in a torn white dress, clutching a stuffed animal. I was completely awake. I remember every detail. It terrified me, and it scared my boyfriend too, who was lying right next to me when I gasped and grabbed him. But what really shook me was something my boyfriend told me not long ago. He said that about a year ago, he woke up in the middle of the night and felt someone lying beside him, but it wasn't me. He said he saw a woman with long red hair, mine is short and blonde, lying there, facing him, her eyes wide open and glassy, just staring at him without blinking. He said her skin looked waxy, like a body that shouldn't be moving. He panicked, reached for the lamp, and when he turned the light on, it was just me, fast asleep, facing the other way. He didn't tell me about it until recently, because the memory still freaks him out. Hearing that messed me up, because it lines up way too well with everything else that's been happening. So now I'm stuck in this place of not knowing. Is there actually something attached to me? Am I bringing this on somehow? Or is all of this just one impossible string of coincidences that I'm connecting in my head because I'm scared? I lost my mother this spring to a long illness. Since then, I've been noticing these weird, quiet little moments that feel like communication. My first instinct has always been to explain everything away. I'm a skeptic, agnostic, and up until very recently, I didn't really believe in an afterlife or any lingering consciousness. I still don't know what I believe. I'll list a few things. They're probably easy to debunk, but because I'm not in the best state of mind, I've been struggling to think clearly. The chime that rings on its own. When I was younger, our old apartment had this cheap motion sensor chime by the front hallway. It would beep whenever someone walked past. After my grandfather died more than a decade ago, it randomly went off for a few summers, always around the time of his death and his birthday. No one near it, no doors opening, just beep. We joked that it was him visiting. Now I live in a small place in a different city on the West Coast. There's no motion chime anymore, just the little ding-dong from the smart door sensor when it detects the door opening. The days after my mom passed, it kept making the sound, even when the door was completely shut. It only happened in the late morning to early afternoon, for 3 days straight. Then it stopped. Since then, nothing. Same heat wave, same strong sunlight hitting the door. Temperature shot well past 100 degrees Fahrenheit for weeks. If it was a wiring thing or the sun hitting the sensor just right, why only those specific days? Why only in broad daylight right after she died? The calendar flipping itself. We have this old school wall calendar in the dining area. Big pages, glossy paper, held by a little metal clip. During the time my grandmother and her siblings stayed over, the ceiling fan in there was on high basically 24/7. Same speed, same angle, every single day. One afternoon, I almost never leave my room, but that day I wandered out to grab water. I walked past the table and the calendar suddenly snapped loose and flipped down onto the floor right in front of me. It opened to the month of my mom's birthday, even though we were in a different month entirely. The fan had been blowing like that for weeks. Why did it decide to fall right then, in that specific moment, onto that specific page, while I just happened to be standing there? Convenient sample of my grief brain? Probably. But it still felt personal. Her voice at the burial. The funeral was about a month after she passed. I hadn't heard her healthy voice in so long. Those last months, everything she said was raspy and fragmented. She would run out of breath mid-sentence. By the time the funeral came around, I honestly couldn't remember what her normal voice sounded like. I avoided videos because they hurt too much. At the burial, while they were lowering the casket, I suddenly heard her. Same clarity and volume as my own internal monologue. She said, very gently, "Hey, Anak. I have to go now. I love you." It was so sudden that it made me catch my breath. I was exhausted, stressed, barely sleeping. So yeah, could have been my brain reaching for comfort, some kind of brief waking hallucination. Every now and then I'll hear her again, not out loud in the room, more like a thought that doesn't feel like mine. Soft, distant, but direct. Usually short phrases that feel like answers to questions I'm already thinking. I know it could just be me asking, what would she say, and filling in the blank from memory. But it feels different than when I imagine other people talking. She popped my cyst. She promised she'd take care of it again when I feel better. She never got the chance. Then, on her birthday this year, that cyst suddenly started to hurt. Out of nowhere. It went from, I forget this exists, to like a 610 burning, throbbing pain that lasted almost 2 weeks. It turned a bit red and hot. I couldn't sleep on my back, couldn't focus at work. I finally went to urgent care, and they told me I'd probably need a minor procedure to get it excised. I was sitting there under those bright hospital lights, overwhelmed, and for some reason I just didn't go through with scheduling it. I went home. About a week later, the pain just stopped. Not gradually, more like one day it hurt, the next day it didn't. The bump, which had been raised for years, was suddenly flat. It never burst, never leaked. One day there's this dome under my skin. Next day it's basically gone. Now there's only a faint little mark left, and it keeps getting flatter and more normal looking. Yes, I know bodies are weird and things get reabsorbed and all that. I know it could be a coincidence that this whole process started on her birthday. But still, she always said, "I'll get rid of that thing for you." And then it vanished. She helped my great-grandmother go. My great-grandmother passed away at 92 not long ago. She lived in another country, so I only heard everything secondhand through relatives' calls and messages. Apparently, in the last few days, she refused food and water and spent hours talking to people no one else could see. She kept saying my mom's name. She'd smile at an empty corner of the room and nod like she was listening, then tell everyone, "It's okay, they're waiting for me." After 3 days like that, she slipped away peacefully in her sleep. By then it had been a few months since my mom died. They were very close when my mom was younger. The rational part of me knows that people nearing the end often talk to loved ones who've passed. The brain does strange, merciful things. But another part of me imagines my mom taking her hand and walking her across whatever is next for them. So, I don't know what to think. Coincidences? Stress? Grief doing what grief does? Honestly, I feel a little crazy even typing all this out. And I feel extra crazy for letting myself wonder if there's more behind it. We have science to explain so many things. Random house noises, faulty wiring, memory glitches, internal voices. But some stubborn part of me keeps whispering, what if the dead use those exact systems? Electrical signals, chemicals in our brains, little physical accidents, to nudge us. What if they've become some sort of natural energy that can tweak particles just enough to get our attention? Maybe it really is just wild, coping imagination. Maybe it's both, grief and something we don't fully understand yet. What do you think? TT. Okay, so my best friend and I have both been seeing weird stuff lately, even though we live hours apart. Still same country though. It kinda started when I texted her about how I've been way more paranoid these days, and that I got sleep paralysis again. After that, my paranoia got so much worse. I started feeling like something was always low-key watching me, and that people were plotting weird shit, like IDK, setting me up, following me, or trying to lure me somewhere. I get freaked out by mirrors now, especially at night. If I see even a crack of my reflection in a dark mirror or TV screen, my heart just starts pounding. Even in the daytime, I'm mad wary about reflective stuff now, like glass doors and mirrors and all that. One time, I fell asleep on the floor in the living room, and I had this dream where I was lying there, and suddenly the hallway got super bright for a second, like someone turned on a light. In the doorway, I saw a tall figure just standing there, facing me. I tried to shout for my mom and started swearing at it, and then I woke up. The hallway light was actually off, and the door was closed, so I knew it was just a dream. But then I swear I heard our front door handle move, like someone turning it really slowly. After that, I kept getting up over and over to check if the door was locked. A few weeks later, I had another episode of sleep paralysis in my room. I didn't see anything this time. I usually get auditory stuff, like weird noises or whispers. But my best friend sees actual figures and faces. This one wasn't even that bad, TBH, so I don't need to describe it. But what pissed me off was that every time I tried to fall asleep again, it felt like it was trying to drag me right back into paralysis. Like 10 times in a row. I was more annoyed and angry than scared at that point. Meanwhile, my best friend keeps saying she sees people just standing in corners or peeking around door frames at her. Me and her are always weirdly in sync with the stuff that happens to us, so it freaks us out even more. And keep in mind, right now, both of us are struggling way more in school, and we low-key think this crap is part of the reason. I barely sleep properly anymore and keep staying up late, which just makes the paranoia worse. She told me recently she saw a woman peeking at her from the end of her bed. And last night, I actually saw a bright flicker in the reflection of my bedroom window. I was fully awake this time, not dreaming. I bolted into my room and locked everything because I was terrified. I wasn't sure if I was hallucinating, so I didn't tell my mom anything. That same night, I felt something lightly brush against my ankle under the blanket. And when I looked up, I saw this tall, dark shape by my closet, like pressed against the wall. It vanished the second I really tried to focus on it. I honestly don't know if I'm just so paranoid that my brain is making this stuff up, or if something is actually happening. Please help, because it's been messing with my already screwed up head. And my focus in school is getting worse too. People at school have literally noticed I'm not in the right headspace. So, where to start? This is a personal story of mine, one I still don't really know how to explain. A few years back, some friends and I spent a weekend in a little river town called Riverton. I've got family there, and had lived in town for a while before moving closer to the city. We were around 18 to 19 at the time, and there were 5 of us total. It was a cool, late spring evening, nothing going on, so we decided to wander around this place called Cottonwood Flats, a little island park on the river. Just a bunch of bored kids who don't drink or smoke and had nothing better to do. We headed out around dusk, thinking we could do the whole loop before it got fully dark. Yeah, that didn't happen. We started on the far side of the island where the trail hugs the river, with those big, half-buried rocks along the edge. Pretty sure it was meant for bikes more than people. It had rained the night before, so everything was damp, the trail kind of slick. One of my good friends suggested we cut off into the trees instead of staying on the main path. Personally, I don't do woods at night, after rain, when it's cold and muddy. Of course, I was the only one against it, and majority rules, so into the trees we went. As we got deeper into the woods, one of our friend's parents, I'll call him Mason, started blowing up his phone. Mason was from Riverton originally, and so was his mom. She kept calling and texting, asking him what he was doing out there that late, telling him to watch out for drifters and to not stay out on the island too long because bad things happen out there. Her words, not mine. We all kind of laughed it off and kept going, farther and farther in, until we hit the end of the worn trail. Somewhere along the way, the sounds of birds just faded. No bugs, no frogs, nothing. We came out into this wide clearing with tall, wet grass up past our shins. It would have been pretty in daylight, but by then it was basically pitch black. We started goofing around, trying to shove each other into the grass, tripping over clumps of dirt and roots, just being idiots. That's when we heard it. It was this high, sharp, whistle-like sound off in the grass. Not like a normal whistle, though. It had this weird depth to it, like a bird screeching from way inside a metal pipe or something. It sounded organic, but it made your skull buzz a little, set your teeth on edge. My childhood buddy, I'll call him James, who's been hunting since he was a kid, just laughed, shrugged it off, and stepped straight into the tall grass, saying it was probably some injured bird or rabbit. When he got a little ways in, we realized water had pooled under the grass. He was walking in ankle-deep, cold, muddy water. Our one native friend, not super important, just context, quietly started praying in Lakota under her breath. Then she just stopped walking, completely froze. She spun around and asked us, really panicked, if any of us had whistled. James shouted from somewhere in the grass that he had, just joking around, and she immediately tried to get us to leave. James ignored her and kept wading further away, the grass swallowing him up. Then we heard it again. The same whistle, only closer. And it seemed to come from right where James had gone, but not in his voice. A second later, James burst out of the grass, splashing water everywhere, breathing hard. He asked if anyone had followed him in, if I had tried to mess with him, grab him, anything like that. I told him no, none of us had moved from the edge. We all did this quick, nervous scan around us, but there was nothing there. Just black shapes of trees, wet grass, and that strange, heavy quiet. No one argued after that. We just left. We didn't tell anyone about it for a long time because it sounded ridiculous, even to us. I had never seen James that shaken before. He was always the brave one of the group, the guy who would go first into anything spooky just to prove it wasn't a big deal. Later on, when he finally opened up about it, he said he felt someone right behind him in the grass, matching his steps, and then a hand closing over his shoulder like it was about to spin him around. When I asked our native friend again, later, why she freaked out when she heard the whistle, she shut down immediately. She wouldn't talk about it at all, just changed the subject. Even the question seemed to scare her. A little while after that trip, Mason told us quietly that people in town avoided Cottonwood Flats after dark. He said it had a reputation. The fall before we went out there, a man, a father, had gone to the island and ended his own life near one of the clearings. Ever since then, according to some of the locals, that part of the island was just wrong. A place where misfortune hangs around longer than it should. This all started back in 2020. My fiance at the time was working several states away. I was home by myself with our 3 kids. For about a week straight, every clear night I'd catch these strange lights moving across the sky. Not like planes, not like stars, just odd. Drifting, stopping, then darting off. One long, hot Friday, I finally crawled into bed. I was exhausted, but my body refused to shut down. I kept tossing and turning, flipping my pillow, staring into the dark. After what felt like forever, maybe 2 hours, I finally slipped into that heavy, almost dreamless kind of sleep. Then, something yanked me out of it. I woke up suddenly, heart pounding, with the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone in the room. I was turned toward the wall, facing my kids sleeping beside me. All 3 of them in my line of sight. My brain went into overdrive. Had someone broken in? There had been a few break-ins a few streets over, and that was the first thing that came to mind. I slowly rolled onto my back and stayed as still as I could, just listening. The house was silent. No footsteps, no doors, no creaking floorboards. But that feeling, that presence, wouldn't go away. Then I saw it. A shape. A figure. Hard to tell what it was at first. Like my eyes weren't cooperating, I judged the distance, thinking I could probably make it to where we kept the gun before it reached me or the kids. I tried to sit up. Nothing. My body wouldn't move. I felt like I'd turned to concrete. A wave of panic washed over me. My chest tightened. Breath speeding up. That's when I heard a voice. The calmest, gentlest voice I've ever heard in my life. We're not going to hurt anyone, even now, years later. Remembering those words gives me chills. The fear just drained out of me. Not all at once, but enough that I wasn't terrified anymore. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I realized there wasn't just one figure. Another, taller one stood nearby, and two smaller ones hovered just behind them. At the time I thought, maybe they're kids? They murmured to each other in low voices, but I couldn't understand a single word. The one closest to me stepped forward, and that's when I really saw the light. A soft, blue glow, like it was coming from under the skin. It traced along its limbs, like every vein in its body was lit up. It was beautiful and eerie at the same time. As it moved closer, the others began to glow too. The same dim blue radiance. I still couldn't make out clear facial features, but I knew immediately they were not human. I remember silently begging myself to wake up, thinking, this has to be some wild dream. But deep down, I knew I wasn't dreaming. I was awake. Completely awake. The thing that stayed with me then, and still does now, is how beautiful they were, and how peaceful I felt near them. It sounds insane, but that's the truth. I don't know what happened next exactly. Either I blacked out, or they did something to me, because the next thing I remember, I was no longer in my bedroom. I was on my back, staring up at a smooth, metallic ceiling that reflected a faint light. Whatever I was lying on was freezing cold, the kind of cold that feels sharp. I tried to move, but the only thing I could control were my eyes. I've never felt cold like that night, like it was inside my bones. I felt exposed, but not like I was naked. It was a different kind of exposed, like they could see straight through me, like every memory, every thought, every fear was wide open to them. I got a clearer look this time. It was very tall, maybe just under 7 feet. The head was shaped like what people describe as a gray alien, large, smooth, with huge dark eyes that seemed to swallow the light. Hardly any nose, and just a thin slit where the mouth should be. There was a low, constant hum all around me, like machinery far away, or electricity buzzing in the walls. It seemed to get stronger whenever they moved. Another one came into view, what I instinctively thought of as female. I don't know why, I just did. She walked up beside the tall one. He spoke first, but I couldn't hear the words, like his voice was just out of reach. Then she spoke, clear as day, in the back of her mind, hidden away. She knows she's safe. She reached down and ran her fingers gently through my hair. My long auburn hair fanned out beneath me. The tall one said, "She was alone, except for the children." As soon as he said it, an image flashed in my mind. It was like a memory and a vision at the same time. I saw my kids, fast asleep in my bed, with 3 of the other beings standing around them, almost like they were standing guard. The female said, "They'll be together soon, and we'll check in." I can't fully explain it, but I suddenly felt this weird familiarity with the place, like it wasn't my first time there. The thought formed in my head, have I been here before? And before I could even finish it, she cut in again, almost amused. "Oh, there it is. But after this, she will fall into a deep sleep. She won't remember, or it will only feel like a dream." I felt a sharp rush of cold in my left arm, similar to getting an IV, but without the sting. Just pressure and freezing cold spreading through my veins. The next thing I remember, I was upright in my own bed, gasping like I'd broken the surface of deep water. I immediately checked on my kids. All 3 were there, curled up and breathing softly, totally fine. I slid out of bed, legs shaky, and headed toward the bathroom to try to make sense of what had just happened. I felt heavy and off balance, like gravity was pulling too hard. I had to hold on to the dresser, then the door frame, just to keep from stumbling. In the bathroom, I didn't turn the light on. I just sat there in the dark. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a flicker of blue. My eyes darted down, and it was gone. Then I heard the faintest little giggle. I couldn't tell if it sounded like my children or like them. I got up slowly and made my way back to bed, still fighting that strange new weight feeling. I lay down, pulled the blanket up, shut my eyes, and felt something icy cool brush my cheek. Gentle, almost like a goodbye. When my fiancé finally came home from out of state, I told him everything. As we talked, we realized we'd both had a bizarre, overlapping dream around that same time. Similar images, similar blue light. We both feel like whatever that shared dream was, it ties into what I experienced that night. If you're familiar with energy lines and crossroads, the house this took place in sat right on a major one. Stuff drifted in and out constantly, and there was some kind of activity almost every night. It was a ridiculously good place to do paranormal investigations, because you almost always caught something you couldn't easily explain away. It was also the house I grew up in. For a little background on why this encounter is as detailed as it is, I'm a psychic medium, a trained medicine woman, and a professional paranormal investigator. I'm also putting a TW here because I will describe how this man died, and it may be upsetting for some people. One night years ago, in the little apartment on the property where I was living, I was sitting at my desk talking to a friend online. We were mid-conversation when we both noticed that my camera feed had this odd, hazy glow forming off to one side of my video image. We paused, and I turned my head to look. There was a man standing there. He didn't feel malicious, but he was absolutely injured. One of his arms ended just above the elbow, the rest of it simply gone. The skin on that side of his chest and neck was puckered and torn, like something had gone clean through him and then burned on the way out. The eye on that side of his face was clouded over and half closed. His hair was long and silver, braided back, and he was painfully thin. He wore a faded woven shirt with dark stripes, old-style trousers that hit just above his ankles, and he was barefoot. He was very clearly indigenous, but not a nation I recognized. I asked him his name. What he said was in a language I didn't understand. I asked him why he was there. He said very clearly, "Sky herd." "Is that your name?" I asked. He shook his head. "Sky herd," he repeated, and pointed past my wall toward the hills behind the house. "Is Sky herd with you?" He shook his head again. "No Sky herd. Sky herd. There." He pointed again. "Then what is the Sky herd?" He gave me this small, tired smile. After that, he began giving me his story in these broken, scattered pieces. A phrase here, an image there, a sensation, a word. I had to tape it all together to understand it. I'm not going to walk you through that whole process because it took almost 2 hours. Me scribbling notes on a pad, my friend on the video call helping me puzzle it out, asking clarifying questions, and the man confirming or denying with tiny nods or gestures. This is the story, laid out the way it was meant to be told. Our man, his son, and his nephew had been asked to go hunt. They were tracking an elk along a ridge, following its trail through the trees, when they lost the tracks in loose stone. The nephew suggested they spread out to pick up the trail again. The nephew went low, the son went to the right, and our man climbed higher along the slope. He eventually came out into a clearing that hadn't been there before. The last time he'd walked that route, it had been all dense forest. Now it was a wide, green, open meadow. That alone confused him. In this meadow, he saw animals he'd never seen before. Big as elk, but thicker, with heavy bodies and white coats that shimmered like mist. Their backs looked like they were made of clouds, but their hooves left marks on the ground. They grazed like normal animals, sniffed the air, watched him with wary eyes. But they looked wrong, like they were made of the sky and the morning fog at the same time. He had no word for them, so in his mind he called them the Sky herd. They looked solid, they looked edible, and he knew nobody would believe him if he went back with nothing but a strange tail and no meat. Honestly, he barely believed what he was seeing himself. The herd bolted. The wounded animal staggered and fell, and he moved forward to claim it, calling out for his son and his nephew so they could help him dress the kill and carry it back. As he walked, he looked up and saw a bright white circle hanging low in front of him, like a second sun hovering at the edge of the meadow. Which made no sense, because he was between hills. He shouldn't have been able to see the real sun like that. Then there was a crack. Not a sound he knew, just a tearing of the world. Then there was pain. He couldn't hear. He couldn't see clearly. His chest felt like it had been ripped open from back to front. Breathing was like trying to pull air through rocks. He hit the ground and remembered the taste of dirt and metal in his mouth. The next memory he had was waking up in a dark, shaking wooden room that clattered and jolted beneath him. His son was next to him, also chained, trying to speak softly to calm him. People were all around them, his own people, others as well, pressed together on the floor. All he could really hear was coughing, crying, and the constant rattling of whatever they were inside of. He drifted in and out, his son's words blurred. He remembered being thirsty, the wound in his chest burning, the air full of smoke and dust. He died not long after that. Now, if you're wondering what exactly happened and what he really saw, here's what he was trying to tell me. He hadn't found some spiritual skyherd out of legend. He'd walked straight into a settler's fenced pasture of pale cattle, animals he'd never seen before in his life. He shot one with an arrow, thinking it was fair game, the same way his people had always hunted. The second sun he saw was the flash from a rifle he'd never seen, held by someone whose language he didn't speak, defending animals he didn't know could be owned. The bullet tore through his chest and out his back. He succumbed to his wounds while being moved, first by wagon, then on a train, along with his people who were being transported away from their land. He never really had the chance to explain what happened, or to have anyone believe that he'd seen something so strange and died for it. He told me the name of his nation, but I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in it here. It was a smaller tribe from the Central Plains, not one most people would recognize from history books. What mattered to him wasn't me getting every political detail perfect. What mattered was that, when I repeated the name back to him and said I'd remember it, he relaxed. After I promised to tell his story whenever I could, he smiled, did this little shuffle of a dance in place, and then he was gone. He crossed over. He couldn't move on until someone listened, believed him, and carried his story forward. He never got to in life. I share this story often to keep my promise to him. I don't tell it to be funny, or to mock him, or to shame him for what he did. I tell it because he waited roughly 2 centuries to give his account to someone who would sit there, listen, write it down and say, "I believe you." Now it's your turn to know it. I was driving back home in the middle of the night after hanging out with my friends. It was about 1:45 a.m. I live in the countryside in southern Europe, pretty isolated, and I was completely sober and very aware of everything around me. I was on this narrow country road when I noticed a faint, pale bluish light on the left side, a bit ahead of my car, maybe 80 to 100 meters in front of me, just hovering above a low stone wall that separates the road from a field. It looked like something peeking over the top of the wall to watch the road. My first thought was that it might be someone's phone flashlight, or maybe a bike light, or even some weird kind of reflector. I've lived here my whole life, and I drive that road almost every single night. I know where the street signs are, where the reflectors are, where animals usually cross. I know what animal eyes look like in my headlights. This was none of that. As I kept driving toward it, the light started to move. Not fast, not jerky, just this slow, eerily smooth glide. It slid sideways along the wall and then away from the road, like it was attached to something that was pulling itself back into the field. I could tell there was something there, like the light was fixed to a shape or a body, but my headlights weren't close enough to show what it was. It wasn't walking. It wasn't bounding like a deer or a dog. It wasn't a person either. It was like the light was fixed in one position while whatever carried it was creeping or sliding underneath. Right before I reached that exact spot, the light moved behind a tall tree at the edge of the field and just disappeared. When I got there, I slowed almost to a stop and turned my head to look. Nothing. No person, no bike, no animal. No light source at all. Just the tree, the wall, and darkness. But I had seen it clearly for several long seconds. It wasn't a blink and you miss it thing. The second I realized it was gone, I got hit with this horrible gut feeling. My stomach dropped, and I honestly thought I was going to throw up right there in the car. It felt like I had just seen something I wasn't meant to see. Like I had walked in on something that should have stayed hidden. The feeling was disgusting, almost. Not just fear, more like a deep, instinctive revulsion. I've been having trouble sleeping since, even though this isn't my first weird experience with things I can't explain. But this time felt different, more real somehow. And I can't shake the image of that floating light gliding away from me into the dark. So growing up, I lived 3 houses down from this old abandoned church and its overgrown yard. Needless to say, I saw a few things as a kid that made me a believer. My dad always poked fun at me for it, right up until he had an experience of his own. That was, honestly, pretty validating. After that, he was at least more open to weird stuff. This particular thing happened years later. My dad goes up north every year to go fishing. Same remote lake, same crew of guys. I've been there with him a bunch of times, just not in the last few years. Anyway, one night after he got back from a trip, we were having a glass of whiskey. I mean, is there anything better to have a paranormal come to Jesus talk over? He said he wanted to tell me something that had happened on his last trip up there. The second night they were there, they were staying for 5 days. He was sitting on the tiny porch of their cabin, smoking. From there, he could look across the clearing into the boathouse, maybe 40 feet away. It's a small building with sliding doors where they keep motors, life jackets, fuel, all the stuff to keep the camp running. The camp is only reachable by boat or float plane. The doors were cracked open a bit, and he could see 2 glowing eyes. They were set in the outline of a very large dog, just standing there in the dark. At first, he figured he was just tired and a little buzzed, so he went back inside. The next morning, he went to check the boathouse, trying to figure out what could have given off eye shine like that. There was nothing. No reflectors, no paint, no glass. Nothing that would catch light like that at the right height. The next night, nothing. But the night after that, there it was again. This time he called one of the other guys out and pointed. "Hey, what do you see over there?" The guy squints and goes, "Jesus, that looks like a big fucking dog with glowing eyes." They ended up seeing it on multiple nights. My dad said he even saw its head shift a little, like it was turning to look at them. Which, to me, pretty much rules out it being just some stacked gear in a weird shadow. I got him to really describe it, and after showing him a bunch of big dog profiles, the one he picked out was closest to a Newfoundland. I'll be honest, I know the legends. You see a hellhound, and you've got a year to live, max. My dad has a heart condition, so I was more than a little freaked out. But it's been 2 years, and he's still here. At this point, I can only assume either it wasn't there for my dad, or it was guarding something, or someone, a lot more important than us. I was about 16 when this happened, and had always been a skeptic on the paranormal. But since then, I've been a 100% believer in it. Like no doubt in my mind anymore. Me and my family usually rent houses by the coast in northern Spain for vacations. And that's what we did too for that year's autumn break. I saw the place myself on the website. It looked really gorgeous. You know, old stone house on a hill with a view over the sea. The people going were me, my sister, my parents, and my aunt and uncle. When we arrived to the house, we realized that it must have been some sort of old monastery building or retreat before becoming an actual home. We were told it was built sometime in the late 1800s, and it was literally attached to a tiny abandoned chapel, like sharing a wall with it. As soon as we walk inside, I get this really heavy, strange feeling. The air felt different from the rest of the village, almost like it was thicker or something. But obviously I didn't say anything. Why would I? The house had 2 floors and a basement we were told was private and locked off, which was a bit weird, but whatever. There were 3 bedrooms upstairs, and I ended up getting my own room. And as much as I hate to admit it, I was terrified of sleeping alone in there. I asked my sister if she could sleep in the other bed, but obviously she said no, and told me to stop being dramatic. So my mom agreed to stay with me until I fell asleep, and then she would go back to her room once I was out. The actual experience happened on, I think, the 4th night. That night my mom had ended up falling asleep properly in the spare bed in my room instead of leaving, and I was in the bed I'd slept in the other days. My bed was pushed into this little alcove in the wall, and there was this old wooden folding screen that I had pulled halfway around it so it felt more cozy and closed off. I fell asleep pretty fast, but I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night for no reason. I'm usually a very heavy sleeper and never wake at night. The second I woke up, I heard breathing. Not snoring, not my mom's breathing, but like quick, whispered breaths, right next to the folding screen on the other side, at the level of my head. Then it turned into the sound of very light footsteps, almost like someone tiptoeing on the old wooden floor. They started right by the side of my bed, walked along the screen behind my head, then out into the middle of the room and towards the door. I could hear the floorboards creak as if someone was really there. The steps left my room and went out into the hallway, and then just stopped. At this point, I was convinced it was my mom going to the bathroom or something, except I could still hear her breathing behind me in the other bed. That's when I properly freaked out. I slowly sat up and looked over. My mom was dead asleep, on her side, covers up to her chin. I could see her clearly. Still, I needed to prove to myself I wasn't crazy, so I got up and opened my door into the hallway. All the doors were closed. My aunt and uncle in the room at the end were completely out. My sister, too. No lights, no sounds. Nothing. There was nowhere for anyone to have gone. The staircase to the ground floor was right there, and I just stood at the top of it with my heart racing, feeling like someone had just run past me, but I was alone. The morning after, I asked everyone if anyone had gotten up at night, gone to the bathroom, anything. They all said no. My mom even joked that I was watching too many horror movies. I was on edge for the rest of the stay, but nothing like that happened again. Months later, out of nowhere, I brought it up again to my mom, and she just went quiet. Then she told me she'd been terrified of the house too, and it felt that same heavy, weird energy since the first day. My sister had apparently told her she hated walking past the basement door because she felt like someone was standing right behind it. My mom also admitted that on the second night, when she'd stayed in my room until I fell asleep, she'd woken up to the sensation that someone was standing between our two beds, watching us. But she'd kept her eyes shut because she was too scared to look. To this day, I get goosebumps thinking about that hallway and those footsteps and that broken crystal. I honestly think something in that house didn't want us there. And judging by the way my pendant cracked, I don't think it was something friendly. Hey everyone, how are you all doing? It's me again, Mr. Paranormal M. This is my favorite time of day, sitting down with the mic and hanging out with you. My butt's a little sore from sitting so much, but honestly, I'm just happy knowing these spooky stories help you relax and fall asleep. If you've had any strange or mystical experiences, don't be shy, send them in. And of course, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of our new videos. Alright, go ahead and turn on your nightlight, and let's dive into tonight's supernatural stories together. So, let me tell you this story the way it really lives in my head. To give you some context, this was back in 2020, right in the middle of the COVID madness. I was serving as a Latter-day Saint missionary in the Philippines, Tacloban mission. About 4 months into my mission, I got a transfer call. I was originally supposed to serve in Baybay City, Leyte, but because of sudden lockdowns, all the borders were shut. No buses, no boats, nothing. I just couldn't get there. Another missionary was stranded for the same reason. Since neither of us could reach our assigned areas, the mission office put us together in this sort of temporary companionship and reassigned us to the San Rafael ward in Tacloban City. From the beginning, that reassignment felt off. During the actual transfer announcement, there was no companionship assigned to San Rafael at all. The area wasn't even mentioned. Then, a few days later, out of nowhere, we were told, "Elders, you're moving to San Rafael." We didn't really question it. We just did what missionaries do. You go where you're called. Here's the thing, San Rafael had always been a sisters area. Then suddenly, it became an elders area. No explanation, just a quiet switch. The apartment was a 2-story house. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms. The one we used was fine after we cleaned it up. Just your typical missionary room. Beds, study desks, scriptures everywhere. But the other room felt like time forgot it. The air was stale, thick in a way that made you want to breathe shallower. Dust covered the floor and the closets. There were old hangers on the clothing rods, like someone had once hung their proselyting clothes there and never came back for them. It looked like no one had entered for years. Downstairs was a dim living room where the curtains only let in this weak, tired kind of sunlight. Beside it was a small dining area, then the kitchen and laundry space. The bathroom was tucked inside near the back, small but usable. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. We studied, we prayed, we did online teaching. We laughed about our awkward Cebuano, you know, just regular missionary life in a pandemic. Then one night happened. I was in the kitchen washing dishes after dinner. We'd just finished a video call with some members, and then my youngest sister called me. Let's call her Lara. I propped my phone up against a cup in front of the dish rack so she could see me while I scrubbed plates. Behind me were the stairs and the dining area. The apartment was pretty quiet, just the sound of running water and her voice through the speaker. We were in the middle of this light conversation. She was telling me some funny story about online school, when she suddenly paused. "Kuya?" she said, her voice shifting a little. "Ilang kayo diyan?" "How many of you are there?" I frowned. "Dalawa lang," I answered. "Just me and my companion." There was this tiny silence on the line. And then she said something that made every hair on my arm stand up. "Ang dami kasi ninyong nakaputi." Because there are so many of you wearing white. I stopped scrubbing. I remember the water still running, my hands halfway in the sink. There were only 2 of us in the apartment. Yes, we were both wearing white undershirts and our garments. But she said she saw many people, all dressed in white, moving behind me. I turned around slowly. Nothing, just the shadowed outline of the stairs, the quiet dining table, and that still heavy air. No movement, no figures, no one. He tried to brush it off, mumbling something like, "Baka guni-guni lang yan." Maybe she was just imagining things. Then he closed his planner a little too quickly and said he was tired and headed upstairs earlier than usual. The moment he went up, the atmosphere changed. It's hard to explain, but it felt like the air got heavier, like the room was suddenly smaller, pressing in on me. My instincts were screaming that I wasn't alone, but I didn't have anything visible to point to, so I did what I could. I finished the dishes, turned off the lights, and went upstairs. I tried not to think about Lara's voice repeating in my head, "Ang dami kasi ninyong nakaputi." A few days later, my curiosity got the better of me. I started gently asking around during our member visits. I wanted to know why San Rafael, which had always been a sister's area, suddenly became an elder's area. I had this uneasy feeling that the abandoned room and the closed apartment weren't just about logistics. Eventually, one older sister in the ward, Nanay Tess, I'll call her, opened up. She told us that back when sister missionaries lived in that same apartment, strange things were already happening. One evening, she said, she went over to deliver dinner to the sisters. It was already getting dark. When she reached the gate, she noticed that the living room lights inside the house were off, so the whole first floor looked dim from the outside. But through the front window, she could clearly see several figures dressed in white standing inside. They weren't talking. They weren't moving around like normal people. They were just standing, facing in different directions, still. Thinking the sisters were home with guests, she called out to them from outside the gate, "Sisters!" The moment her voice broke the quiet, the figures suddenly ran, all at once, toward the stairs and up to the second floor. But here's the part that really bothered her. There were no footsteps, no creaking, no sound at all. Just the motion of them going up, and then silence. Startled, she stayed outside the gate, clutching the food container. A few minutes later, she saw the real sister missionaries walking down the street toward the house, just arriving from proselyting. They hadn't even reached the gate when she blurted out, "Akala ko nandito na kayo kanina. Ang dami nyo sa loob, nakaputi." When she told them what she had seen, the sisters went pale. They looked at each other, and then one of them quietly said that they had been experiencing things inside the apartment too. That's when they shared their side of it. One night, they said, they were upstairs, getting ready to go down and use the bathroom before bed. The door of that abandoned room, the dusty one, was slightly open. As they walked past, they suddenly felt this heavy, unsettling presence, like someone was watching them from inside the dark. Curiosity and fear mixed, and they glanced toward the doorway. That's when they saw them. Several pale faces, expressionless, peeking from the darkness of that room. Not one face, but many. Just there, half hidden, looking at them. They froze. Every instinct screamed at them to get out of the apartment. They decided to run downstairs and just get outside. But as they hurried to the stairs and reached the middle landing, they stopped dead in their tracks. At the foot of the stairs, in the living room below, more figures in white were standing there, silent, watching. No faces they could recognize. No emotion. Just that awful stillness. Then, one of the figures twitched, like its body was getting ready to move toward them, like it was about to climb the stairs. When they finally told Nane Tess what they had experienced, the details matched what she had seen from outside that same week. Figures in white, silently moving up the stairs. A few weeks later, our mission president decided to temporarily pull the sister missionaries out of that apartment and move them to a different place while they sorted things out. And that's when they started sending elders into the area instead. Elders like me and my companion. When we heard this story, everything suddenly lined up. My sister seeing many people in white behind me through a video call. The member seeing multiple white figures inside the apartment running upstairs without a sound. The sisters seeing pale faces in the dark room and more figures at the base of the stairs. The descriptions were the same. The silence, the white, the stairs. I remember sitting there on that plastic chair in the member's house, my hands resting on my knees, trying to look calm. But my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My companion and I glanced at each other, and we both did that nervous little laugh that doesn't actually mean you're not scared. It's just what you do when you don't know what else to do. That night, on our way back to the apartment, we didn't talk much. We still prayed, still studied, still did everything we were supposed to do. Outwardly, we were normal missionaries. But inside, there was this quiet fear sitting between us, like a third companion we hadn't invited. Even now, years later, I still remember that video call with Lara so clearly. The way her voice shifted. The way she sounded uneasy but honest when she said, "Ang dami kasi ninyong nakaputi," because there are so many of you wearing white. The strange thing is, I never saw them myself. No matter how many times I looked over my shoulder, it was always just shadows and still furniture. But after hearing what the members saw, and what the sisters went through, and remembering what my own sister said that night, I can't help but wonder. Maybe, just maybe, she really did see something standing behind me. Something that chose to show itself to her, but not to me. And that's the part that still gives me chills. Not what I saw, but what I never got to see at all. I honestly believe I was possessed by multiple spirits that night. Not just one. It felt like they were taking turns. Like my body was a room they were walking in and out of. It started past midnight, around 1 a.m. I was at my friend Lena's place with a couple of our other friends. We were just talking, laughing, nothing heavy. Then suddenly, I noticed I couldn't move the way I wanted to. It was like my body stopped listening to me. My thoughts were there, but my memories felt foggy. Not gone, just out of reach. Like they were behind frosted glass. When I tried to talk, the words felt stuck. Lena would ask me something and I'd answer weirdly, or too slowly, or not at all. I remember really wanting to sit down because I couldn't walk properly. When I tried to move toward the couch, it felt like I was gliding instead of walking. Like my legs were underwater. Then this strange wave hit me. A kind of déjà vu, but a lot deeper. It was like, I've lived this exact moment before, but I knew I hadn't. There was this huge emotion rising up inside me, and I had no idea where it was coming from. My eyes kept half closing on their own, and I couldn't sit up straight. I kept touching my hair, adjusting it, tucking it behind my ears, just doing something with my hands because my whole body felt wrong. I wanted to cry, but I didn't even know why. That's when I realized, this isn't just me. I felt this presence, like someone else was sharing my body. And in that moment, I just knew this spirit had been assaulted. I didn't see any images clearly. There were no spoken words. But there was this heavy, wordless knowledge in my chest. She was a rape victim. The pain, the shame, the fear. It wasn't from my own life, but I was feeling it like it was mine. After a while, the feeling shifted. My hands and feet suddenly turned ice cold. I remember rubbing my fingers together because they felt numb. I started burping over and over, even though I hadn't eaten anything heavy or had any soda. It was so strange and honestly embarrassing. Then, all at once, terror slammed into me. I became absolutely convinced someone was going to stab me. Not in some vague, anxious way. It felt specific and immediate. Like any second, someone was going to burst in with a knife. The fear didn't feel like mine. It felt like I was remembering someone else's last moments. I think that was another spirit entering. Someone who had died from being stabbed. This spirit was panicking, sure that someone was outside, ready to come in and attack. During this time, I couldn't respond to my friends at all. They kept telling me, "Hey, breathe. It's okay. You're safe." But I couldn't calm down. My heart was racing, and my body felt like it wanted to run, but I couldn't move properly. Eventually, Lena said, "Let's just put on a movie and then crash for the night. Maybe you're just tired." So we stood up to go to her room, and the moment I stood, the fear got even worse. We passed this big standing mirror in the hallway, and I caught my reflection. For a second, I didn't recognize myself. Then I saw my own eyes again, like I was slowly coming back. I could feel the spirits pulling away, slipping out, and I started to feel a bit more like me. My body felt more under my control, but there was still this heavy discomfort, like emotional bruises. I could talk to Lena again, respond to what she was saying, but I felt fragile, like if someone breathed too hard, I'd shatter. When we reached the bedroom door and she opened it, everything twisted again. I kept saying, "I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm really scared," over and over. They kept telling me, "It's just your imagination. Calm down, there's nothing there." But I couldn't. The fear felt too real. And the thing is, they still had no idea what I was experiencing inside. To them, I probably just looked like I was having a breakdown. We decided not to stay in that room. We went back to the living room and sat down again. They tried to make the atmosphere lighter, just talking about random things, telling stories, laughing a little, pretending everything was normal so I wouldn't spiral more. I mostly stayed quiet, just listening. That's when I noticed a huge moth clinging to the ceiling, barely moving. It felt out of place. I glanced at Lena's pets. She has this orange cat named Momo and a small black dog. Momo was sitting completely still, staring at a spot near us like something invisible was standing there. The dog kept pacing between us and the hallway, tail half up, half tucked, acting both playful and uneasy. In my mind it clicked. They're seeing something too. Animals are sensitive. When they act strange for no reason, I always feel like they're reacting to something we can't see. By then, it was around 4:30, almost 5 in the morning. The sky outside was starting to lighten just a bit. As it got closer to dawn, I slowly felt myself returning more fully. My body felt like mine again. I could breathe more normally. The cold in my hands and feet faded, and the thoughts that weren't mine grew quieter. But pieces of the night kept replaying in my mind, like short clips on repeat. The heavy sadness, the stabbing fear, the red room, Momo staring at empty air. Now, it's been a full day since it happened, and my feelings are still all over the place. I feel sad because I honestly think there are souls that are stuck, still carrying their pain, still looking for a way to be heard or helped. I feel worried because I don't know why they chose me or why I can feel them so strongly. And I feel scared because this isn't the first time something like this has happened to me, and I'm afraid it won't be the last. But I'm telling you this because I need someone to hear it and not immediately call me crazy. Even if you don't fully believe in spirits, just believe that what I felt was real to me. And that night, for a few hours, I truly didn't feel like I was alone in my own body. You know, I always tell people I wasn't a UFO person before this happened. I'm a nurse. My name's Maggie, and I've worked hospice for most of my life. Back then, I was a hospice RN, doing 12-hour shifts at a small 10-bed inpatient unit in Mesa, Arizona. That night I was driving home to north central Phoenix, same route I always took, heading west. It was one of those long, bone-tired nights where your feet hurt, your heart is full, and your brain is just trying to get you home. The highway was under construction, so it was this annoying pattern. Off the freeway, over the overpass, back on again. Stop, start, merge, repeat. Somewhere around Tempe, halfway between Mesa and Phoenix, I took an exit like I was supposed to and ended up on this little construction road. There was a big pile of construction debris, dirt, broken asphalt, gravel, pushed up into a kind of ramp. I eased my old pickup up onto it to get some height, thinking it might help me see what was going on with traffic ahead. By the time I stopped, I was high enough that one of the freeway streetlights was just a couple of feet above my head. I left my brights on and put the truck in park. And that's when I saw it. Out in the sky to the north of me, coming toward where I was, there was this massive boomerang-shaped object. Not a little light, not a dot, a thing. The glow of Phoenix behind it kind of backlit the outline, so I could see the shape more than anything at first. This huge V just gliding in. It was around 8:30, maybe closer to 8:40 at night. The sky was clear. No clouds, no storm, nothing that would explain what I was seeing. I got out of the truck. I don't even remember deciding to. One minute I'm sitting there, the next I'm standing in front of my truck, looking up like a kid at a planetarium. The craft kept coming closer, and as it did, I could see that underneath it, in several spots, 5, maybe more, there was something that looked like lava dripping down. The best way I can describe it is like a lava lamp turned upside down. This thick, orange-gold liquid light would stretch down, thin out to a yellowish color, form a bulb, and then pull itself back up into the craft, over and over. It wasn't just light shining on it, it was the light. As it got closer, I realized just how big this thing was. The tip of the left wing passed right over me. If I had to guess, I'd say it was maybe 30 feet above my head. From one tip of the boomerang to the other, it looked about a mile wide. I know that sounds impossible, but that's what my eyes were telling me. With my headlights on and the streetlight so close, I could see the bottom really well. The surface looked like a gunmetal gray, kind of a matte finish with just a hint of reflection. Not shiny like chrome, more subdued. It looked like one solid piece of material, no seams at all. And it was covered in oval indentations, maybe 6 feet long or more each, thousands of them. They caught the shadows from the dripping lava on one side and the light from my truck and the streetlight on the other. So as the craft moved, all those shadows shifted and danced. I remember being scared for a second that this lava was going to hit me, that it was going to burn me alive. It looked that hot. My brain kept saying, "Get behind the truck, Maggie, move." But I couldn't. I was rooted to the spot. Then I noticed something else. There was no heat, no sound, no rumble, no wind, no smell. Just stillness. I thought about ducking behind the truck again, but I just couldn't take my eyes off it. This wasn't like anything I'd ever seen in the sky. Not flares, not a plane, not a helicopter. Nothing. When the craft was directly over me, everything turned orange. My truck, the dirt, my scrubs, my hands, even the air around me. It was this deep, rich, soda orange glow. Like orange crush, but darker, more saturated. And it wasn't shining out from a bulb somewhere. The light was coming from that liquid itself. As it moved overhead, I noticed that trailing behind the paths of the lava were these streams of colorful mist. They followed along the same routes, like delicate ribbons in the air. They glowed too. Layers of rainbow colors, sparkling gently, waving like flags in slow motion. And it was when that mist passed over me that something happened I still have trouble putting into words. I was suddenly overwhelmed with a feeling of home. That's the only word that really fits. Family, love, acceptance, gratitude, peace. It hit me all at once, like someone opened a door inside my chest and poured a warm, gentle wave straight into my heart. I just started crying. Not out of fear, out of recognition, relief. I don't know. I stood there sobbing quietly, watching this enormous, silent, glowing craft float over me and away toward the west, feeling like someone kind and ancient had just leaned down and checked on me. I felt like I was being told, "You're seen, you're loved, you're not alone, we're here." And I believed it. I must have stood there for 10 minutes, just watching, until it was too far away to see clearly. Even when it was gone, that feeling stayed, like a soft hum in my body. Later that night, around 10, I was back home in north central Phoenix. I walked outside again and saw a second set of strange lights out near South Mountain. Those looked different, more like stationary lights hanging over and in front of the mountain. I was too far away, and there were trees and buildings in the way, so I didn't get a good view. But I knew they weren't like the liquid light I'd seen earlier. Over the years, I heard other witnesses talk about that night. Some said the craft was rooftop high. Where I was, it really did feel that low. I was almost parallel to it, seeing it from the side, not just from underneath like a lot of people who were looking straight up. Pilots talked about another craft earlier that evening, way up at 10,000 feet, estimated to be 8 miles wide. I didn't see that one. I only saw this one. Since then, people have recreated what they saw with CGI. And there's at least one animation out there that matches that boomerang shape and the glowing mist almost exactly. When I saw it, I thought, yes, that's it. That's what I saw. I ended up sharing my story on TV and podcasts. I'm on a Discovery Plus show, UFO Witness, Season 1, Episode 5. They had an actor play me, which still makes me laugh. They didn't get the indentations on the bottom quite right, but they did a pretty good job with the orange glow. I've also talked about it on a few shows on YouTube and some UK and Canadian programs. It still surprises me that this one night, driving home from a shift, became something I'd be talking about decades later. I'm 71 now, still in Phoenix. I still work as a pediatric hospice RN. Over the years, I've done podcasts about some of the things I've seen with my patients. Their spirits, the things that happen right before and right after they pass. I've got a little YouTube channel. These days it's mostly me talking and cooking, called Aunt Maggie's Kitchen. That's my quiet corner of the internet, because here's the thing. I think about that sighting every single day. Not in an obsessive way, just in this gentle, background way. Like a favorite song you hum under your breath without realizing. The feeling that washed over me that night. Family, love, acceptance. That's never really left. And for someone who spends her days walking families through death and grief, that kind of peace is a gift. Whatever that craft was, whoever was behind it, in that moment, I felt like they were saying hello. And somehow, that hello has stayed with me ever since. Okay, so I want to start this off by saying I know how this is going to sound, but I promise I'm not making any of it up. I'm not trying to exaggerate or freak anyone out for fun. I do believe in the paranormal, but I'm also the kind of person who will bend over backwards trying to find a logical explanation first. I moved into my current apartment back in May, so it hasn't even been that long. And honestly, it's been great. It's cheap, it's quiet, barely any bugs. Like, I've only seen maybe one roach this whole time, which is a miracle for this town. For the first couple months, it was totally normal, cozy even. But the last few weeks have been different. So, my boyfriend, his name's Eli, works late and sometimes ends up staying up when he gets home. About 2 weeks ago, he was sitting on the couch in the living room, just scrolling on his phone around like 2:30 or 3 in the morning. I was already asleep in the bedroom. He told me that while he was sitting there, he suddenly heard scratching at our front door. Now, the way he described it really got to me, because he said it sounded exactly like when I mess with him. Sometimes, if he's in the bathroom too long, I'll drag my nails lightly down the door just to annoy him. And he swore it sounded just like that. Same rhythm, same pressure, same everything. Like I was standing right outside the front door, drawing my nails down it over and over. At first, he thought it was me. Then he realized I was in bed. He said it went on for a solid minute or two, off and on. Finally, he got annoyed and a little weirded out, so he stood up, walked over, and opened the door. The second he opened it, silence. Nothing there. Our apartment building backs onto this scraggly little strip of woods and a drainage creek. So my first thought when he told me was, okay, raccoon, stray cat, a possum, something like that. We've had raccoons around here chasing people for food before, so it wouldn't be the weirdest thing. But here's the part that sticks in my brain. There's not a lot of time between the scratching and him opening the door. Like, he's only a couple steps away. For whatever was out there to make that specific sound and then disappear without him seeing even a tail or hearing footsteps, it just doesn't totally add up for me. I brushed it off though. I was like, yeah, creepy, but it's probably an animal. Then about a week ago, I was home alone at night. Eli was at work. It was just me and our cat, Miso. I was sitting at my desk in the bedroom doing my own thing when, suddenly, the bedroom door slammed shut. And I don't mean it just swung closed. I mean it slammed like someone was on the other side and was absolutely pissed off. It shook the frame. I froze. For a second, I literally thought, oh, Eli must have come home early and is messing with me. It would be exactly his sense of humor to sneak in quietly and slam the door just to see me jump. So I get up, heart pounding, open the bedroom door, and the apartment is empty. Living room? Nobody. Kitchen? Nobody. Bathroom? Empty. I check my phone, pull up his location. He's still at work across town. At that point, I start trying to logic my way through it. The bedroom doesn't get the best air circulation, so I'm like, okay, maybe it's air pressure, maybe a draft, maybe a window. But here's the thing. In all the time I've lived here, that door has never slammed shut by itself. It doesn't even really close on its own. It only ever slowly swings open if you leave it cracked. And then, today happened. This was literally less than half an hour ago. I was sitting at the table eating dinner. No TV on, no music, nothing. Just me and the sound of my fork on the plate. It was one of those weirdly quiet moments. Out of nowhere, I hear a cat meowing. Not a cute little feed me meow. This was a distressed meow. The kind of sound a cat makes when it's locked in a closet or trapped somewhere and really wants out. It sounded like it was coming from the bedroom. So immediately I think, oh my God, I shut Miso in the bedroom. It happens, right? So I push my chair back to go let him out. As I stand up, I glance over at the armchair in the corner of the dining area, and Miso is right there, curled up asleep, completely passed out. He hasn't moved. The meowing is still going. At this point, every hair on my arms is standing up. I grab my phone and call Eli because I am genuinely freaking out. And I swear to you, the moment he picks up the call, the meowing stops. Just stops. Cut off, mid-sound. I walk through the whole apartment while I'm on the phone with him. Bedroom, closet, bathroom, under the bed, laundry area, nothing. No cat, no noise, nothing weird I can see. Our windows are closed, no electronics are on. There's nowhere an animal could realistically be hiding without us noticing. So then I start thinking, okay, maybe it's someone else's cat. Apartments are weird. Sound travels in strange ways. Maybe it's the people next door or above us. But that's the thing. Layout-wise, the only people with cats near me are the neighbor across the hall and the guy diagonally above. There are no units that share a direct wall with my bedroom. It didn't sound muffled or distant either. It sounded like it was inside my place, like inside that room. And when I realized that, standing there in the hallway with my sleeping cat in plain sight, everything just kind of hit me at once. The scratching at the door, the slamming door, and now this phantom cat sound. So that's where I'm at right now. Eli's working late again, and I'm going to be home alone until around like 2:30 in the morning. And I'm sitting here going over all of this in my head, wondering if I'm just tired and jumpy, or if something is actually off in this apartment. I don't necessarily need someone to come in and say, yep, your place is haunted, congrats. I just need to know I'm not losing it. Like, if you told me, hey, maybe you are experiencing something weird, but you're not crazy for noticing it. I think I'd honestly feel better than being told it's all in my head. Because the scratching, the slammed door, the cat that wasn't there, I can't shake the feeling that something else is here. And I really wish I had a neat little logical explanation to wrap this up with. But I don't. So, I don't talk about this much. In fact, I don't think I've ever really told anyone this story before. But hearing other people share similar things made me think, okay, maybe it's time. I was about 9 years old, 3rd or 4th grade, somewhere around there. It happened only once, but it's one of those memories that is so clear, it might as well have happened last night. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, for no obvious reason. No nightmare, no loud noise. I just opened my eyes. And the very first thing I noticed wasn't anything I saw. It was what I felt. There was this overwhelming sense of peace, deeper than anything I'd ever felt in my life. It was like every worry, every tiny fear, every little knot in my chest just dissolved. If you've ever had a warm hug from someone you really love and trust, take that feeling, multiply it by 100, and then stretch it out so it kind of fills the air around you. That's the closest I can get to describing it. It honestly felt like I was standing in a piece of heaven. My whole body felt light. I remember lying there thinking, this can't be real, right? So I actually pinched my arm. Hard. I winced, and that tiny sting told me, nope, you're awake. This is happening. After a moment, I sat up and swung my legs over the edge of the bed. My room was mostly dark, just a faint line of streetlights slipping in through the curtains. But the darkness didn't feel heavy or scary. It felt soft. That's when I saw them. On the other side of the room, near my little bookshelf, there were these small figures moving slowly through the air. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then I realized I knew exactly what they were. Angels. I didn't question it. I didn't wonder if I was imagining things. It was like something inside me just recognized them instantly. Every night before I went to sleep, I used to pray, God, please send your angels to watch over me while I sleep. So when I saw them, it felt like God was gently saying, see, I heard you. I've been here the whole time. There were 3 of them, maybe a 4th a little farther back. It's hard to be sure now. They were small, about the size of a cat or a little bigger. Almost like how you'd picture fairies in an old storybook. They wore pure white clothing that wasn't flashy or fancy, just simple and perfect. And they moved in this slow, graceful way, like they were gliding through water instead of air. Each one had wings, white like doves. The feathers weren't sharply outlined, more like soft shapes made out of light. Their faces, it's hard to explain. They had features like humans, but not quite. They didn't look young or old. It was like they were outside of age altogether. Timeless. My room itself was dark, but I could see them clearly because they were the ones giving off light. It wasn't a harsh light. It didn't hurt my eyes. It was gentle, like the glow of candles. If candles could breathe and move and love you. What struck me was how calm I felt. I wasn't scared, not even a little. I didn't feel the urge to scream or run to my parents' room. Instead, I had this deep, instinctive sense of what I should and shouldn't do. On the little desk beside my bed, we had this old tablet, one of the early ones my dad used mostly for emails and games. I glanced at it and immediately thought, I could record this. I could prove this is real. I could show everyone. But right after that thought came another one, even stronger. Don't. I also somehow knew not to get too close. It wasn't that they were dangerous. I didn't feel any threat from them at all. It was more like standing near a beautiful painting in a museum. You don't want to smudge it or mess it up. So I stayed where I was, a few feet away, just watching. Time felt strange. Part of me feels like it lasted only a moment, and another part remembers it like a long, quiet stretch of time. If I had to guess, maybe 10 minutes or so went by. The angels moved slowly, gracefully, almost like they were weaving patterns in the air. I didn't hear them speak with words, but the whole room was filled with this silent message. You are loved. You are safe. We are here. At some point, I folded my hands together without even thinking about it. I bowed my head and whispered a little prayer, thanking God for letting me see this, for letting me know that He really was listening to my childish bedtime prayers. When I lay back down, that peace settled over me even more deeply. I've had trouble sleeping for as long as I can remember, tossing and turning, my mind refusing to shut up. But that night was different. I remember how unusual it felt to just close my eyes and drift off, almost instantly, like I was being carried. The next morning, I woke up to my regular life. Sunlight through the curtains, my mom calling me for breakfast, school books in my backpack. I got dressed, ate, and went about my day like nothing special had happened. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell my friends. Not because I was afraid they'd think I was crazy, but because at that age, my faith in God was so simple and unquestioning that it didn't even occur to me that it needed explaining. Of course God had sent angels. Of course He listened when I prayed. Of course He was real. To my child mind, what I'd seen wasn't impossible. It was just God being God. It's only as I've gotten older and gone through seasons of doubt and struggle that this memory has become more and more precious to me. There are days now when I wrestle with questions, when faith doesn't feel effortless, when life feels heavier and more complicated. But then I think back to that night, 9-year-old me, standing barefoot in the dark, bathed in that soft, holy light. And I remember, and I understand a little more why Jesus said you have to become like a child to enter the kingdom of heaven. A child doesn't overcomplicate it. A child doesn't demand proof the same way adults do. A child just sees and trusts. That night, I was a child who saw the unseen and simply believed. And that memory of the peace, the light, the silent assurance that I was loved is something I know I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. So, this was last year, Saturday, May 11th, the day before Mother's Day. I had an early shift at the clinic, one of those weekend front desk things, so I got up before everyone else. The apartment was completely still. No TV, no kettle, nothing. I did my usual routine, brushed my teeth half awake, grabbed my bag, checked the locks, turned off the hallway light. Everything normal. I remember actually pausing for a second at my bedroom door, making sure it was pulled shut, then heading out. By about 11:30 that morning, I was already a few hours into my shift. It was one of those slow stretches where your brain has too much time to think. My mom, Elena, texted me about something personal. Family stuff. The kind of topic that already had a lot of emotion behind it. We started going back and forth. You know how text arguments are. No tone, just guesses. I could feel myself getting annoyed, and I finally sent back, "Yeah, legally." That was my way of tapping out. Short, final. Like, I'm done with this. A couple minutes later, she replied, "Huh? I'm up in the attic nook if you want to talk." I just texted, "I'm at work." And in my head, that was that. I pictured her upstairs at her little reading spot and me at the clinic, and the conversation just cooling off. What I didn't realize was how that message landed on her side. To her, it felt like I had just stormed into my room after arguing. Like I'd snapped, "Yeah, legally," at her through text, and then shut my door in real life. So things stayed weird that night. I ended up crashing at my partner's place instead of going home. I figured some space would be good. The next day was Mother's Day. When I came home, the whole place felt softer, brighter. You know that quiet that feels like everyone's decided not to fight anymore? It was that. Mom was in the kitchen making tea. We did that awkward little dance of, "Hey, morning, want some tea?" And after a while, we sat down at the table to actually talk about the argument. That's when she told me what happened. She said that after I sent, "Yeah, legally," she got upset and decided she didn't want to do it over text anymore. So she came downstairs to my room to talk face to face. She told me she stood outside my door and knocked. Just a regular knock, not angry, just firm. And as soon as she knocked, she heard me moving around inside. She said she heard the floorboards creak, the soft sound of my steps crossing the carpet. She even saw the shadow of my feet under the door, shifting like I'd just gotten up from my chair. So she called my name. And this is the part that makes my stomach flip every time I think about it. She said my voice answered her, overlapping with her own. Same depth, same rhythm, same annoyed tone I use when I'm over a conversation. According to her, I said, from inside the room, clear enough to feel the vibration through the door. "Yeah, legally, Mom. Yeah, legally." The exact words I had texted her. She said it wasn't kind of like me. It wasn't distant or muffled like someone in another room. It was my voice. Right on the other side of that door. Same bass, same timing, same attitude. She got mad because as far as she knew, I was in there, ignoring her. So she turned around, went back upstairs to her little attic corner, and sat there, stewing, thinking I was being childish. And then her phone buzzed. That's when she saw my text. "I'm at work." Not, "I'm going to work." Not, "heading to work." Just, "I'm at work." In her mind, that meant I had just walked out. Like I'd been in my room, talked back to her through the door, and then left the house right afterwards. And she just stopped. She replayed it out loud. The knock, the footsteps, the shadow under my door, the weight of my steps on the carpet, the way the light in the hallway changed when my feet moved. My irritated voice saying, "Yeah, legally, Mom," the same way I always do when I feel cornered in a conversation. Except I wasn't there. I was standing at a reception desk in a different building, wearing a name tag and answering phone calls. We just sat there for a moment, both of us kind of quiet. I could see her trying to line up the timelines in her head. Like maybe she had got the time wrong. Maybe I was joking, something. But the times matched. My clock in at work, the text history on both our phones. Everything. She had knocked on my door. She had heard my footsteps. She had seen my shadow move under the frame. She had heard my voice answer her. Same bass, same rhythm, same words I'd just sent by text, while I was already gone. This was a few years back. I was in this small city for a 3-day music festival. The kind where you're sunburnt and exhausted by noon, and somehow still drinking at midnight. I'd booked the absolute cheapest hotel I could find that was still walking distance from the venue. You know the kind. Old carpet, weird hallways. But hey, the shower worked and the bed didn't collapse, so I was happy. By the second or third night, I was wrecked. My partner, Lily, was with me, and we stumbled back to the room after the last set. I had this terrible habit back then. I'd get drunchies at the end of a long day of drinking, order a bunch of food, and then fall dead asleep about 15 minutes before it arrived. Next morning, I'd wake up hungover to a sad, cold feast sitting out all night. So that night, I'm lying on the bed in the dark, hotel TV murmuring in the background, phone in my hand, painting a picture. I order a ridiculous amount of fast food on the app, burgers, fries, the whole deal. Hit place order, and I can feel that heavy festival sleep starting to pull me under. You know that feeling where your whole body just gives up? That was me. I'm right on the edge of passing out when, boom, something slams into the wall on my left. Like, hard. Not a little tap, not pipes or footsteps. Like someone threw a heavy object directly at the wall. I jolt awake. Lily shoots up too. My heart is going crazy. We're both just staring at that wall like, what the hell was that? Now on that side of the room, there was nothing. No dresser, no headboard, no picture frame. Nothing stacked that could have fallen. Just plain wall. We try to be reasonable about it. Maybe it's a mouse, but it was way too loud for a rodent. Maybe the neighbors, but it sounded like it was right next to my ear. I remember lying there, adrenaline pumping, and this little thought creeps in like, okay, what if that wasn't normal? What if that was something else? And then suddenly I'm like, wait, I ordered food. I grab my phone, open the app, and sure enough, it says the order was delivered like 3 minutes earlier. So now I'm sitting there thinking, did something just wake us up so we wouldn't sleep through our food again? It lined up so perfectly. The timing was too on the nose. Lily and I look at each other, wide-eyed, and we both kind of nervously laugh. But we're also definitely weirded out. We drag ourselves up, open the door, and boom, there's our food bag sitting out in the hallway. We bring it in, spread everything out, and finally start paying attention to the TV. And this is where it gets extra weird. Some random show is on with Jack Osborne and Ozzy Osbourne doing one of those paranormal adventure things. I hadn't really been watching it. It was just background noise. But as I actually look up, I realize the episode is literally about them staying in a haunted hotel. I just freeze for a second. I'm sitting in this cheap, slightly creepy hotel room, eating food that a mysterious wall bang woke me up to get. And on the TV, Jack and Ozzy are wandering around a haunted hotel, talking about spirits messing with guests. At that point, the coincidence level was getting ridiculous. I kind of got that tingly feeling like, okay, universe, I see you. This is a bit much. We eventually crash. Food eaten, no leftovers abandoned to the night for once. Next morning, we're getting ready to head back out to the festival. I'm rummaging through my bag when suddenly I hear this loud buzzing sound. Took me a second to realize what it was. My hair clippers. In my bag, turning themselves on. I turn them off and just stand there for a second like, okay, that's another one. Individually, all these things are small. A loud bang, a spooky TV episode, clippers turning on. But strung together, inside this slightly off vibe hotel, all while I'm already primed by that weird wake-up timing. It felt like something was trying to get our attention. We go out for the day, trying not to overthink it. Before we leave the room, we're careful. TV off, lights off, everything unplugged that doesn't need to be on. Just in case. We come back later that afternoon, open the door. The TV is on. Volume low, show playing. Like someone came in, sat down, and got bored halfway through their program. And I know we turned it off. Lily knows it too. We both just stop in the doorway, look at the screen, then look at each other like, okay, yeah, that's not normal. By then I'm fully creeped out, but also oddly, not terrified. The feeling in the room wasn't menacing. It was strange and a little unnerving, but it didn't feel hateful. It honestly felt like someone hanging around, curious, like a roommate that doesn't quite understand boundaries. That night I got drunk again. Shocking, I know. And I hit this point where I was like, all right, if there's something here, I'm just going to talk to it. So I sit on the edge of the bed, look at that same wall where the bang happened, and I start talking out loud, kind of half serious, half nervous, with that tipsy bravery you get. I hear you, I say. I respect that you're here. I know you woke us up the other night, and thank you for that. That was really kind, actually, saving our food. I remember saying something like, we're just visiting. We're not here to bother you. We'd really appreciate it if you don't try to scare us or harm us. We'll be gone soon. But we acknowledge you. And we're asking for some peace while we're here. It sounds cheesy, but I meant it. I could feel this weird mix of gratitude and fear, like I was speaking to a roommate I couldn't see. After that, nothing else happened in that hotel. No more bangs, no more surprise TV, no clippers buzzing in my bag. The last night was calm. We finished the festival, checked out, went home. A couple days later, I'm back at my place, completely out of haunted hotel mode. I unpack my stuff, toss my travel bag in the corner, and just chill for a bit. A little while passes, and then I hear it. That same exact buzzing. I look over at the bag, and my stomach drops a bit. I walk over, open it up, and yep, the clippers are on, again, all by themselves. At that point, I just kind of laughed, like this disbelieving, you have got to be kidding me laugh. But the weird thing is, I wasn't actually scared. Not the way you'd think. I remembered how it felt in that room. Not evil, not malicious, just present, curious, almost friendly. I got this sense, call it my imagination, call it whatever, that it was like a little goodbye. A final, hey, thanks for the company, before it went on its way. After that, nothing. No more strange noises, no more moving objects, no more electronics turning on by themselves. To my great relief, honestly. But every now and then, when I'm half awake at night, and I hear some random noise in the house, I think back to that cheap hotel near the festival, that loud bang on the wall, the haunted hotel show on TV, and my clippers buzzing in the dark. And I can't help but feel like, for a few days, we shared a room with someone who just really didn't want our fries to go to waste. So, picture this. It's 1:47 in the morning, and I'm dead asleep, when my phone starts buzzing on the nightstand. I squint at the screen, and it's my husband, Milo. Now, I already knew he was on his way home. He'd texted me about 20 minutes earlier, saying he'd just left work. So my stomach drops uneasy. Because if he's calling now, something's wrong. I answer and go, "Hey babe, you okay?" Nothing. Just silence. No breathing, no background noise. Just dead air. So I try again. "Milo?" And then finally I hear him, but his voice sounds weird, distant. "Can you hear me?" "I can now," I say. "Are you okay? What's going on?" He hesitates. I don't know what just happened. I'm almost home, but I saw something. I'm about to lose service. Just be waiting for me on the porch, okay? Please? And then the call drops. So now my heart is racing. You know that feeling when your body wakes up faster than your brain can catch up? That was me. I throw the covers off, grab a hoodie, and head straight for the front door. We live way out on the edge of this tiny town. You blink and you've already driven past it. So our driveway is long and dark. I open the door and just stand there barefoot on the porch, staring down the gravel lane, waiting for his headlights to show up. A couple of minutes later, I see his truck bumping down the drive. Even from the porch light, I can tell something's off. He gets out, shuts the door slowly, and just kind of stands there for a second, like he's not fully back with me yet. He walks up to me, and his face, he looks shocked. Not just scared, like he's trying to rearrange reality in his head, and it's not fitting. I ask him, "Milo, what happened?" He runs a hand over his face and takes this deep breath. "Okay," he says. "You're gonna think I'm crazy." "I'm married to you," I tell him. "That ship has sailed. Just tell me." He lets out this nervous laugh and then says, "I saw these things. These tall white people, I guess. A tall white woman and two others with her. But not white like skin tone, like snow white. Like they were made of light, but still solid. They were standing by the old train tracks on Willow Creek Road, right where that one-lane strip crosses over." He looks at me, checking to see if I'm following. "The woman," he continues, She was holding something. My brain could only compare it to a trash bag with a light inside it. I know that's not what it was, but that's the closest thing I can think of. It was glowing, kind of pulsing. He pauses, and then says quietly, "When I saw them, they turned and noticed me too. And I got this feeling. I can't even explain it. I just knew I needed to get out of there. It was like every hair on my body stood up at once. This unease just dropped over me. I don't know what they were, but they weren't right. They're not human, Ivy. I know that much." We go inside, and I'm trying to be practical. I start reheating the plate of dinner I'd left in the fridge for him, but my brain is already racing. Tall white beings, out by the tracks, something glowing in their hands. It hits me. The tall whites. I don't know if you've ever gone down that rabbit hole at 3 a.m, but I grabbed my phone and typed tall whites into Google. A bunch of images and sketches pop up. Those classic, tall, slender, pale entities people talk about. I hand him the phone and say, "Any of these look familiar?" He scrolls for a minute, and then he stops on one. His whole expression tightens. That's when the goosebumps hit me. The next morning, after we'd both had a couple hours of sleep, if you can call it that, we decided to drive back out to where he saw them. Part of me was hoping we'd find nothing, so we could chalk it up to fog and a tired mind. You know, something normal. We get to Willow Creek Road, that little stretch that connects the two main highways. Nobody lives out there. It's just trees, fields, and those abandoned train tracks cutting across. It had rained lightly during the night. The pavement and the grass were still damp. We park on the shoulder and walk over to the spot Milo points out. And there it is. On the ground, right beside the tracks, there's this blackened patch of dirt. Not just mud. Scorched. The grass around it is crisped back in an almost perfect oval, like something hot settled there for a bit and then vanished. What got me is that everything else was wet. The dirt around it, the rails, the weeds. But that patch, completely dry and burned. I just stare at it and say, "You didn't tell me about this part." He shrugs, eyes still on it. It wasn't there when I drove past. At least, I don't remember it being there. We're both quiet for a minute, listening to the wind and the distant hum of cars from the highway. It feels heavy out there. Still, we start walking back to the car, talking low, trying to make sense of it, when this old, beat-up blue Chevy pulls up behind us. The engine rattles as it idles, and my first thought is, great, now we're trespassing on someone's land and they're mad about it. The window rolls down, and this older man leans out. Weathered face, ball cap, plaid shirt. He calls out, "Hey, what are you all up to out here?" Milo and I share a quick look. We don't recognize him at all. I say, "Oh, we were just looking at something by the tracks. Is our car in your way?" He shakes his head and kills the engine. "Nah, you're fine." He opens the door, steps out, and shuts it with a rusty clunk. "Did you kids see something interesting?" Milo hesitates. I saw something out here the other night, on my way home from work. Not sure what it was, though." The old man nods slowly, like that answer doesn't surprise him at all. Is that right? He says. Well, I live back that way. He points toward the highway. Been out here pretty much my whole life. There's this short, awkward silence as we shuffle a little closer to our car, not sure if we should stay or go. And then he breaks it with, "Tell me something. Y'all believe in aliens?" Milo and I look at each other, and it's one of those wordless conversations married couples have. Like, are we really doing this? I finally say, yeah, actually, we do. His whole face softens with relief. Good, he says. Makes this a whole lot easier. He goes on to tell us that he and his late wife used to see strange things out here all the time. Lights in the sky, odd sounds coming from the fields, that sort of thing. Little stories that, if you heard just one, you'd shrug off. But stacked together over a lifetime, it starts to feel like a pattern. We mention the black scorch mark by the tracks, and he just nods. Yeah, he says, almost casually. That's from them. From them. Then he asks, you ever seen anything over your place? Up in the sky, I mean. Something you couldn't explain? Milo pulls out his phone. A couple months back, he'd recorded these lights above our house, moving in ways no plane or helicopter should be able to move. He pulls up the video and hands it over. Then he glances at us and says, "Listen, if you're not in a rush, I got some pictures I could show you. My daddy took them years ago. Y'all might find them interesting." Now, I know, following a stranger to an old farmhouse in the middle of nowhere sounds like the start of a true crime podcast, not a UFO story. But Milo has his carry permit, and something about the old man feels genuine. Not slick, not attention-seeking. Just tired of keeping this stuff to himself. So, against what common sense probably recommends, we agree to follow him. We drive behind his truck down a narrow road lined with trees until it opens up into this old farmstead. 2-story white house with peeling paint, a leaning barn, and a little metal-sided garage off to the side. The kind of place you can tell has a lot of history just by looking at it. He leads us over to the small garage and rummages around in an old drawer until he pulls out a faded envelope. Inside are 4 worn Polaroids, edges curled, colors a little washed out with age. He lays them out on a workbench for us to see. Every single one shows some version of the same thing, a classic flying saucer shape in the sky. Not some blurry dot either, clear enough that you can make out the outline, the bright reflection where the sun hits it. My father took these, he says, tapping a finger gently on one of the photos. Back when I was a boy. There's more in the house somewhere, but these are the ones I kept handy. I pick one up and just stare at it, knowing that we had just been standing by a fresh scorch mark that he claims is from them, makes it land differently. It's not just a weird picture on the internet. It's tied to a place we were physically standing a half hour ago. He goes on, talking in that steady, matter-of-fact tone people use when they've told the same story 1,000 times and stopped caring whether anyone believes them. He says he doesn't know exactly where they come from or why they're here, but he's sure there are different kinds, different species, different craft. He's seen lights that move like they're playing, others that feel like they're searching, and a few that just sit there, watching. You can hear the grief in his voice when he mentions his wife, how she used to stand out in the yard with him at night, pointing out strange lights and jotting the dates down in a little notebook. He laughs a little, saying, She always said one day they'd land right here in the field and ask for her by name. We stay for a while, just listening. It feels less like a spooky story and more like being handed a family secret. Eventually, we thank him for sharing everything and tell him we should get going. As we're leaving, he walks us back to the car and says, "Y'all keep your eyes open out here. Once you've seen him, you'll see him again." On the drive home, Milo and I are both quiet for a long time. The kind of quiet where your brain is loud, but you don't have the words yet. Finally, he says, "I don't know what I saw that night, but I know it wasn't just people messing around by the tracks." And I nod, staring out at the tree line. "Yeah," I say. "I don't think it was either." I'd like to tell you we walked away with answers that day, but we didn't. What we came away with was a new friend who spent his whole life dancing around the same mystery we just tripped over. And as for what my husband actually encountered out there, by those abandoned tracks, under that thin, rainy sky, I'm still not 100% sure. So, okay. Let me just tell this straight, like we're sitting on the couch and I'm venting to you. About 3.5 years ago, my stepdad, Daniel, decided we needed more space. So he added this little extension to the house, just an extra bathroom and a walk-in closet for my older brother, Leo. The closet got finished, painted, shelves in, light works, all that. But the bathroom? Yeah, it's still a half-built shell. Bare walls, exposed pipes, tools in a dusty corner. At this point, I honestly don't think it's ever getting done, because that bathroom is just sitting there, unfinished. That whole end of the house feels wrong. It's colder back there, even when the heat's on. The air feels heavier somehow, like the kind of dust that settles on memories you don't want to revisit. Even the closet, again, totally finished, has this weird vibe. I can go in to grab clothes, but I don't like hanging out in there. After a few minutes, I feel like I'm being watched and I'm out. For the longest time, I just brushed it off. Old houses creak, right? Weird drafts, bad insulation, whatever. I didn't really think about it until late last year. It started with this horrible smell under the closet floor. At first we thought something normal had happened, like, okay, we have a lot of strays around here. There are raccoons, stray cats, whatever, always getting into people's trash. We figured maybe one of them crawled under the house and died or something. Gross, but logical. We aired it out, sprayed stuff, tried to ignore it. Then the smell went away, and the noises started. My parents' room is right next to the unfinished bathroom, and Leo's room is on the other side, sharing a wall with the closet. My mom, Nina, is the lightest sleeper on planet Earth. I'm not even exaggerating. If you drop a sock in the next room, she's awake. Earlier this year, she kept jolting awake at like 3 in the morning because of these loud bangs and thuds coming from the extension. She said it sounded like someone dropping something heavy on the bathroom floor, or like fists hitting the wall. Leo heard it too from his side, like pounding inside the wall or footsteps across the closet ceiling. They both told me about it, and I kind of shrugged it off. I mean, I sleep like a slab of concrete, A meteor could hit the backyard and I'd snooze through it. So I thought, maybe you guys were just dreaming, you know? Weird house noises, half-asleep brains. It happens. But then the banging stopped. And that should have made things better. It didn't. A few months ago, I was home alone one night. It was one of those nights where the sky is just this deep, heavy black, and the whole neighborhood feels quiet in a way that's almost too quiet. It was just me and our dog, Miso, in my room. Lights off, curtains drawn, blue glow from my laptop. I had some random YouTube video on. One of those dumb commentary channels where you half listen while scrolling your phone. I remember laughing at something the guy said, and then something else laughed. Loud. It wasn't from the video. It wasn't even close to sounding human. It was distorted, like someone took a normal laugh and dragged it through static. And the worst part? It didn't sound like it was coming from the hallway, or the doorway, or the closet. It sounded like it was right next to me, like over my shoulder. I don't embarrass easily, but I almost peed myself. I sat there frozen, staring at the wall, for what felt like forever. When I finally worked up the courage to pause the video and check, there was nothing there. Just my room. Just the glow of the screen. Just my dog, still staring at that same spot. And after that, it's like the whole extension woke up. Little things kept happening. Leo told me that one night, he was lying in bed scrolling his phone, just about to doze off, when he felt breath. Actual warm breath, right next to his ear. And then, clear as day, he heard someone whisper his name. Leo. He thought it was me messing with him. He sat up, turned the light on, checked the hallway. Nothing. I was out with friends that night. No TV, no windows open, no one calling him. Just that one word in his ear. And it's not just him. There have been so many tiny moments, and if they were alone, maybe I'd ignore them. But they pile up. I felt the mattress dip behind me while I'm lying on my side, like someone just sat down on the edge of my bed. You know that feeling, right? How the weight pulls you slightly toward that spot. I felt that. No one there when I turned. No one walking away. Just the imprint in my mind. Like I wasn't alone. Some nights I'll walk past the extension to grab something, and this wave of unease hits me, like stepping into a room where an argument just happened. The air feels thick, and I suddenly don't want my back to the unfinished bathroom. I'll catch myself speed walking back to the main part of the house like a little kid. Miso has started acting off too. He'll stand in the doorway of the hall that leads to the extension and just stare. Sometimes he'll bark or whine at absolutely nothing, paws planted, tail low, eyes locked on that end of the house. Once, he refused to go into Leo's room at all, even when Leo called him. He just sat there in the hallway, staring past him toward the closet. And then there are the dreams. This whole year, my dreams have been stranger than usual. Not full-on nightmares every night, but enough that I wake up uneasy. I keep dreaming of hallways that never end, doors that open into the wrong rooms, or standing in the half-finished bathroom and realizing there's a mirror on the wall that shouldn't be there. In the mirror, there's someone behind me, but when I turn around, No one's there. It feels too specific to be random, you know? And then, 2 nights ago, Leo got the worst of it. He told me he was lying in bed, lights off, phone on night mode, just about to finally put it down. You know that stage where your eyes are starting to blur and you're kind of drifting? The door to his room was half open, facing that short hallway that leads to the closet and the unfinished bathroom. Out of nowhere, that feeling hits him. That heavy, someone's watching you feeling. He looks up from his phone, and there's a figure standing in his doorway. Not close enough that he could see a face, but close enough that he could tell it wasn't a trick of the light. Just a solid, dark shape, a little taller than him, filling the doorway. Not moving, just there, watching. He blinked, and it was gone. He swears he wasn't fully asleep yet. He swears he hadn't been dreaming. And I know him well enough to tell when he's hamming it up, and when he's genuinely rattled. That night, he was pale and shaky, and kept the hall light on till morning. So now we're here, but the other part of me can't ignore how many of us have felt something. My mom hearing banging, Leo hearing his name, Miso growling at empty air, that horrible laugh right beside me, the figure in the doorway. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something we can fix with a space heater and better insulation. Or maybe it's something we'll just learn to live with. I honestly don't know. All I know is that ever since we added that extension, there's a corner of this house that doesn't feel like ours. And whatever's there, it feels like it's finally started noticing us back. A little while ago, about 3 weeks now, we moved back into the house I grew up in. It's on this quiet, tree-lined road outside a small town. The kind of place where the nights feel too dark and the crickets are louder than your thoughts. I already knew the property was different. Haunted, honestly. My mom and I dealt with weird stuff here my whole childhood. When my parents decided to put a double wide on the back of the property years ago, the activity didn't stop. It just followed. My mom, Elena, would tell me about things happening almost every day. Footsteps, voices, lights turning on by themselves, that sort of thing. So when we moved back in, I kind of braced myself. The first week, I was in the living room with my son, just a regular afternoon, sun pouring in, nothing spooky at all. The front door was shut, like fully latched. No breeze, no windows open. And then, clear as anything, the knob turned. And the door swung open all the way. Like someone had come in. No one was there. I checked the latch, still snug, no draft. My husband, Mark, tried to give me all the logical explanations. But there's only so many times you can say, settling house, before it starts to sound ridiculous. The second week, I was in the kitchen. There's this one spot on the floor that only creaks when you step right on it. Everybody in the family knows it. I was standing by the sink, not moving, when that exact spot let out a long, slow creak, as if someone had just stepped there and shifted their weight. But I was alone. I remember just standing there with my hands in the dishwater, staring at that spot and thinking, okay, you're back too then. And then last night, the mimic showed up. So, I was getting the kids ready to go over to my parents' place. I told my daughter Lucy to get dressed because we were going to go see Nana and Papa. I walked over to the front window to see if my mom was maybe already on her way over. She does that sometimes, just pops in. When I looked out, I saw a woman walking up our front path. She had long hair pulled into this messy, low ponytail, kind of my mom's build, wearing an oversized gray t-shirt and dark leggings, exactly the kind of comfy outfit my mom, Elena, lives in. She was just a few steps from the porch, head slightly down like she knew where she was going, casual, familiar. And without even thinking, I turned toward my daughter and said, "Oh, Nana came to get you." But then, it realized I was looking at it. The woman stopped, jerked her head slightly like she'd been caught, and then darted sharply to the right, out of my line of sight. Not like a normal, "oh, I forgot something" kind of move. It was too fast, too deliberate, more like an animal scrambling for cover. My heart did that weird, cold flip in my chest. I rushed to the front door, opened it, and stepped out onto the porch. The yard was quiet. Nobody on the path. Nobody to the right where I'd seen her disappear. The air felt heavy, like the moment right before a storm. I laughed, trying to shake it off, and called out, "Mumsy, I know you're out here. Where'd you go?" From behind me, far off to my left, I heard her answer, "Out here, sweetheart." Her voice came from her porch, across the property, the opposite direction from where I'd just seen that woman. It was like my stomach fell straight through the floor. I turned slowly, trying to make sense of it. I called back, "Were you just over here, outside my window a second ago?" She frowned and said, "No, I haven't moved from my porch." And that's when it hit me, like ice water down my spine. Whatever I'd just seen walking toward my door, it wasn't her. When my parents first moved into the newer house on the property, before we came back, my mom walked into my brother's room once and saw him sitting at his desk, headphones on, staring at his computer. She stood in the doorway, told him something about dinner. He nodded. She left. A few minutes later, my brother Daniel walked in through the front door, with his keys in his hand. He'd just gotten home from work. He hadn't been in that room at all. Over the years, Mums heard my dad, Rob, call for her from the back bedroom or the hallway. She'd answer, go looking for him, and then remember, he was working late, or out of town, or she was completely alone in the house. Once, she heard him say her name so clearly from just behind her that she almost dropped the dish she was washing. Even my brother's wife, Carrie, has had run-ins with it. They stayed in this house for a week while their place was being worked on, and she told me afterward that she'd heard Daniel calling her name from the hallway more than once. Only, he wasn't home yet. The last time, she said it was so real that she answered him and walked from room to room looking for him. By the end of that week, she was pale and exhausted. When they visited again last year and we offered them the guest room, she just shook her head and said, "I'll come by during the day, but I'm not sleeping here again." And I get it now. I told Mark, my husband, the same thing I've been saying for years. I can handle noises. I can handle footsteps in empty rooms, a door opening by itself, even the occasional shadow in the corner of my eye. I grew up with that. It's scary, but it's familiar. But seeing my mom, one of my best friends, my safe person, standing outside my window when it wasn't actually her, that's my line. There's something about it wearing her shape, using her height and her walk and even her clothes, that feels like a violation. Like it reached into the part of me that relaxes when I see her, and twisted it on purpose. And the part I can't stop thinking about is this. If it didn't want me to see it, why did it come right up to my window, in broad daylight, looking exactly like her? And if it did want to be seen, why did it dart away the moment our eyes met? That's the question that keeps me up at night, in this house I love, on this land that never really let us go. Why would something take the shape of someone I trust, if it didn't plan to use that trust for something? So, I want to tell you about this house I grew up in, because even now, years later, I still think about it. I moved there around 7th grade, out to this brand new house in the middle of a huge field in rural North Carolina. Like, picture waist-high grass in the summer, one long gravel driveway, and then just our house. No neighbors you could see from the windows, no old creaky farmhouse history or anything like that. It was a new build. We were the first people to live there. Which is why I never expected it to be creepy. I always thought haunted houses had to be old. Peeling wallpaper, weird basements, all that. But this place is still the spookiest house I've ever lived in. From the beginning, I just never felt relaxed in it. When I was home alone after school, I would turn on practically every light on the first floor and park myself in the living room. I refused to go down the hallway or upstairs unless I absolutely had to. The dark in that house didn't feel like normal dark. It felt heavy. Like the quiet was watching me. At night, even in high school, I slept with a little nightlight and the TV on low. I told my parents it was because I liked background noise, but it was really because the silence freaked me out. Friends picked up on it too. My friend Hannah, for example, hated the bonus room over the garage. It was this finished playroom where we kept video games and old toys. She wouldn't go in there alone. She'd stand in the doorway and just go, "Nope, this room just feels wrong." And honestly, I agreed with her. I just didn't want to say it out loud. The first really weird thing happened on the back porch. We had these big sliding glass doors that looked out over a wooden deck and then the field beyond. On the deck were 2 old wooden rocking chairs side by side. If there was a breeze, both chairs would rock gently, like you'd expect. But every so often, I'd glance outside and there would be no wind. Like, the trees and the tall grass would be completely still, and only one of the rocking chairs would be moving. Just that one, rocking steadily, like someone had just sat down or stood up. It would rock for a little while and then just stop. Not slow down and eventually stop the way it normally would, but stop abruptly, like someone had put a hand on it. Nothing else outside ever moved when that happened. No wind chimes, no branches, nothing. My dad used to laugh it off and say, that's just the old farmer who used to work this land, taking a break." He'd grin and kind of wink at me, but it never felt like a joke to me. I'd just sort of nod and pretend it didn't bother me. then avoid looking out there if I was alone. The second thing is the one that really stuck with me. One afternoon, I got home from school before everyone else. My parents were still at work, and my younger brother and sister were still at their elementary school. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, and dropped my backpack by the stairs like I always did. I went straight to the kitchen to get a snack. I remember opening the fridge, rummaging around, not thinking about anything except how hungry I was. And then, from upstairs, I heard footsteps. It wasn't like a house creaking. It sounded like actual footsteps, like someone walking across the floor. A few steps, then a pause. Another couple of steps. At first I froze, just listening. Then, for some reason, because apparently I learned nothing from horror movies, I walked toward the stairs to check. So I'm standing there at the base of the stairs looking up. The house is dead silent now, but my heart is pounding. I take one more step so I can see a bit more of the landing. And in that moment, I hear this quick shuffle, like someone suddenly darting across the floor, and I see a shadow streak across the wall, just a dark shape, crossing from left to right. Immediately after that, I hear the sound of glass clinking in my parents' room. My mom had this silver tray on her dresser with a bunch of perfume bottles on it, and it sounded exactly like those bottles bumping into each other. That was it for me. I didn't try to be brave. I turned around and ran out of the house so fast I left everything, my backpack, my phone, my keys, inside. I tore down the driveway toward the road and just stood there, my heart in my throat, staring back at the house. Nothing looked strange from the outside. No one in the windows, no car in the driveway except mine on the shoulder. Just this quiet, perfectly normal-looking house. I finally used a neighbor's phone to call my mom. I told her what I'd heard and seen, every detail. And she did that calm mom thing like, "Sweetheart, it's probably just the house settling. You're worked up. Go back inside. I'll be home in a few minutes." I did not want to go back in, but I also didn't want to stand by the road like a weirdo. So I walked back up the driveway, still shaky, and tried the front door. It was locked. And not just the doorknob, the deadbolt was locked too. When I came home, I had unlocked the door and walked in. I never turned around to lock it again, much less flip the deadbolt. I didn't even bring my keys with me when I ran out. They were still sitting inside by my backpack. I just stood there on the porch, staring at the locked door, absolutely sure I had not touched that deadbolt. When my mom finally pulled into the driveway, she got out of the car, came up the steps, and unlocked both the deadbolt and the knob from the outside, like nothing was strange. I tried to explain again, but she just smiled and said, "You probably locked it without thinking." And maybe that's true. Maybe. But to this day, I can't make that make sense in my head. The last thing happened a couple of years later, when we were getting ready to move out. By then I was in high school, and we'd already moved most of our stuff to the new place. But we still owned the house in the field for a little while. There were just a few things left. A couch, the kitchen table, 2 beds, and some random boxes. Of course, being teenagers with access to an almost empty house, my friends and I used it to hang out on weekends. Our parents thought we were at each other's houses. In reality, we were out at the empty house, eating junk food and feeling like we were doing something wild just by being unsupervised. On this particular night, it was just me and one friend, my buddy Mark. No party, no big group, just the two of us sitting at the kitchen bar, talking and picking at a bag of chips. From where we were sitting, we had a clear view down the hallway. At the end of that hall was a little half bathroom, and the door was wide open. The hallway light was off, the bathroom light was off, and the only light in the house was coming from the kitchen over our heads. We're mid-conversation, just laughing about something dumb, when suddenly the light in the bathroom at the end of the hall flips on. Not flickers, click, fully on. The whole doorway glows, lighting up that end of the hall. We both stop talking immediately and just stare. The light stays on for maybe 10 seconds, long enough for us to look at each other with that, "Are you seeing this too?" face. Then it shuts off. A second later, it snaps back on. Off again, on again. We just sat there, frozen, back straight, not even breathing. The last time it went off, it stayed off. We didn't even talk about it at first. We just kind of looked at each other, slowly pushed our stools back, and Mark goes, very quietly, "So, we're not sleeping here tonight, right?" I was like, "Nope, absolutely not." We grabbed our stuff, walked, not ran, because for some reason we didn't want to look panicked. Out the front door, locked it behind us, and left. I remember the drive away from that place feeling like the longest 10 minutes of my life. Eventually, my parents sold the house. A new family moved in. I honestly hope they've had a perfectly normal experience there. Maybe there are totally reasonable explanations for everything I just told you. Air pressure, wiring issues, typical new house quirks. But I can't shake the feeling I had living there. That low, constant hum of unease. The single rocking chair moving on a still day. The footsteps, and the shadow, and the clinking perfume bottles. The deadbolt locking itself. The bathroom light flipping on and off like someone wanted our attention. Maybe it was all in my head. Or maybe that brand new house in the middle of the field just wasn't as empty as we thought. So, let me tell you about the one time I very seriously decided I was done messing with anything even remotely ghost-related. I was in my early 30s. My partner, Hannah, and I had flown out to visit a friend of ours, Marcus, who was living in Vancouver at the time. We were crashing at this old condo his manager owned. One of those places that looks totally normal in daylight, but at night, it suddenly feels like it has way too many corners. From the first night, my sleep was just wrecked. Every time I drifted off and started dreaming, I'd become aware of someone standing in the corner of the bedroom. Same corner, same presence. I'd notice him, get this jolt of fear, snap awake, then roll over, fall back asleep, start dreaming again, and there he'd be. Over and over, like a broken record. I'm not exaggerating when I say this happened maybe 20 times a night. I'd barely fall asleep before it started again. By the end of the second night, I was exhausted, wired, and honestly, a little pissed off. On the third night, something in me just snapped. I'm in the dream again, and there he is, this man in the corner. But instead of freezing like I usually did, It was like I suddenly went lucid. I remember thinking, no, not tonight. I'm done. So in the dream, I marched right up to him. He looked ordinary, which somehow made it worse. Mid-30s maybe. Light brown hair slicked back. This mustard-colored button-up shirt. No shoes. He was just staring at me like he'd been waiting. I said something like, "Who are you, and what do you want?" And he answers, calm as anything. "My name is Victor. I have a message for..." And then, right where the important part should be, everything cuts out. It's like someone yanked the sound cable. Instead of words, I hear this high-pitched ringing, like feedback in my ears. He's clearly still talking, his mouth is moving, but I can't hear a thing except that piercing tone. The only thing I clearly remember is his name, Victor. Next thing I know, I jolt awake. The room is quiet. I grab my phone, 6 a.m. I remember lying there thinking, well, at least it's morning. Maybe it's over now. I'd finally gotten what felt like maybe an hour of real sleep. Fast forward to the fourth night. We'd been out late with Marcus, bar hopping, laughing, just enjoying being together. By the time we got back to the condo, it was around 2 a.m., right about the time the corner guy would usually start his routine with me. We're half drunk, sitting around in the living room, and Marcus asks casually, "So, how you sleep in here?" That kind of caught me off guard, so I shrug and laugh and say something like, "Honestly, not great. I keep having this weird dream. There's this guy standing in the corner of the bedroom, and every time I see him, I wake up. It just keeps looping." I didn't go into much detail. I didn't mention his name, what he looked like, what he was wearing, none of that. It was just some drunk late-night ghost story sharing. Then Hannah turns to look at me. Her face goes from playful to completely serious in an instant. And that never happens lightly with her. She stares at me and says, slowly, "Was he a tall guy? Light brown hair, slicked back, wearing a mustard-colored button-up, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, no shoes?" I swear to you, I felt everything in me just go cold, because I had never told her those details. I hadn't told anyone those details. The shirt color, especially, that weird mustard yellow, was so specific it made my skin crawl. And she gives me this crooked little smile and says, "Because he just walked in." She was half joking, obviously, trying to freak us out, piling on more jokes after that. But the timing, the seriousness in her eyes when she'd first described him, that was not a joke. I could tell. Years later, when things had calmed down and I'd convinced myself it was all just coincidence, I asked her again, "Seriously, how did you know what he looked like? Down to his shirt and everything." She just shook her head and said, "You don't want to know." And something in the way she said it made me believe her. I dropped it after that. I really, genuinely, did not want to know. But honestly, the scariest part wasn't the dreams. It wasn't even Hannah naming the guy from my dreams like she'd seen him herself. The part that sits with me, the part that changed her, is what happened that fourth night when we finally went to bed. We were both drunk and tired, so we crashed pretty hard. Sometime in the middle of the night, I started waking up to these strange sounds next to me. It sounded like Hana was struggling to breathe, like a weird gasping, almost like choking or, I don't know, something caught in her throat. Because we'd been drinking, I just assumed she was snoring in some weird position. I'd nudge her, shove her a little, grumble at her to roll over. She'd quiet for a bit, then start again. Here's the thing. We've been together 2 decades now. I know all her sleep noises. I can tell you what she sounds like when she's congested, when she's dreaming, when she's dead asleep. I have never heard her make those sounds before or since that night. At around 5 a.m., before dawn, I feel her claw at my arm, like really dig her nails in. It yanks me out of sleep. I open my eyes, but I'm so tired and disoriented that I'm not sure if I'm awake or still dreaming. And then, at the edge of my vision, I see something. I don't even know what to call it. A creature? A shadow? It looked like a small, monkey-like thing, hunched on her chest. Not cute, not cartoonish. Its limbs looked too long, its body too heavy for its size. It was sitting there, pressing down on her, and she was gasping like she was fighting for air. And you know what I did? I rolled over and went back to sleep. I wish I could say I did something heroic, but I didn't. I was too exhausted, too drunk, too confused. I saw it, registered it in that fuzzy way you do when you're half dreaming, and then I just slipped under again. The next morning, the sun's up, and everything looks totally normal. We're packing up, getting ready for the day. I'm still kind of shaken, but I figure maybe I hallucinated the whole thing. So I tease her lightly, trying to make it less creepy than it felt. I say, "Hey, pretty sure I saw a monkey or something sitting on your chest last night. You were making these weird noises like you couldn't breathe." She looks at me, and she just says very simply, "I was." No smile, no sarcasm, just that. And I don't know why, but the first thing that pops out of my mouth is, "Karma, babe. You shouldn't joke around with the dead." I expected her to roll her eyes, crack a joke back, maybe try to spook me one more time. Instead, she just nods, like she agrees, like I'd said something true. When she was 2 years old, her family actually brought in both a shaman and a priest because they believed she was being haunted by the ghost of a child. That's not a fun family anecdote for them. That's something they still talk about in hushed voices. So for her, cracking that "he just walked in" joke about a spirit, especially one she could apparently describe in detail, was crossing a line she usually wouldn't cross. And after that fourth night, she never made those kinds of jokes again. Not once. We've talked around it a couple of times, very carefully. I've told her how those dreams stopped after we left that condo, how I still remember Victor's name and that awful ringing in my ears where his message should have been. I've told her I half remember that monkey-like thing on her chest, the way she sounded like she was suffocating, how she clawed at me to wake me up. And every time I ask, even gently, how did you really know what he looked like? What really happened to you that night? She shuts down. She just says, I don't want to talk about it. And you don't want to know. And the thing is, I believe her. So now I don't ask. I won't ask. I respect that boundary. And honestly, I respect whatever was in that condo enough to leave it alone too. All I'm left with is this. A man in the corner who knew my name. A message I wasn't allowed to hear. My partner describing him like she'd seen him herself. And a night that changed her so much, she refuses to joke about the dead ever again. I don't know what any of it really was. Maybe there's a rational explanation that would make complete sense. Maybe not. All I know is, if you ever feel tempted to joke about spirits, about the dead, about whatever's on the other side, maybe don't. Some things, I think, are more than happy to be left alone.